393. The handsome fox demon who called himself Master Ching suddenly asked, "Is this foreign woman really the famous Taoist from the Saber Room in the Central Plains?" The middle-aged woman seemed to find this question interesting. She touched the hilt of her saber with one hand and flicked the lotus crown on her head with the other. "Why, is there anyone who impersonates us in the Aquarius continent? If you do, tell me your name, and I'll consider it as your contribution. I can promise you a quick death." The black-robed youth, who had single-handedly stirred up the storm in the lion's garden, clicked his tongue and said, "You're really from the Saber Room. I wonder if I'll be stuffed to death after eating your precious Jindan." The corner of the woman's mouth curled up. No wonder it's the smallest continent in the vast world. Whether it's on the mountain or under the mountain, as long as they're related to chi cultivators, they're all arrogant. "Oh, right. I'm Lu Boki. I came here because of the surname of the Lu family in the Lion's Garden. I've been having bad luck all the way, but now my luck has changed. I have to thank you. That's why I'm telling you this, so that you can understand why you're a slug demon." The youth's expression changed drastically. He couldn't figure out how this wicked woman saw through his disguise. She did not know that the crimson wine-gourd tied to Chinpingan's waist was a camouflage that could prevent Earth immortals from prying eyes. But after the Taoist nun performed her divine ability, she immediately recognized that it was a blade-strengthening gourd of good quality. The middle-aged woman still said in a plain tone, "That's why I said that Lu Boki is no different from a blind man. You've been in and out of the lion's garden so many times, yet he still couldn't see through you. But with that little fox scent and a few fox fur ropes, he really believed that you're a fox demon. The person who supported you behind the scenes in the lion's garden is also blind. Otherwise, he would have skinned you long ago. The rise and fall of the Lu family's literary fortune is nothing. How can it compare to the wealth in your stomach?" The youth who once said that he wasn't afraid of being hunted down by a Yuanying stage cultivator was scared for the first time. He asked in a negotiating tone, "If I leave the lion's garden now, can you let me go?" The middle-aged woman didn't answer his question. She probably didn't want to answer such a stupid question. She tapped the hilt of her saber and said to herself, "This saber is called Wushun." He was ranked 17th in the inverted hanging mountain saber division. As for my natal item, it is still a saber named Armor. But don't worry, you won't be able to see my natal item. This is your great fortune." The teenager's knees went soft. He said pitifully, "The fox demon that I ate was not a good thing in the first place. It wanted to use marriage to prove its Tao and form the Oris core. It also wanted to take the opportunity to absorb the literary fate of the Lu family. It was actually wishful thinking and wanted to participate in the imperial examinations. I killed it and swallowed it whole. In fact, it could be considered to have blocked a disaster for the lion's garden. After that, there was an old immortal master in Qing Yuan country who coveted the Lu family's ancestral jade seal of a fallen country in the lion's garden. He joined forces with an influential figure in the imperial court in the capital. Thus, I took advantage of the situation. The three sides each took what they needed. It was a small business, not worth mentioning. Great, Aunt, you are a magnanimous person. Can you treat me like a fart and let me go? If I have disturbed Great Aunt's mood of admiring the scenery, I will give the half-formed Oris core of the fox demon to you with both hands as an apology." "How about it?" The female chief of the Saber Room, Lu Boki, laughed. "Are you sure that I definitely won't be able to find your true body? So, you have been acting like a fool here?" The teenager suddenly changed his expression and laughed. "Io, you stinky old woman, your brain is not as bad as I thought. So what if you are the Saber Room? So what if you are the inverted hanging mountain and some messy saber god? Don't forget, this is the Aquarius continent, the Qing Yuan country beside the Cloud Forest Jiang clan. Ugly, stinky old woman, you didn't agree to a good business deal with me, and now you want Master Qing to scold you? You really are a lowly servant. Hurry up and go to the capital to pray to the gods. Otherwise, if you fall into my hands in the Aquarius continent one day, I will definitely whip you until your flesh is split open. Who knows? You might even be filled with joy at that time, right? Lou Boki was not angry at all, and smiled playfully. As the old saying goes, a small temple has a big demon wind. It really hit the nail on the head. Your conversation with this slug spirit is quite interesting compared to the demons begging for mercy after I used my saber, or the crazy shouting before death. This is much more interesting. The handsome teenager looked arrogant and despotic, but in reality, he was muttering in his heart. This old woman dilly-dallying was not her style. Could it be a trap? But no one knew that she had done something to the body of the local god, the willow tree spirit. He would immediately sense any movement in the lion's garden that was slightly larger. If there was a conspiracy at the embroidery tower, he could endure it for the time being and not pick the fruit to eat the girl's literary luck and see who could outlast the other. Could it be that this saber-room nun and that young man with a sword on his back could guard the lion's garden for a year and a half? Then what kind of unexpected reliance could make this ugly Taoist nun have so much patience and determination out of nowhere? Until now, she had not slashed away this illusion like she did at the wall of the small courtyard. Lou Boki stood sideways on the bridge railing and extended her hand to signal the demon to just walk across the arch bridge. She would not stop it. If you reach the embroidery tower, you will know the truth. Previously, when Lou Boki stopped it, it really wanted to rush over and take a look at the embroidery tower. Now that Lou Boki was letting it go, it began to feel that this small arch bridge was a mountain of swords and a sea of flames. The ghosts of people's hearts were even more terrifying than the demons. In its long years, it had suffered a few great losses. Otherwise, it might have touched the threshold of the upper 5 realms by now. This handsome teenager who had eaten a fox spirit and used the fox spirit skin as a camouflage was not only a rare slug, but also a reason why Lou Boki was so unwilling to let it go. It was because it was one of the treasured transformation Taoists that had the operation of heaven and earth and endless creation. It was already extremely difficult for a slug to become a Taoist, and it was even rarer to become a treasured transformation Taoist. It liked to eat all kinds of spirits and ghosts. The most extraordinary thing about it was not that it was extremely skilled at disguise, hiding, and escaping, and that it was extremely difficult to be killed by arcane treasures. Instead, it was because this Taoist could eat all kinds of spirits and ghosts. On its path of cultivation, it seemed to have absorbed the cultivation fate of the food it ate. It could advance on several paths simultaneously, using its original Taoist core as a ladder, step by step forming multiple golden cores. It was basically a treasure-swallowing whale on the map of the land. Whoever could kill it would make a fortune. As a result, even with Lou Boki's high standards, she was still determined to obtain this laughable earth immortal slug. If that young man surnamed Chin dared to fight for it, the magical saber Wushin at her waist and her natal artifact, the ancient saber Jiazhua, would be truly blind. Lou Boki saw that the fellow was cowering. It looked around and smiled. I know that your true body is somewhere deep underground nearby. You're hiding from my detection by relying on the mountain's roots and veins. The young man tilted his head. Since you're so arrogant, why don't you just take out your saber and hack at it? The mountain's roots and veins are hiding in there. They won't be able to withstand you digging 3 feet into the ground in the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. By then, wouldn't I have nowhere to hide? Why don't I do that? It's because you care about something, isn't it? It answered its own question. Oh, I've guessed a possibility. After all, your every move during this period of time has made me care more about you than that young master with a sword cultivator as a maid. Lou Boki narrowed its eyes. The young man raised his hands and snickered. I knew you wouldn't let me say it. Come, give me a slash. Let's be straightforward. The mountains will not change. and the rivers will flow forever. Just you wait. As expected, Lu Boki shattered the illusion of the young man on the other side of the bridge with a single slash. It was still a fox fur that fell to the ground. Lu Boki looked around. The lion's park was surrounded by green mountains. She saw how charming the green mountains were and fell in love at first sight. Lu Boki blushed slightly. Fortunately, there was no one around. Moreover, her skin was slightly dark and inconspicuous. She put away these thoughts and put on that cold and hard face again. She felt the subtle flow of qi in all directions. Lu Boki waited to watch the show. That slug full of treasures was going to suffer a great loss this time. Since it was a situation of helping others and helping herself, Lu Boki pulled out the famous magical saber of the saber room, the god of sabers. Her figure flashed, and she began to slash at a series of places in the lion's park. She either cut off the connection between the mountain's roots and the veins of the water, or stabbed at some of the most likely hiding spots. She also purposely made some movements and activated her qi to temporarily mess up the feng shui of the lion's park. She continued to stall for time for the young man in white with the blade strengthening gourd around his waist. Against a cunning slug that was easy to kill but not easy to catch, Lu Boki could only pinch her nose and do this kind of boring thing. Outside a study room whose door was tightly shut, the illusion of the handsome young man appeared again. With his hands behind his back, he kicked open the door and stepped over the threshold. It sniffed and felt slightly uncomfortable. It rolled its eyes and muttered, "I really don't know what kind of good karma the ancestors of the Lu family have accumulated. They have such a dense literary aura that lingers in the lion's park. No wonder that Dragon Gate realm fox demon was jealous. It's a pity that they have bad luck." It began to knock and touch here and there. It kept stomping its feet to see if there were any secret rooms or mechanisms. In the end, it found none. It began to rummage through the places that could easily hide things. That treasure was indeed in the study room. It had interacted with the two big shots behind the scenes in the lion's park. Of course, they were difficult to deal with. One had a high cultivation base, and the other had great authority. Even it was not willing to have a deep relationship with them. The old man who liked to collect the royal treasures of the Aquarius continent had an aquiline nose. When he smiled, it was even more sinister than ghosts. A certain physiognomy, concluded by the school of Yin Yang, was very suitable for this person. The nose is like an eagle's beak, pecking at the marrow of people's hearts. The old pervert walked the path of a great hermit hidden in the imperial court. What he liked the most was to plunder the relics of a fallen country. The closer the item was to the last emperor, the more the old man liked it, and the higher the price. It was said that that person had collected close to 100 royal treasures of the past dynasties. He had everything he wanted. However, he only had two regrets. The first was that a certain set of imperial jade seals was missing a piece. There were rumors that it had appeared at Tail Ferry. However, the old man seemed to be afraid of that alley where cultivators of the upper 5 realms appeared. He did not dare to put on a disguise and rob people. The second regret was that he could not obtain the treasure of scouting the world that the Lion's Park had collected for generations. This treasure was a relic of a fallen dynasty in the southern part of the Aquarius continent. This heirloom was actually not big. It was only 2 inches in size and was made of gold. Such a small piece of gold. Yet it dared to inscribe, covering the heaven and earth, praising the gods, golden armor shining, autumn hunting in all directions. It would occasionally raise its head and look outside the window. That stinky woman really did not want to give up. She started to use the stupidest method to find its real body. Haha, if she can find it, then she has the ability. It was complacent. This was thanks to a wandering hero novel. It said that the most dangerous place was the safest place. The more it chewed on this sentence, the more chewy it became. It continued to search for the small piece of gold. It was a little irritated. This little cripple, Lou, was quite good at hiding things. Even if it found it, it would not be able to take it away for the time being. However, it would be good to look at it first. It was absurd. Now that it had some connection with the feng shui of the Lion's Park, it had become a pitiful guy who could not even carry the small piece of gold. If it did not care about the consequences, it would be fine. However, it was not willing. On the path of cultivation, the thing that monsters did not lack the most was time. This was probably a kind of compensation from God to the monster race that was more difficult to cultivate. It was difficult to become a spirit and enlighten the apertures. It was a threshold. They also had to transform into a human form to cultivate, which was another threshold. Finally, they had to find a secret book of immortals that pointed directly to the great Tao, or they had greater luck and were directly canonized. This belonged to the third threshold. According to historical records, there was an extremely lucky fox demon in the celestial master mansion of Longhu Mountain. It was only lightly covered by the celestial master seal on its fur, but it blocked all the mighty thunder tribulations that should have occurred when a nascent soul broke through the realm. It jumped over the almost insurmountable natural moat. Which monster race in the world did not envy it? It had only heard rumors, but it was already envious. From the corner of its eyes, it inadvertently caught a glimpse of the couplet hanging high on the wall. It was written by the little cripple Lu Qingshan himself. As for whether the content was copied from the sage books, or if the cripple came up with it himself, it had only read a few books, so it did not know the answer. On one side was thousands of army formations written by pen, 10,000 horse soldiers written by poem. On the other side was Li De Qi through ancient and modern times. Book collection teaches descendants. One was releasing its aura, while the other was restraining its will. It could still understand this little bit of meaning. It raised its head and spat on the couplet on the wall, one on the left and one on the right. Then it laughed loudly. It was really satisfying to see a scholar who had read a lot and was especially high-spirited fall into the mud. It was worse than a drowned rat or a drowned dog. It swaggered around the desk full of scholars' offerings and sat on the chair. It tilted its head back and twisted its butt. It felt that it was not comfortable enough, so it began to curse again. Damn it, scholars really had nothing better to do. They were not even willing to sit on a comfortable chair, and insisted that it was tiring to sit on it with a straight back. It stared blankly at the top. It thought of the other big shot behind the scenes, an old man from the Tang family who held the authority of the Qing Luan kingdom. This person had disliked Lu Jingting for a long time. This was strange. Even an outsider like it knew that Lu Jingting was an upright and capable minister, a pillar that held up the imperial court. Why did you, the uncle of the current emperor of the Tang family, view Lu Jingting as an enemy? In these 2 years, how many people came to the south because of old assistant minister Lu's good reputation? It could not understand it even if it cracked its head. It thought of the father and son drinking game it had eavesdropped on at the end of last year in the Lion's Den. Lu Jingting and his 2 sons drank and chatted together. It was nothing more than Lu Jingting's concern for the country and the people, the eldest son's latest news, and Lu Qingshan's criticism of current politics. The scholars and civil officials who bore the most grudges against Lu Jingting were very amusing. They were not the enemies of the imperial court who did not have the same political views, but the scholars who had tried to rely on old assistant minister Lu, but failed, and tried their best to flatter him, to no avail. Then there was a group of people who had clearly argued endlessly with old assistant minister Lu's students and disciples, arguing until their faces and ears turned red in the literary arena. In the end, they flew into a rage out of humiliation and turned to hate Lu Jingting as well. Perhaps even Lu Jingting himself was baffled by this. In truth, he had never treated people differently based on their official position or background. At most, he would not comment on some overly flattering words or ignore some people who deliberately tried to curry favor with him. However, it just so happened that Lu Jingting's attitude was the one that struck a chord in some people's hearts. Regarding this, after Lu Jingting resigned and retired, there was one time when he chatted with his eldest son about officialdom. The little county magistrate, who was far less impressive than his younger brother, Lu Qingshan, told his father about this. At that time, Lu Jingting only drank a cup of wine. Lu Qingshan did not think much of it and spoke bluntly. In turn, he talked about his brother, who had been close since childhood. Fortunately, that brother knew Lu Qingshan's temperament, so he was not angry. He only said that he had entered the imperial court and hoped that Lu Qingshan would not learn from him in the future. What a loving father, filial son, and a harmonious brother. At that time, it actually had a thought. Was it possible that the fox demon that it ate really wanted to integrate into the Lu family in the lion's den? The reason why it wanted to participate in the imperial examinations was because it thought that one day, as Lu Jingting's son-in-law, it would have some achievements in the imperial court and writing, and in the end, help the Lu family's literary fortune. However, at that time, it was just greedy and ate the fox demon that had not yet formed the golden core. It remembered that it even burped a few times. It turned its head and felt that the smelly woman outside the saber room was destined to be useless. It said fiercely, "It's so ugly. It's just right for a cripple." It was a pity that it was not the scholarly sage who spoke with the heavenly constitution. With a sigh, it withdrew its gaze and had nothing to do. Its gaze wandered over the worthless items of the study. It suddenly widened its eyes and reached out to touch the small box next to a long wooden paperweight. It was hot. It quickly retracted its hand and was in a good mood. It laughed and scolded. "Lu Qingshan, you're really a thief." At the Lu family's ancestral hall, the two teachers and the old man stayed by Lu Jingting's side. Lu Jingting smiled bitterly and said, "I've implicated you, Mr. Fu." The old man just shook his head. Other than teaching, this old man almost never spoke, and his expression did not change. Everyone in the Lion's Garden was actually afraid of this old man. As for the middle-aged scholar, Mr. Lu, although he was not amiable and had more rules, almost all the descendants and servants of the Lu family who had attended school had been beaten and taught a lesson by him. However, he was still more amiable than the old man surnamed Fu. At this moment, the middle-aged scholar quietly walked to the entrance of the ancestral hall and waited for Lu Qingshan to return. After seeing Lu Qingshan return safely from the embroidered building, Mr. Lu was expressionless. It was only when the limping Lu Qingshan saluted him that he nodded his head in greeting. Lu Qingshan stepped over the threshold and went to his father, Lu Jingting. The middle-aged scholar stood at the door and then looked up and saw two figures hiding there, a master and servant from the central part of the Aquarius continent. It was unknown whether the middle-aged scholar's eyesight was weak or if he ignored them. He quickly turned around and returned to the ancestral hall. At the railing of the corridor under the eaves, the servant girl Meng long smiled and asked, "Young master, do you think that Fu Sheng and the one surnamed Lu are like us, masters of the outside world?" Young Master Dugu was amused. "Explain to young master, when did we become masters of the outside world?" Meng long smiled and leaned on the railing to look into the distance. In the Aquarius continent, were they not? Young master was just being modest. The Zhu Ying dynasty, where she was from, had many sword cultivators, the number of which was the highest in the continent. The power of the country was strong, and there were more than 10 vassal states. Among the descendants of the dragon who had decided to give up the throne, there was a 10th realm sword cultivator who had sparred with the Aquarius continent's #1 nascent soul cultivator, Li Tuanjing of the Wind and Thunder Garden, 3 times. Although he lost, no one dared to question the sword cultivator's battle strength. How many Earth immortals in the Aquarius continent dared to block Li Tuanjing's sword? Li Tuanjing, with one sword, had suppressed Zhengyang Mountain for hundreds of years. Then this Zhu dynasty sword cultivator, after being defeated, was able to make Li Tuanjing agree to fight 2 more times. His sword skills were high. There were also 2 ninth realm sword cultivators. They were an immortal couple who ignored blood ties and broke off relations with the Zhu dynasty. At least on the surface, the husband and wife rarely showed themselves and focused on the sword path. It was rumored that the Zhu dynasty's old emperor's treasury was actually managed by the 2 of them. They had close relations with the southernmost old dragon city, and their wealth was rolling in. Meng Long said angrily, "Young master, the cultivators of the North Continent are too overbearing, especially that Taoist heavenly lord." Young Master Duga smiled. "In the eyes of those demons we wiped out, aren't we the same? Could it be that those servants and maids who died at the feet of your god of night were all capital crimes? Of course not, but we are too lazy to care." Meng Long was speechless. She could only angrily kick the railing of the tall building. Chun Pingon brought Shiro. They did not draw talismans near the embroidery tower, but went straight to the Lion Garden's gate. The spirit chi of the 2 painted doors was thin and could no longer support them to protect the Lu family. Chun Pingon muttered some apologetic words, and then began to draw demon suppression talismans on the 2 gates. Unlike the small squabbles of the embroidery tower, the 2 demon suppression talismans of the residence gate were drawn in a spurt of energy, and they were like splashes of ink. Shiro, who was standing behind Chun Pingon, nodded her head inwardly. If it weren't for the fact that the brush in her hand was made of ordinary materials and the golden paint in the jar wasn't of high quality, Chun Pingon's talisman would have been even more powerful. After Chun Pingon finished drawing, he took a few steps back and stood side by side with Shiro. After confirming that there were no flaws, they walked along the stone path outside the Lion Garden's outer wall and continued to draw talismans 50 steps away. On the way, Chun Pingon said to Shiro, who had been silent all along, "I have to concentrate while I'm drawing the talisman, so I might not be able to notice the traces of that demon at the first possible moment. So you have to pay more attention." Shiro said indifferently, "Not only is it my duty to share Master's worries, it also involves my own life. Of course, I do not dare to be careless. Master, you worry too much." Chun Pingon turned and glanced at her. "Is it because you are afraid of being poor that you suddenly become stingy when you have money?" Shiro heard the slight sarcasm in his words and did not have the intention to refute. It was not because she felt guilty, but because of the slip of paper after opening the paper horse that Cui Dongshan had left for Julien. The contents of the slip of paper were concise and to the point. There was only 1 sentence and 6 words. "Old sister, don't court death." It seemed to be a joke, but it made Shiro, an immortal's remains, feel cold all over. Chun Pingon drew talismans extremely quickly time and time again. He must have put in a lot of effort, or he must have studied under an expert. Shiro could not deny that Chun Pingon's tenacity, whether it was the steadiness of his every breath or the steadiness of his body, played a huge role. Not a single one could be missing. Drawing talismans consumed one's mind. This was a well-known saying of the talisman sect. A quarter of an hour later, while Chun Pingon finished drawing the latest talisman, Shiro leaned against the wall and breathed rapidly. She asked softly, "Is Master setting up the formation?" Chun Pingon glared at her and hurriedly put a finger to his mouth, indicating that the heavenly secrets should not be revealed. As he moved forward, he glared at the blabbermouth Shiro, probably because he was really annoyed. Holding a sticky gold lacquer jar in each hand, Shiro obediently followed behind Chun Pingon. Thinking that this guy would also panic, the corners of her mouth curved slightly, but she quickly suppressed it. The lion's garden covered a large area. So Chun Pingon, who was trying to quietly draw talismans to set up the formation, suffered. In order to complete it before the great demon beast noticed, Chun Pingon really tried his best to draw on the white wall. It was not any easier than catching and killing people. Shiro was different from the 4 people in the picture scroll. She had not experienced one crisis after another, nor had she traveled across 2 continents for a long time. Therefore, she was far less familiar with Chun Pingon's true strength and temperament than Zhu Lian and the others. Among them, Shiro knew a lot about Chun Pingon's family background. A young spirit body of a great cultivator in the Ascendant Realm and a student disciple Cui Dongshan. These 2 things could not be more. But now Chun Pingon tried to close the door and beat the dog, and then connected the previous arrangements of the Lu's embroidery house and the ancestral hall. Shiro sincerely admired this guy's style of doing things. It was watertight. If a gentleman did not stand under a collapsing wall, then once Chun Pingon made up his mind, he would walk towards a collapsing wall. Not to mention his original intentions, he would make all kinds of arrangements afterward. He would definitely want to hold an umbrella for himself, wear a bamboo hat, and put on armor. Of course, Chun Pingon would not guess Shiro's thoughts. Everything had its vanquisher. Shiro would be dealt with by Cui Dongshan. When Chun Pingon circled around the lion's garden and finished the last talisman, he still felt that it was not appropriate, so he went around again. He poured genuine qi on many treasure talisman that he had drawn early but had not used, and pasted them all over the wall. It was a money-losing business. Chun Pingon jumped on the wall, thinking that he must find a reason to pull Pei Qian's ear when he went back. She was his first disciple. If he did not reason with her, it would be no good. Chun Pingon stretched and looked around with a smile. It was the end of spring, and the green hills were turning green. Standing beside Chun Pingon, Shiro was still holding 2 pots. Seeing Chun Pingon's strange expression, Shiro felt that it was strange. Chun Pingon's hands went around his shoulders, his fingers interlaced, and his palms were on the sword hilt of the sword immortal on his back. Carrying a sword immortal, when would he become a true sword immortal? He remembered a time when he was on a ferry overlooking a certain territory of the Aquarius continent. There was someone who laughed and pointed to the ground, saying that the Zhu Ying dynasty under our feet had the most sword cultivators in the Aquarius continent, but compared to her hometown, it was nothing. She even told Chun Pingon to go to the North Continent if he had the chance, and to know that there were many sword cultivators there, the best in the world. It was not something that could be compared to the best in a continent. Chun Pingon yearned for the North Continent. Slowly keeping away his thoughts, Chun Pingon took down the ginger gourd, but realized that there was no wine. It was a little awkward. Silently keeping it, he hoped that Shiro did not see it. Shiro found it funny and asked at an inappropriate time, "Why don't I bring a pot of wine for master?" Chun Pingon shook his head and stomped his feet. On the outer wall of the lion's garden, the talisman suddenly lit up from the seal gall. As though it was an imperial order, it released a dazzling golden light. In an instant, it was as though there was a golden dragon surrounding the lion's garden. 394. When a strange phenomenon appeared on the outer wall of Lion's Garden, Lu Boqi took the lead and flew to the top of a pavilion. He nodded slightly with an expression of admiration. Cultivating at the inverted hanging Mountain Master Saber Room, one could see more strange people than any other continent in the world. Lu Boqi was also the favored one that the Lord of Heaven had high hopes for. He often followed the seniors of the sect out to sea to catch tired old flood dragons. Naturally, she had high standards. Zhu Lian stood beside the railing, while Pei Qian stood on the railing, and asked curiously, "Is that my master?" Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Young master knows how to use the talisman. I saw it with my own eyes during the battle at the border of Daquan. 3 iron cavalry circling talismans formed a set of tripartite talismans. It was very powerful and trapped the great demon-buried river. I didn't expect young master to be able to draw talismans by himself. His attainment is not low, and his boldness is not small. Pei Qian said angrily. What doesn't my master know? What's so strange about it? Zhu Lian teased. Then why were your eyes wide open like a dustpan, and you were secretly smiling with your bloody mouth wide open? Pei Qian pulled a long face and stopped talking nonsense with old chef. She raised her head and glanced at the roof. Then she looked at the ground outside the railing. She took a deep breath and jumped up high. She grabbed the roof with both hands and wanted to roll to the roof. However, she fell down with the roof tiles. Zhu Lian was about to grab this reckless girl's collar and pull her back to the corridor. However, he suddenly changed his mind and let Pei Qian fall into the courtyard. During the fall, her mind was blank. She relied on her instincts to circulate the qi of the fire dragon in her body. She instantly curled up into the shape of an ape that was similar to Zhu Lian's fist stance. When she was 10 feet above the ground, she suddenly stretched out her arms and legs and landed lightly like a little wild cat. Zhu Lian leaned on the railing and said, "This heroine can even leap onto roofs and vault over walls. Her lightness skill is amazing." Pei Qian sat on the ground. She was so scared that her face turned pale. When he came back to his senses, he yelled at Zhu Lian, who looked at him with ease. "Old chef, why didn't you save me? What if I fall half to death and lose an arm or a leg? What if master dislikes me? I am already a burden. I walk slowly, and I will always slow master down. At that time, master will not be happy and will directly abandon me." Pei Qian started bawling at the thought of that tragic scene. The howling made Zhu Lian's ears unable to calm down. Even the maidservant, Zhao, hurriedly ran out of the room and saw Pei Qian sitting on the ground. Zhao, who had been whispering to the young miss, was puzzled at the moment. She did not know why this strange little girl was sitting in the courtyard. Zhu Lian pretended to panic. "Quickly go upstairs. There's a monster." Without another word, Pei Qian quickly got up and stopped wailing. She ran up the stairs of the embroidery building and rushed into the unlocked door of the boudoir. She turned around and closed it tightly. She picked up the mountain walking staff and ran to Zhu Lian's side in one go. She looked around and wiped her tears while patting the yellow paper talisman on her forehead. She asked, "Where? Where?" Zhu Lian held back his laughter and said casually, "Consider yourself lucky. It seems that the monster saw that it couldn't take down the embroidery building and left." Pei Qian wiped the tears and sweat from her face. She was too scared. She did not pay attention to Zhu Lian's mischievous expression from beginning to end. She kept her eyes wide open and carefully searched for traces of the monster. She said in all seriousness, "Zhu Lian, if the monster comes to the embroidery building again, you must protect Miss Lu and Sister Yi. Otherwise, when master comes back and sees that the two of them have been captured by the monster, even if master doesn't scold me, he will definitely be angry with me." Zhao Ye turned her head and covered her mouth to laugh. Zhu Lian said with a smile, "Aren't you worried about your own safety?" Pei Qian took out another talisman and stuck it to her forehead. She clenched the mountain walking staff in her hand. "Master wants me to protect myself, so I must do it." Zhu Lian clenched one fist behind his back and placed the other hand on his abdomen. He imperceptibly displayed the demeanor of a master. He said with a smile, "Don't worry. Your master also said that he wants me to protect you." Above Zong, young Master Duga said with a smile, "That sneaky monster will probably be locked up and beaten." Meng Long asked, "Can it really trap the entire lion's den?" Young Master Dugu explained, "It might not be able to withstand a few collisions from the monster. However, as long as it appears in its true form, it will be time for the Taoist nun to kill it." Meng Long asked again, but what if the monster is determined to hide and not come out? Young Master Dugu pointed at the spiritual energy phenomenon at the edge of the lion's den. Ordinary people might not be able to see anything in the lion's den, but in the eyes of experts, it was a golden light that flowed like a stream and circled around the mountain. This unknown talisman set up a formation and liquidized spiritual energy. The wonder is not just the word trap. If there are no accidents, it will also involve the mountain roots and water veins of this place. In addition, now that the land has been freed, searching for the hiding place of the monster will be even easier. Furthermore, since this young immortal master can draw such a large set of talisman formations, he will continue to draw in circles in the lion's Denver. Some of the central locations where wind and water gather will be drawn with talismans. Even if the monster doesn't suffocate to death, it will be disgusted to death. It will be like a person being placed in boiling water. It will be very uncomfortable. Meng Long said disapprovingly, he drew so many talisman to create such a commotion. It's not considered impressive. Young Master's master can cause purple smoke to descend with a casual talisman, entangling a city with hundreds of thousands of people. Otherwise, he can grab black clouds and turn them into flying snakes, directly suppressing and killing a golden core great demon. Young Master Duga said helplessly, I'm talking about how good that young man is. You are talking about how impressive my master is. The two are unrelated. You don't always look down on chi refinement warriors and pure martial artists other than me. Meng Long said bluntly, I just can't bear to see others being compared to you. If that young man surnamed Chen is a woman, even if she is a sword immortal, do you think I will be jealous? Young Master Duga smiled and asked, then what if she is a young female sword immortal and also looks better than you? Meng Long leaned on the railing. Then I will be so jealous that I will want to kill someone. Young Master Duga smiled and said, you are narrow-minded and greedy. You have to take this as a warning. Meng Long looked into the distance and said softly, we sword cultivators have always walked the most dangerous and narrow path. It is fine as long as our flying swords can pass. Young Master Duga shook his head and said, that is because you have not walked high enough and far enough. But it doesn't matter. Your talent is good enough. You just have to slowly climb on the path of sword Dao. Even my parents think highly of you and think that you are an excellent Khanate sword embryo. Otherwise, they would not have bestowed the God of Night to you. Meng Long suddenly felt that her young master seemed to have something on his mind, but did not say it out loud. She turned her head and pressed her cheek on the railing. Young Master Dugu was silent for a moment and said with a smile, are you a roundworm in my stomach? All right, I will tell you an interesting story. My parents once accompanied that person to the Wind Thunder Garden to visit Li Tuanjing. They were able to watch the third battle between nascent soul sword cultivators. Of course, we lost. But that Li Tuanjing brewed tea for the guests after the battle and said something very strange. This #1 nascent soul chi cultivator of the Aquarius continent did not have the face to look down on the mortal world and look down on the people below the mountain. It was just a coincidence that he walked the open path. If the earliest rules had nothing to do with the cultivation of spiritual energy, but whoever had the greatest ability to grow crops would be the most compatible with Tao, or whoever was the best at mending shoes would be the blessed by heaven, then what do you think of those high and mighty immortals now? Ooh, Meng Long said softly. Li Tuanjing of the Wind Thunder Garden was really a weirdo who liked to say strange things and do strange things. Young Master Duga nodded and said, Li Tuanjing was a perfected person of the present age. But after his death, even with the Yellow River and Lu Baqiao in the Wind Thunder Garden, they still could not suppress the sword Qi of Jinyang Mountain. Meng Long suddenly thought of something. Then, what happened to Lu Baqiao and Su Jia? Was it as perfect as a novel where the lovers finally got married? Young Master Duga thought for a moment. Even if the love story between the two of them was really a novel, I reckon we've only flipped through half of the book." Meng Long suddenly lowered her voice and whispered, "Young master, is there really a school of novels that gathered in paper white blessed land, where the people in the blessed land could do whatever was written in the book?" Mistress also said that the sages of the 100 schools of thought were very impressive. Those with high cultivation could write about the situation of a country. Those with lower cultivation could write about a province or a land. And the disciples of the school of novels with the lowest cultivation could only write about the birth, aging, sickness, and death of a person. In the end, more and more people were written by the school of novels, and the blessed land's territory became bigger and bigger. Young Master Duga smiled. "There are all kinds of strange things in the boundless universe. Who knows if it's real or fake?" Meng Long asked, "Young master, when we become earth deities one day, shall we go and see if it's real or fake?" Young Master Duga held the back of his head with both hands and smiled with squinted eyes. "All right." In the Luqing Mountain study room, the black-robed youth had a panicked expression. That damned young man with a sword on his back. How could he be proficient in talisman arts and even have so many talismans with him? Was he determined to fight to the death with him? Was he not afraid that in the end, both sides would fight to the death? No one would be able to gain any advantage? What are you, an outsider with the surname Chen, trying to do? The treasure on the table was taken by that old pervert from Fulong, with so many talisman thrown down. Did he really think that he was the disciple of the Lu family, the god of wealth of the snow-white continent? He was like an ant on a hot pan, walking in circles in the study room. Lunatics, they were all lunatics. Forget about the god of gluttony, or some **T saber room Annie. There was also a righteous gentleman who did not expect to be repaid for his kindness. The two of them were completely unrelated to each other, but they actually knew how to work together to set up a trap for him. One was outside drawing talismans around the wall, and the other was inside the garden to divert his attention and disturb his line of sight. Could it be that this time he had followed the general trend and plotted against the lion's garden? Would all his efforts be in vain? When he thought of that old pervert with a hooked nose and that old man from the Tang family who held great power in his hands, he felt somewhat weak. It almost had the urge to reveal its true form and smash through the wall. As long as it could leave the lion's garden, it would be able to fly freely in the vast sky. With its innate earth tunneling technique, and the garden being surrounded by mountains in all directions, unless an earth immortal of nascent soul realm personally came to hunt it down, or someone with an earth-shattering strength capable of splitting the mountains in all directions, it would not be afraid of anyone. However, he quickly and silently reminded himself that he had to remain calm in the face of danger. The lion's garden had temporarily become a cage, and it was a foregone conclusion. He could not be anxious, and he absolutely could not mess up in his hurry. It cracked a smile and came up with an idea. "Then let Master Qing test you guys first." On the outermost wall of the lion's garden, Chun Pingon was hesitating whether or not he should let Shiro ask Lady Lu for the official silver ingots of the Qingwan kingdom. He could also draw talismans, but the material of the silver book was far inferior to the gold book made by grinding gold ingots. However, there were pros and cons. The downside was that the effect was not good, and the power of the talisman was reduced. The upside was that Chun Pingon could draw talismans with ease, and he did not have to exhaust his mind and spirit. To be honest, this was a losing deal. Other than the yellow paper talisman that he had accumulated for a long time, he had also squandered more than half of the spiritual energy in the robes that he had not had the time to refine in. However, these inside stories were not to be told to outsiders. He would try to think positively. For example, if he really drew talismans in the lion's garden, such a grand undertaking, it would be worth talking to Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia in the future, a dish to go with wine. Just as Chun Pingon made up his mind, he narrowed his eyes and looked over. He saw that in the vast lion's garden, nearly 100 black-robed youths appeared at almost the same time. They began to either run wildly in the corridors or on the roads, or leaped onto the rooftops. They all fled out of the lion's garden. It was very likely that one of the handsome youths was the demon's true body. Once it escaped from the lion's garden, the next time it sneaked back, Chun Pingon really would not be able to do anything to it. Chun Pingon knew the weight of the talisman he drew. It could barely be considered vigorous, but it was not long enough. The spiritual energy dissipated very quickly. This was the fatal flaw of a martial artist drawing talismans. Chun Pingon decisively said, "I will stay here. You go guard the wall on the right." It is not difficult to break the fox demon's illusion. If the real body is discovered, we only need to delay it for a moment. The demon binding rope that I lent you. Ro thought that Chun Pingon wanted to retrieve his magic treasure, so she calmly handed over the golden rope. Chun Pingon laughed angrily. "I want you to use it well. Quickly go guard over there." Ro was slightly surprised. She held the high-quality demon-binding rope in her hand and rushed over. Chun Pingon lightly patted the blade's strengthening gourd and said in his heart, "Don't be in a hurry to come out. You are my trump card. It won't be too late for you to come out after confirming that the demon's true body is breaking through in this direction." On the other side, the maid Meng Long was eager to try. Her eyes were filled with desire. "Whether it is a trick or not, young master, let me do it. It is so boring to stay in the lion's garden." Young Master Dugu reminded her, "Now there are many people in Qingwan country watching the lion's garden, so you are not allowed to use your life source, flying sword. I don't want to cause a lot of trouble. Also, don't destroy too many buildings in the lion's garden." The maid was a little disappointed, but it was better than standing there like a piece of wood. She touched the ground with the tip of her foot and floated to the railing. She muttered something and formed a seal with one hand. The other hand stretched forward. Her beautiful eyes were filled with golden light. "Finally," she shouted softly, "come out." A god in golden armor that was 30 feet tall landed on the ground with a loud crash. Dust flew everywhere. In addition to the god's towering figure, his tall body was wrapped with 5 ribbons of spiritual energy. He wore a crown on his head. The golden armor on one arm was overflowing with miasma. The golden armor on the other arm was engraved with various ferocious patterns of ghostly faces. However, the god kept his eyes closed. He seemed to have received Meng Long's orders. Every time this god of night walked forward, although his eyes were closed, he could still deliberately avoid the buildings in the lion's garden. As he walked, the earth shook. With one kick, he crushed a black-robed youth who couldn't dodge in time. The 5 ribbons that were refined by the immortal master were like 5 flood dragons that left the dragon pool. They were less than 20 feet long, but they swam quickly and violently, easily piercing through the bodies of those handsome youths. The god of night swept his arm across and smashed the illusion of a monster flying above the roof with a slap. Meng Long changed her posture and sat on the railing. She said disdainfully, "So weak?" The lonely master explained, "That demon has already scattered a bit of its spiritual aura. It's quite good to have such a strong body." Probably because they had seen the god of night crush the fox demon with their own eyes, the disparity between the victory and defeat was great, so the danger shouldn't be great. Therefore, the master and disciple, as well as the Taoist companion cultivator, who were looking into the distance at other places in the lion's garden, intentionally or unintentionally, started to use their divine abilities to slay the demon. The fiery red fox on the old man's shoulder leaped into the air. Its body trembled and suddenly became countless times bigger. When it landed on a roof ridge, it was already a fire fox with a body as large as an ox. Its entire body was covered in flames. The tall youth waved his arm. and the dark green snake that coiled around his arm like a bamboo leaf also pounced, turning into a giant snake that was 20 feet long. They each pounced on the black-robed youths who were frantically fleeing out of the lion's garden. The pair of Taoist companions moved together and chose a place near the garden. One of them unsheathed the long sword on his back, like a sword master controlling a sword to kill the enemy. The other formed a seal with both hands, stepped on the dipper steps, opened his mouth, and spat out a mouthful of dense spiritual aura. It spread into the garden like a fog that enveloped the flowers and trees. In the blink of an eye, in the garden, there were all kinds of phantoms with the height of an arm. When they caught up with the black-robed youths, those phantoms exploded with a bang. Chun Pingon, Shiro, and Zong each occupied one side. Together with the master, disciple, and Taoist companion, there were a total of 4 people guarding the west side of the lion's garden. Chun Pingon stood on the wall and punched. Shiro used the golden dragon whisker demon binding rope to block. However, there were too many demonic illusions. There were still nearly 40 black-robed youths on the 4 sides of the lion's garden's outer wall. They were constantly crashing into the wall with the golden talisman flood dragon. Zhang's master Dugu did not allow Meng Long to use her intrinsic flying sword, and he himself was watching from the sidelines. Therefore, there were many fish that escaped the net. Even so, the god of night was too intimidating. Many of the demonic illusions that were originally running towards Zhang's high wall changed their escape route at the last moment. Zhang's direction was the one with the least number of collisions. Although the west side had many people and had 4 cultivators overseeing it, it was the most dangerous area where the number of collisions was highest. As for Shiro's side, she was slightly flustered. After all, she was not the kind of ghost that was good at killing. Furthermore, she did not dare to use the trump card that Cui Dongshan had given her. Therefore, nearly 10 black-robed youths crashed into the wall and were then melted by the long river of golden light on the outer wall. Some of the illusions that were lucky enough to break free continued crashing into the wall, facing death with equanimity. Fortunately, Shiro did not make too many mistakes. Chun Pingon's punches did not seem to be fast, but he blocked them with the most ease. Using the 6-step stance, he turned back and forth on the wall, flipped his sleeves, and sent out a mighty fist aura. However, the golden flood dragon that used the snow-white wall as a river had already dimmed a little. As for the surrounding walls, there were countless small doors that had been smashed into countless holes. Chun Pingon seemed to be dealing with these dazzling black-robed youths again after drawing talismans. His pure true chi was insufficient, and he had to stop to take a breath. At this moment, over at the Liu family's ancestral hall, it was as if a turtle had flipped its back. Then there was an earthquake in all directions, rumbling loudly. The commotion was the most intense in the west. Meng Long suddenly stood up, formed a seal with both hands, closed her eyes, and used a secret technique to send her spirit out of her body, attaching it to the god of night. The golden-armored deity opened his eyes, bent his knees slightly, and rose from the ground. A huge pit appeared under his feet. The 30-foot tall god of night flew towards the west. The god of night's feet stepped on the west side's high wall garden, sinking deep into the ground. Then he squatted down, raised an arm, and smashed heavily into the ground, sending mud flying. He forcefully broke a small mountain root under the lion's garden. Master Duga hesitated for a moment, but still did not make a move. A handsome young man of 50 to 60 feet in height broke out of the ground, almost as tall as the monster, and rushed towards the wall over there. The golden flood dragon that circled around the wall was like a tripping rope for the black-robed youth. It, who had revealed its true form, continued to roar and stride forward, so that the talisman's golden light from other places was dragged in its direction. It had already smashed through the wall, but there was still a golden talisman's rope stuck to its knees. It raised its leg high, but still could not break free from the troublesome rope, so it simply continued to run forward. The golden flood dragon that was originally connected from head to tail suddenly snapped. It was pulled forward by the black-robed great demon that had revealed its golden body, swaying on the ground. It was like a big fish that had not left the hook, but its strength was so great that even the fishing line and the fishing rod had to be dragged away. Chun Pingon reached out and pressed on the opening of the blade's strengthening gourd, thinking, "Something's wrong, let's wait a little longer." A slender figure that had been standing on the top of the pavilion all this time, a white rainbow hung in the sky, and the pavilion under its feet collapsed suddenly. Lu Boqi, who had finally made a move, was already taller than Zhang, and directly cut the golden body into two halves. She did not even look at the real golden body and sneered, "Go!" A person holding a blade floated out from her back. He was taller than a normal person, and his body was like the mercury thunder liquid. He held a slender black blade that was even longer than a person. It disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he stabbed the tip of the blade into a small hole in the wall and stood still. Shiro swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked down. She saw that the tip of the blade had stabbed into a snow-white, palm-sized wriggling monster. Lu Boqi rushed to the wall near Shiro and walked towards the deity, holding the blade. The two of them overlapped again, and only Lu Boqi remained. However, the extremely long blade was still there, still floating in the air. Lu Boqi walked to the tip of the blade and smiled. "Got you." She did not immediately put the treasure-level demon into her bag, but turned to look at the tall wall far away, at the young man in white whose hand had already left the blade, strengthening gourd, and asked, "What do you say? You have more people. Do you want to fight for it?" Chun Pingon smiled. "Don't pretend to be a good guy after getting the advantage." Lu Boqi said considerately, "I don't deny that you did a lot to catch this guy, but I don't have the habit of sharing treasures with others, so I'm afraid you'll be unhappy. Why don't we fight to decide who this little thing belongs to? I can promise not to kill anyone, and after that, you'll be convinced. Maybe you'll feel lucky that you're still alive." Chun Pingon walked along the wall toward the female champion of the Saber Division. At the embroidery tower, Zhu Lian rushed out and stood on a raised roof near Lu Boqi, exactly the same as when the female champion first appeared in their courtyard. Shiro walked a few steps and stopped in the air, first giving way to Chun Pingon on the wall. When Chun Pingon brushed past her, she followed him. Chun Pingon first waved his hand at Zhu Lian. Lu Boqi also came to the wall and walked towards Chun Pingon. Lu Boqi left the natal item Jiazhua where it was and only held the unsheathed blade. Wu Shen. She had a strange look in her eyes and asked, "Just you alone?" Chun Pingon reached behind her and continued forward, already holding the hilt of the sword deity. A female champion of the Saber Division, a pure martial artist with a half-immortal weapon on his back. The two were only 50 steps apart. Lu Boqi suddenly turned to look at the peak of a green mountain. Chun Pingon turned his head almost at the same time and saw an old man's figure disappear over there. Lu Boqi looked away, and from the corner of his eye, he saw the Lu clansmen running over. Among them was a poor limping scholar. Lu Boqi sheathed his blade. "I'll take 70%, you take 30. Seeing Chun Pingon's confusion, she was angry. "What? You don't want it?" Chun Pingon remembered her gaze just now and had an idea. He let go of the sword hilt, put one hand behind his back, and stroked the blade, strengthening gourd with the other, and smiled. "I'll agree to a 50-50 split." Lu Boqi narrowed his eyes. "Don't push your luck. It's a good habit to stop while you're ahead." Shiro sighed, looking regretful, as if she was persuading Chun Pingon, but also as if she was afraid that Chun Pingon and Lu Boqi would fight. She said softly, "Young master, why don't we just let it go? You're not just from the mountain, and it's not bad to have a good reputation. Let's just let the deity take advantage of you." Once this is over, you still have to stay in Qinghuan to watch the debate between Buddhism and Taoism and visit old friends. Reputation is very important to scholars who care about their reputation. Chen Ping'an put one hand behind his back and gave Shiro a thumbs up. Lu Boqi glanced at Shiro. You're a ghost woman hiding in an old man's skin. Don't you find it disgusting? Shiro smiled without saying anything. The Lu clansmen were getting closer and closer. Lu Boqi stretched out her hand and grabbed her life blade. She then took out an extremely small hand from her sleeve and twisted the gourd, putting the slug into the yellow gourd. She lowered her voice and said angrily to Chen Ping'an, "We'll split the spoils later." Chen Ping'an smiled and nodded. Okay. Old Assistant Minister Lu and his family were naturally grateful to everyone for working together to subdue the demon. They were especially grateful to Lu Boqi and Chen Ping'an. Cripple Lu Qingshan's eyes were red. He found a chance to bow to the middle-aged female Taoist priest, followed by Chen Ping'an and the rest. Lu Boqi pursed her lips and did not say anything. At night, the Lion's Garden held a celebratory banquet. Lu Boqi was still expressionless. She only occasionally picked up some food with her chopsticks. However, even if she felt that it was boring and a waste of time, she still sat until the end of the banquet. The next day, for some reason, Lu Qingshan stood side by side with Lu Boqi and invited Chen Ping'an to the Lion's Garden to enjoy the scenery. Chen Ping'an declined tactfully, but to no avail. He could only go for a walk with them. On the way, Lu Boqi coldly glanced at Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an ignored her. The sun was just right today. After receiving Chen Ping'an's approval, Pei Qian volunteered to go alone. She was like an ant-moving house, drawing books and bamboo slips in an empty space in the Lion's Garden. After busying herself, Pei Qian squatted on the ground, satisfied. Two people walked over from afar. Pei Qian knew their identities. The old man was called Fu Sheng, and the middle-aged scholar was surnamed Lu. He was a teacher at the Lion's Garden. Therefore, Pei Qian did not stop them from approaching. The middle-aged scholar stood in the distance and stopped in his tracks. Only the old man walked to Pei Qian's side and asked with a smile, "Young lady, can I take a look at the contents of the bamboo slips?" Pei Qian stood up and bowed. After greeting Fu Sheng, she thought for a moment and squatted back on the ground. She waved her hand and said, "Take a look. It's not like it's something shameful. It's good. My master painstakingly copied it from a book, or he traveled far and wide and heard about it from others. Just like Zhu Lian's recent nonsense about the hardships of life, it was the best way to teach people how to behave." Chen Ping'an also engraved it on a bamboo slip. However, Pei Qian did not like this bamboo slip the most, so she placed it at the outermost place, all by itself. Anyway, she felt that this bamboo slip could not compare to her master's other bamboo slips. Pei Qian raised her head and said meticulously, "Old man, I'll say this first. If you see these treasures from my master's collection, if my master gets angry, you'll have to bear the consequences. You don't know how strict my master is with me. Sigh, I can't help it. My master likes me. Copying books, moving stool. Forget it. Old man, you probably don't understand these things. The old man who studies in the study room probably doesn't even know how much a steamed bun costs." Pei Qian solemnly reminded him again, "Old man, you can't let my kindness go unrewarded. Do you hit the mark?" The old man in blue smiled and said, "Yes." So the young one squatted in place, and the old one also squatted down. They skimmed through the bamboo slips one by one, gently picking them up and carefully putting them down. This made Pei Qian breathe a sigh of relief. After skimming through about half of the bamboo slips, the old man asked with a smile, "The biggest fist is the biggest principle in the world. Little girl, do you believe this?" Pei Qian said without hesitation, "Of course I do. Otherwise, Why would I practice my stool and my sword skills every day at such a young age? Jianghu is very dangerous. There are countless bad guys. Pei Qian originally wanted to say a few words about her lofty ambitions, but she suddenly remembered what Old Wei said. It was taboo in Jianghu to talk too much with strangers, so she held back. These heartfelt words should be kept in her own heart. It was enough that her master alone knew. In the distance, the middle-aged Confucian habitually frowned, but the old man laughed heartily. Pei Qian didn't know what was so funny. She turned over some of the bamboo slips nearby to bask in the sun. As she worked hard, she said, casually, but my master taught me that if I want to explain this principle clearly, I have to talk about the order. The order can't be wrong. As a person, you have to be reasonable first, and then, when your fist is big, it's more convenient to reason with unreasonable people. It's not like persuading people to only talk about whether your fist is strong or not, and then you forget to be cautious, restrain yourself, ask yourself, and so on. Alas, my master said that I'm young, and that it's enough to remember these. Whether I understand or not, it's all waiting for me in the book. Pei Qian finally came to a conclusion. Therefore, what old Mr. said is reasonable, but not complete. The middle-aged Confucian's face became slightly better. The old man didn't laugh at Pei Qian, nor did he say anything. Pei Qian's eyes were shining. Old man, is my master's knowledge very great? The old man replied, just from your master's words, I can't tell whether his knowledge is great or not, but at least he's right. Yes, he's not wrong. It sounds simple, but it's actually quite difficult. It's even more difficult to practice this principle. Pei Qian raised her eyebrows and angrily blocked the old man from continuing to look at the bamboo slips. She crossed her arms. Then, old man, you should look at less bamboo slips. The old man smiled. Oh, this little girl is quite vengeful. Pei Qian nodded. Respect the old and love the young. Old man, you're old, and I'm young, so we're even. Old man, don't take advantage of your seniority in front of a little girl. The old man could only say, your master's teaching is right. What's even more commendable is that he was able to preserve your spiritual qi. Your master is very powerful. Pei Qian smiled happily at first, then shook her head. Old man, do you want to look at more bamboo slips? Fine, fine. Look, I'm afraid of you old masters. You have so many tricks up your sleeves. Alas, it's worrying. As a result, even the middle-aged Confucian had a smile on his face. The holy master had once compiled a book, and the purpose of the book was only to be free from evil. As a result, in order to protect the holy master's moral integrity, a great sage in the future could not arbitrarily delete some pages, so the annotations and exegesis were very difficult. This made Mr. Fu laugh at him. The middle-aged Confucian deeply agreed. It seemed that the 3 religions, 100 schools, emperors, generals, ministers, and the whole world had this problem. However, the middle-aged Confucian felt that Mr. Fu was a little strange today, and he actually smiled. After staying in the lion's garden for so long, he had never smiled. After looking through the bamboo slips, the old man stood up and looked at the little girl who was still diligently flipping through the bamboo slips. He wanted to help. Pei Qian hurriedly waved her hand and used her arm to wipe the sweat on her forehead. She smiled. I respect my elders very much. I don't need your help. Otherwise, if my master sees this, he'll pull my ear. The old man smiled and left. He stretched out his hand and gestured twice, indicating that Pei Qian did not need to stand up and bow. It was a sign of love for the young. The 2 masters walked side by side on the tree-lined path. The middle-aged Confucian wanted to say something, but stopped. The old man named Fu Sheng smiled faintly. If I'm not mistaken, that young man is the last disciple of the old scholar. The middle-aged Confucian had a complicated expression. Fu Sheng sighed. Let's not worry about it. The middle-aged Confucian nodded and asked, then, when will Mr. accept Lu Qingshan as your disciple? I feel that Lu Qingshan has already passed this examination. Fu Sheng shook his head. It's still early. After reading thousands of books in the study room, I understand some of the principles, but how do I do it? I still need Lu Qingshan to travel thousands of miles and see more people and things. The middle-aged Confucian asked, Mr. is preparing to bring Lu Qingshan back to the Central Divine Continent and then give Lu Qingshan the copies of the books that Mr. saved in the past? Fu Sheng thought for a moment. I may not necessarily accompany this child on his travels. It's too conspicuous, and it may not be a good thing. The old man, who was once known as the continuation of the world's Confucianism, suddenly smiled. Although the old scholar's literary vein is different from ours, I have to admit that his eye for choosing disciples from Cui Dong to Zhuo and then to Qi Jingchan is getting better and better. The middle-aged Confucian shook his head. That young man, at least for the time being, does not deserve Mr. Fu Sheng's praise. The cripple Lu Qingshan brought Qin Pingan and Lu Boqi to his study room. Lu Boqi saw the small wooden box at a glance. Inside it was a treasure that belonged to the last emperor of a great dynasty. In the hands of a Qi cultivator who was not on the right path and did not have high standards, it was just a small gold nugget. At most, it could be sold for a few coins. Of course, she belonged to the group of cultivators who were not on the right path. She had some ideas. After that, Mr. Dugu and the maidservant Meng Long were the first to leave the lion's garden, bringing along the two secular antiques. As for the master and disciple cultivator, who continued to travel with them, Lu Boqi took out a pile of divine money from somewhere, and they returned with a full load. After that, it was the pair of cultivators who left. They also had a rich harvest. Their pockets were filled with small amounts of money, which far exceeded their expectations. They were overjoyed. Qin Pingan had wanted to leave long ago, but Lu Qingshan kept asking him to stay. He stayed for 3 more days and toured the entire lion's garden. In fact, Lu Qingshan would occasionally frown, which was why he had to drink with Qin Pingan every time. Qin Pingan knew that it was a family matter of the embroidery building. However, Qin Pingan would not get involved in these matters. In these few days, Lu Boqi went to the small courtyard to look for Qin Pingan twice. The first time was to tell Qin Pingan that she had beaten the willow tree queen half to death. She should be very obedient for the next 100 years. The second time was to split the spoils with Qin Pingan. A treasure realm demon could not be cut in half with a magical knife. In fact, any treasure realm demon in the world, as long as it was raised and trained properly, it could achieve great Tao. Of course, even if it was a waste of divine money and opportunities, killing it and seizing its treasures would still be a huge fortune. Therefore, Lu Boqi converted it into a sum of money and treated it as Qin Pingan's reward for winning. After Lu Boqi left, Qin Pingan and Pei Qian, master and disciple, faced the small mountain of money on the table. Pei Qian smiled brightly. Qin Pingan also smiled and patted Pei Qian's head. Then I won't pull your ear. Pei Qian was confused. What? Qin Pingan bent over the table and did not give an answer. He looked at the small mountain of money. Pei Qian crossed his arms and straightened his back. He did not think about that sentence and asked happily, Master, I didn't lose money this time, did I? Qin Pingan sat up and stretched out his hands with a smile, rubbing Pei Qian's cheeks and flattening them. Zhu Lian sat at the door and flipped through a book. He was focused on reading and could not bear to turn the page when he saw something interesting. He missed that old senior son. Sure, Ro glanced at Zhu Lian's book and almost angered her to death. On the last day of the Lion's Garden, just as Qin Pingan's group was about to leave for the capital, Lu Boqi came alone at daybreak. He handed Qin Pingan the treasure he had taken out from the wooden box and said expressionlessly, This is what old Assistant Minister Lu agreed to in the beginning. It's yours. If you use it to refine your natal item, it will be extremely outstanding. Because in this small gold nugget, other than the remnant literary luck of a secular dynasty, It also contains the literary luck of the Liu family after hundreds of years in the lion's garden. I have no use for it, but if you, Chun Pingon, succeed in refining it, it will have a miraculous effect on a half-educated person like you. Most importantly, even if you already have a mental natal item, you can still refine it and melt it. It can even help your original natal item improve a grade. In the future, on the path of cultivation, you will naturally have twice the results with half the effort. Chun Pingon took the small treasure and examined it carefully. Then he handed it back to Lu Boqi and said softly, "Help me secretly put it back in the study room of Luqing Mountain. Remember not to put it in an eye-catching place." Lu Boqi frowned and said, "You don't want it? You think I'm lying to you, and that this treasure does not live up to its name?" Chun Pingon could not be bothered to explain it to her. He called for Pei Qian, who already had a bag slung over her shoulder and a walking stick in her hand. They left the courtyard and walked along the quiet path outside the lion's garden. Lu Boqi remained in the courtyard and suddenly smiled. If Chun Pingon dared to accept it, she would draw her blade and kill him. In that case, why did Chun Pingon reject this gift that was perfectly justified? Was it because he sensed her motives and did not dare to accept it? Or was it because he really did not want to accept it? Lu Boqi did not think too deeply about it. Since the treasure was left behind, then Chun Pingon's thoughts had nothing to do with her. Pei Qian bounced along beside Chun Pingon, who was walking the six-step pile. She asked curiously, "Master, why don't you want that piece of gold? It looks very likable. And that crown princess also said so many benefits." Chun Pingon smiled as he walked the pile. "The literary luck of the Liu family is tied to it. If we take it away, what about Luqing Mountain? He even gave you a book." Pei Qian thought for a moment and nodded. "That's right. Uncle Cripple is already so pitiful. Let him keep it." Then Pei Qian followed Chun Pingon to walk the pile. Pei Qian laughed coldly. "Master, isn't this called a gentleman not taking what others like?" Chun Pingon did not stop punching and walked slowly. He shook his head and said, "I am still far from being a real gentleman." "How far? Is it that far from the lion's garden to here?" "Probably farther than the lotus flower-blessed land to the lion's garden." "So far?" "Yes, master. But no matter how far it is, we can still walk, right?" "Yes. The premise is that we don't go the wrong way." Pei Qian suddenly stopped and stood still for a while. She waited until Zhu Lian and Shiro walked past her. Then she quietly reached behind her, and clenched her fist. She ran to Zhu Lian and asked with a smile, "Do you want to know what I'm hiding in my hand?" Zhu Lian's face darkened. "Get lost." Pei Qian reached out to Shiro. "Sister Shiro, why don't you guess? If you guess correctly, I'll give it to you." Shiro rolled her eyes. Chun Pingon was secretly laughing, but when he saw Pei Qian looking at him with a smile, he did not wait for her to speak and immediately knocked her down. 395. After exiting the small path of the lion garden, they passed by a small lake and a patch of emerald green reeds. With a turn, they would be able to enter the official road to the capital of Qinghuan Kingdom. As a result, when they walked out of the small path of the reeds, they saw someone riding an ox cart. They had just entered the small path from the official road. The road was narrow and bumpy. When the ox cart bounced, the man in green, who was sitting at the back, was almost flung off. He was dizzy and almost fell apart. The driver was a youth who looked like a page boy, probably because he had been urged by his master all the way. His impetuous age and temperament, plus his unfamiliar driving skills, the ox happily rushed into the small path. In the end, he did not expect that at the end of the small path, there would be a group of people walking out from the reed bank of the lion garden. The person in the lead was a little girl who was bouncing and holding a walking stick. If they bumped into her, wouldn't they die? The young attendant panicked. and the green-robed man was even more anxious. One of them was in a flurry, and the other one reminded Pei Qian loudly. As a result, Pei Qian opened his eyes wide and stared at the ox cart. The old ox was swaying back and forth, dragging the two big fools, and dashed into the lake filled with reeds. In fact, Pei Qian had already dodged. She stood in the middle of a large patch of reeds. Even if the ox cart went straight ahead, there would be no problem. It would definitely not hit her. What? There were people taking a bath early in the morning. Could it be that they were actually a group of immortals? That ox could pull the cart and walk on water. Especially immortal? Didn't she ride a yellow ox that belonged to the earth ox before? It was indeed magical. It went up the mountain and into the water steadily, but the scene in front of her didn't seem to be the case. One big and one small shouting, and then with a splash they disappeared. Pei Qian moved her feet and looked along the small path where the ox cart rolled over the reeds. The whole ox cart directly rushed into the water. Pei Qian pinched her chin and fell into deep thought. She heard that the immortals on the mountain only needed to carry the water-repelling pearl to explore the abyss and wade through the water to catch dragons, as if they were walking on flat ground. Zhu Lian and Shiro flew to save the ox. Chun Pingon pulled Pei Qian's ear. "Watch the road carefully." Pei Qian stood on his tiptoes and begged for mercy loudly. He explained, "How could I have known that the ox cart would not take the right path? It was like a drunken man, twisting and swaying. That's how I ended up in the ditch. Ouch, 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 ouch. Master, I've really made way for it. Moreover, you've seen ox carts and mule carts before. Aren't they all slow? This ox cart is so domineering that it wants to fly." Chun Pingon loosened his hand and let Pei Qian stand still. Pei Qian grimaced in pain and rubbed his ears. It really hurt. Sure enough, Zhu Lian had a crow's beak telling him not to get carried away. Chun Pingon breathed a sigh of relief. After Zhu Lian and Shiro entered the water, they quickly carried the master and servant, as well as the oxen and the cart, ashore. The young man still had a lingering fear in his heart. He sat on the reeds that had been crushed by the ox cart and cried loudly. After the old ox came ashore, it shook its body and just happened to hit the young man's head with its tail. It stopped crying. The green-robed man was about 30 years old and did not look old. After he was rescued ashore, he bowed to Shiro in gratitude. Chun Pingon walked over and cupped his fist to apologize. The green-robed man was ashamed and hurriedly bowed again to apologize. Finally, the man wiped the water stains on his face. His eyes lit up, and he asked Chun Pingon, "Are you the child Chun who joined hands with the female immortal master to save our lion garden?" Chun Pingon nodded and asked tentatively, "Are you Magistrate Lu?" The green-robed man laughed heartily. "I'm Lu Qingfeng, Lu Qingshan's eldest brother. Old assistant minister Lu's eldest son, Lu Qingfeng, was now a county magistrate. Although he could not say that he had a meteoric rise, he could be considered a scholar who had a smooth career. However, when his father was Lu Jingting, who had a smooth career and a famous scholar, Lu Qingfeng seemed very mediocre. At his age, Lu Jingting was about to become the assistant minister of rights of Qingyuan. Lu Jingting was also recognized as the leader of the literary world and a refined master of the country. Now, looking at his eldest son, Lu Qingfeng, it was no wonder that people would sigh for a tiger father and a dog son. It should be known that after Lu Jingting passed away, he would definitely receive a first-class title in the imperial court. This was something that was set in stone. As for what the word after literary was, could it be righteous, loyal, or even the slightly inferior respectful or chung? Both were possible. Both required the emperor's special edict and could not be decided by the ministers. Previously, the imperial court thought that the former was more likely. However, After the second son, Lu Qingshan, became a cripple, the expectations were greatly lowered. Not to mention that there were only a handful of literati in the history of Qingyuan, they even felt that it was a bit difficult to become a literati. Chen Pinggan called Pei Qian. Pei Qian, who had been like being stuck with an immortal's talisman, felt as if she had been granted amnesty. She ran all the way to Chen Pinggan, bowed to Lu Qingfeng and the young attendant, and loudly explained her many mistakes. In fact, in her heart, Pei Qian did not feel that she had done anything wrong. She even complained that Lu Qingfeng was too useless. However, her master was angry. What could she do? Not to mention an apology that would not make her lose her flesh. Even if she was asked to pay for it and move things out of the treasure box, Pei Qian could only do it obediently. Lu Qingfeng hurriedly spoke for Pei Qian. Only then did Pei Qian feel better. She felt that this scholar, who had become a county magistrate, was quite sensible. After that, of course, he urged Chen Pinggan to go back to the Lion Garden together. However, when Chen Pinggan said that he wanted to go to the capital to see if he could catch up with the end of the debate between Buddhism and Taoism, Lu Qingfeng felt embarrassed to persuade him again. Chen Pinggan first helped Lu Qingfeng repair the ox cart. Then they said goodbye and continued on their way. After turning into the official road, Zhu Lian said with a smile, "I think Lu Qingfeng, the eldest son of the old assistant minister of the Lion Garden, is more suitable to be an official than his younger brother, Lu Qingshan." Chen Pinggan did not comment. Lu Qingshan was more scholarly and talented. He was full of strategies and was more of a gentleman. His elder brother, Lu Qingfeng, did not seem to be so sharp and had almost no edges. However, Chen Pinggan felt that the two brothers were both scholars that the world needed. That was all. As for who would be more successful in the future, in the final analysis, weren't they all a family in the Lion Garden? Chen Pinggan asked, "Pei Qian, do you know what is the most admirable thing about County Magistrate Lu?" Pei Qian blurted out. After becoming an official, his temper is good, and he doesn't put on airs. Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "It's from the bottom of his heart. He didn't hesitate to put himself in danger to make way for you." "Oh," Pei Qian replied, not fully understanding. "Master, I'll write it down first. Just like 2 days ago when I was drying the bamboo slips in the lion's den, when the sun is hot, I'll flip through these things from time to time." Chen Pinggan nodded and rubbed her head. He didn't say anything else. Zhu Lian said with a smile, "Young master, will I have a chance to help you punch in the future?" Chen Pinggan said without hesitation, "Sure." Zhu Lian then turned his head to look at Pei Qian. "See, this is from the bottom of my heart. You have to know that between martial artists in the world, it's like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, lightly hitting and releasing. There's no benefit at all. If I want to have an effect, I have to show my true ability. Once I show my true ability, my fist will have a murderous aura, and my body will have a murderous aura. Then, if I had a premeditated plan, the murderous intent in my heart will be hidden very well. However, young master still trusts me. This is called from the bottom of my heart." Pei Qian still didn't understand, and thought carefully, "Old chef, when you finish flipping through the books in the Lion Garden every day, you would talk to yourself, saying that you don't have any money in your pocket, and that you'll feel anxious if you miss those beautiful books in the capital. You also said that the Qing-Yuan Kingdom's erotic art is the best in the Aquarius continent. If you enter the treasure mountain and return empty-handed, wouldn't you be heartbroken? Tell me honestly, are you trying to cheat my master's money to buy those books and erotic art?" Zhu Lian's face blushed and he rubbed his hands without saying a word. Chen Pinggan made a prompt decision. "I can give you a punch, but I don't have any money." Zhu Lian was anxious. "Young master, we've earned money from this trip to the Lion Garden. Although this old servant didn't do anything this time, but the sun and the moon are clear, my loyalty can be seen." Chen Pingan said to Pei Qian. You tell him. Pei Qian raised his voice and said loudly, Damn the money. The money that enters my master's pocket is no longer money. Shiro walked at the back, lamenting in her heart. Look, it's easy to change mountains and rivers, but it's hard to change one's temperament. These three are here again. Lu Qingfeng complained to the page boy along the way, but Lu Qingfeng didn't talk back, nor did he use his status to suppress him. The two people were wet all over, and they took the ox cart to the lion garden. The page boy saw the familiar outline of the lion garden after passing the stone cliff and the old tree, and he immediately stopped complaining. The boy grew up here, and he was very fond of his childhood sweetheart. Zhao Ye, in the Qing generation, the old assistant minister Lu Jingting's 5 children, from the oldest to the youngest, happened to be Fenjia Xin Qingyu. After changing into a clean set of clothes, Lu Qingfeng went straight to his younger brother's study. The page boy said that the master was already waiting there. The three of them sat down. After Lu Jingting saw Lu Qingfeng, he felt relieved. This relaxed state of mind was no less than seeing the monster being captured with his own eyes. Perhaps no one could imagine that, whether it was Chen Pingan, Lu Boqi, or even most people in the Lion Garden, the real backbone of the Lion Garden was Lu Qingfeng, who didn't have a high official rank and was mediocre in talent, and not Lu Jingting, who was the master of the family. Lu Boqi had peeped on the three of them drinking, but his attention was attracted by Lu Qingshan, and he didn't enjoy the taste of the drinking game. However, the changes in the mentality of the three of them were gradual and natural, and it was not deliberately done by Lu Qingfeng. The extremely pragmatic and meritorious eldest son, Lu Qingfeng, had long taken on the role of Lu Jingting's guest and assistant. Because Lu Qingshan stayed in the Lion Garden to study except for traveling and imperial examinations, Lu Qingfeng was different. When Lu Jingting was an official in the capital, he, as the eldest son, had been accompanying him in the capital. Therefore, he was involved in the government affairs of the old assistant minister much earlier than Lu Qingshan, and was more familiar with the changes in the imperial court of Qingwan Kingdom. Lu Qingfeng smiled and said, I have carefully read the letter that father sent to the county government. Lu Qingshan found that his brother was looking at him with a smile, and suddenly felt a little uneasy. Lu Qingfeng suddenly laughed. Lu Qingshan's face was slightly red. Big brother? Lu Jingting sighed and said, If I had listened to you about the Willow Tree Queen earlier and talked to her openly, maybe our relationship wouldn't be as stiff as it is now. Lu Qingfeng comforted him and said, Father, whether it's a person or a god receiving incense, the matter of temperament is the root. In fact, it's not something that we can change with just a few words and heartfelt words. Fortunately, the Willow Tree Queen shares the honor and disgrace of the Lion Garden's Lu family. This disaster can be regarded as a warning to her, and it's a blessing in disguise. This is all thanks to the chivalrous child Qin and the female Taoist priest that Qingshan is familiar with. Her surname is Lu. What's her name again? Lu Qingshan became angry and said, Lu Boqi, big brother, are you done? Lu Qingfeng stopped smiling and asked seriously, Do you really like her? Lu Qingshan was a little embarrassed and looked around. Lu Jingting hesitated for a moment and said helplessly, After all, the female Taoist priest is a cultivator on the mountain. If we only talk about the Lion Garden, we can't be too grateful. But when it comes to your brother's marriage, alas, it's a mess. As the old assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights of Qingwan country, he was no stranger to the immortals or passing immortals in the country's jurisdiction. In addition, the emperor of the Tang family had always been strong, so he, as an assistant minister, had always had a strong back when facing immortals and cultivators. It was just that it was difficult for an honest official to resolve family disputes. Lu Qingfeng signaled his father with his eyes that he knew what to do. He said to Lu Qingshan, Qingshan, I believe in you. If you like her, you really like her. You have carefully considered her appearance, background, and character. I also believe in your taste. As your brother, I won't talk about this, and I won't criticize you too. Then let's assume that the female Taoist priest from another continent, named Lu Boqi, may marry into our lion garden and become Qingshan's legal wife. Then we have to consider two things. First, Lu Boqi is a cultivator, so we don't ask her to deal with daily necessities. The question is she willing to cultivate in the lion's garden and treat Lu Qingshan with sincerity as husband and wife? Or is she going to think that she is the immortal master of the mountain and is above Lu Qingshan in everything and even meddle in the household affairs of the lion's garden? Second, Qingshan, did she say anything to imply that you should cultivate magic with her? Did she want you to abandon all the holy books, leave the lion garden, and climb the mountain? In the beginning, the love between men and women in the world makes people feel that everything is beautiful and moving. Just like this lion garden built in the green mountains and clear waters like a paradise, generations of people have respected the land goddess willow tree. What happens when things come to the end? If it weren't for the fact that goddess willow tree could move, she would have left the lion garden and fled far away. 7 generations of the Lu family had established good karma and incense offerings. In the end, in the ancestral hall, in front of so many ancestral tablets, weren't Queen Willow's words also extremely hurtful? So, Qingshan, it's not that I don't want you to be with Lu Boqi. I just want you to understand that there are 2 different worlds on the mountain and below the mountain. A scholarly family and a cultivator are 2 different worlds. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. After marriage, will Lu Boqi accommodate you, or will you, Lu Qingshan, obey her? Have you thought about it? Have you thought about it? Have you thought about it clearly? Yes, Lu Boqi has done a great favor for the Lion's Denver. Not only did he subdue the demon and save our Lu family from the brink of collapse, but he also spent a lot of money on our behalf. However, Qingshan, you have to understand that it's not that our Lu family is unwilling to repay Lu Boqi's great kindness. From father to me, to the entire Lion's Den, you don't have to bear the burden alone. If the Lu family of the Lion's Den can't repay Lu Boqi's kindness in 1 generation, then 2, 3, and so on. As long as Lu Boqi is willing to wait, we're willing to continue to repay him. Lu Qingfeng sighed and said, "Don't blame me for being so materialistic and gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. It's really that if we think more today, we will have less to worry about in the coming year. No matter what I say, I still hope that you, Qingshan, can live well. At the same time, of course, I have my own selfish motives. As your elder brother, I admit that I don't have the ability to carry the Lu family's teachings and traditions of the Lion Garden. You still need to inherit them." Lu Qingshan got up. Because of his lame leg, his shoulders were crooked. He looked free and easy. He bowed and said, "I'll go and ask." Lu Qingfeng's eyes flashed with a complicated look. He said softly, "There are many immortals in the world. Qingshan, don't worry, I can cure you. I can promise you." Lu Qingshan only thought that his elder brother was comforting him and left with a smile. Lu Jingting, on the other hand, was experienced and insightful. He was most familiar with his eldest son's temperament. He was unusually calm and open-minded, far beyond ordinary people. Therefore, the old assistant minister's face changed slightly. Lu Qingshan closed the door after Lu Qingfeng left the study room. Lu Qingfeng looked tired and said with a smile, "On the way here, I happened to meet Qin Pingan." Lu Jingting suppressed the trembling in his heart and said with a smile, "What do you think?" Lu Qingfeng nodded and said, "An extremely rare mountain person. He's more like a serious scholar from a rich family." Lu Jingting smiled and said, "Indeed." Lu Qingfeng wanted to say something, but stopped. Lu Jingting stood up and put his hand on his eldest son's shoulder. Don't be so polite. Qingshan will understand your good intentions in the future. As for father, to be honest, I don't think you're right, but I don't think you're wrong either. Lu Qifeng looked sad. Lu Jingting said, Go and see Qingqing. She is close to Qingshan, but she is in awe of you. Therefore, some words are more useful for you to say. Lu Qingfeng nodded and said, I'll sit for a while. After I meet the two gentlemen, I'll go to the embroidery building. Lu Jingting sighed and said, Of course. The old assistant minister left the study room first. Lu Qingfeng sat alone in a chair and turned to look at the couplet. Thousands of troops in the pen, thousands of horses and soldiers in the poem, leaded Qi through the ancient and modern times. Bibliotheca taught the descendants. In fact, this was not written by the owner of the study room, Lu Qingshan. It was written by Lu Qingfeng himself as a gift to Lu Qingshan during his brother's coronation ceremony. Lu Qingfeng looked bleak as he walked out of the study room to meet the old master Fu Sheng and the middle-aged Confucian scholar Mr. Lu. The former was not at the school. Only the latter was. Lu Qifeng asked the latter some questions about knowledge before he left and went to the embroidery building to find his sister Lu Qingqing. After Lu Qifeng left, the old master Fu Sheng appeared out of thin air. The middle-aged Confucian scholar asked, Sir, what Lu Qingfeng did was right to drag Lu Qingshan into the vortex of the battle between the three sects of Qingwan Kingdom. Fu Sheng smiled and said, Didn't someone say that what happened yesterday died yesterday, and what happened today lives today? Today's right or wrong may not be right or wrong in the future. It still depends on the person. Besides, this is the Lu family's matter. I also want to take this opportunity to see how much Lu Qingfeng has read. The integrity of a scholar can only be achieved through hard work. The middle-aged Confucian scholar was helpless. It was not polite for Mr. Fu to talk about the actions of the Confucian scholars with Buddhist teachings. However, Mr. Fu was highly respected in the Confucian temple of the Central Plains. He also knew that Mr. Fu's vision was very far. If it did not involve the deviation of Lu Qingfeng's path, Mr. Fu would not interfere. If Lu Qingfeng didn't stand up for Queen Willow in the ancestral hall this time, Lu Qingfeng would only know for the rest of his life that the two teachers in the family school had stayed in the Lion's Garden for so many years and then returned home one day, never to be heard of again. In fact, all kinds of opportunities in the world were like this. There might be differences in size. The 100 schools of thought and the immortals on the mountain had their own paths to take in disciples. The entry point of choosing disciples was different, but in fact, the nature was the same. It still depended on whether the person who was tested could grasp it. The Taoist immortals especially liked this. Compared to Mr. Fu Sheng's view, it was more bumpy and complicated. The ups and downs of honor and disgrace, the separation of life and death, the relationship between father and son, husband and wife, many worries, and many temptations might need to be tested. Even in history, there were some famous disciple recruitment processes that took a very long time and even involved reincarnation and training in the blessed land. It was soul-stirring and magnificent. Fu Sheng suddenly said, Actually, Lu Qingfeng is suitable to be your direct disciple. The middle-aged Confucian shook his head and said, I know that this person has a good temperament and has great ambitions. At the same time, he does complicated things. Unfortunately, he is not suitable to inherit my small school of knowledge. Fu Sheng smiled and said no more. He did not say anything. Mr. Fu was teaching disciples. Was it really as simple as the disciple listening to the teacher's teachings? Was the disciple really unable to find and fill in the gaps of the teacher's knowledge? It was just that this could not be said by outsiders. It had to be thought of by oneself. The Holy Master had once been worried that the higher the knowledge of the Confucian sage, the higher his status would be. If the position of the god kept moving away from the mortal world, then what would happen to the mortal world? The sage of rites, the second sage, Fu Sheng, and the two vice hierarch of the Confucian school all had their own answers, but the holy master was still frowning. Later on, there was the birth of the old scholar from the shabby alley. That era was shining brightly. In the two battles between the three sects, the two groups of Buddhists and Taoists with outstanding Tao seeds resolutely turned to the Confucian school. There were more than one or two of them. A young immortal from the Baek Okkyung building, who had participated in the debate, asked a question. Since the Confucian school advocates that human nature is good, since everyone is already good by nature, then what is the merit of the Confucian school's education? The middle-aged Confucian suddenly asked, what if Lu Qingshan first traveled with the chief nun of the Saber Room, Lu Boqi, and eventually became husband and wife? The old master Fu Sheng, or the great sage of the Confucian school, Fu Sheng smiled and said, what's the big deal? The views of the three sects are only true in terms of knowledge. The middle-aged Confucian was puzzled again. The old master nodded and said, Lu Qingfeng has roughly guessed our identity. Because the Lion's Garden had a way out, there was this gamble between Lu Qingfeng and Dali Xiuhu. The middle-aged Confucian snorted coldly. The old master sighed and said, if there were a few more Cui Dong and Lu Qingshan among the old scholar's disciples, they would not have lost. Perhaps they would still have lost, but at least they would not have lost so badly. Lu Qingfeng stood at the bottom of the embroidery building and asked the maid Zhaoye to invite his sister Lu Qingqing downstairs. Zhaoye was a little embarrassed. After knowing the general truth these days, the young miss was heartbroken, especially when she knew that her second brother Lu Qingshan was crippled because of her. She even had the thought of committing suicide. If she had not found out quickly and removed the scissors, the Lion's Garden would have been overjoyed and overjoyed. Therefore, she accompanied the young miss day and night and did not leave her side. In the past 2 days, the young miss was even more haggard than when she was in trouble. She was so thin that she was almost skin and bones. Lu Qingfeng said indifferently, go, and ask her to come downstairs. Zhaoye was frightened and immediately turned and ran upstairs. Lu Qingqing walked downstairs timidly and did not even dare to let Zhaoye help her. Lu Qingfeng glanced at his sister and did not speak. Lu Qingqing lowered her head and was terrified. Since she was young, she had been afraid of her brother who was not as good as Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingfeng softened his tone and said, the sky will not fall. I will accompany you. Half an hour later, Zhaoye stood worriedly at the embroidery building and looked forward to it. When she found that her young miss came back, there were still tears on her face, but she seemed to have untied the knot in her heart. Lu Qingqing lifted the hem of her dress and went up the embroidery building. Zhaoye followed behind her in confusion. Lu Qingqing suddenly asked with a smile, will you accompany me to the mountain to cultivate? Zhaoye was stunned. She looked at the young miss, who was no longer lifeless, and nodded. Lu Qingfeng walked alone in the Lion's Garden. It was impossible to be a mellow scholar who was extremely knowledgeable. Since Lu Qingfeng had taken that step, he was destined to struggle in the mud for the rest of his life. Lu Qingfeng's heart was filled with sorrow and bitterness. Which scholar did not want to devote himself to the study room and write moral essays that would be immortalized for generations to come? Which scholar did not want to have students all over the world? Which scholar did not want to be regarded as the leader of the scholarly circle? Which scholar did not want to be clean and honest? Which scholar did not want to be clean and honest? However, someone had to be an official who was the most difficult to be independent. Someone had to be the one who haggled over every penny for the common people. Fortunately, it was said that if one was extremely knowledgeable, one could still achieve both. Lu Qingfeng turned his head at the small bridge and saw Lu Qingshan and the female Taoist priest walking over side by side. Finally, Lu Qingshan walked towards Lu Qingfeng alone. He smiled and said, I want to travel to the Aquarius continent with Lu Boki first. I want to go to the Lakeview Academy, the Great Sway Kingdom's Cliff Academy, and the northernmost Dali Longquan County's newly built academy. Lu Qingfeng smiled and asked, "Have you thought about it? If you have, remember to greet the two gentlemen first and see what they think." Lu Qingshan nodded and said, "Lu Boki said that my leg can be cured, but I don't think there's a need to rush. Otherwise, I will owe her another favor. If that time comes," Lu Qingfeng joked, "if we're a family, there's no need to be so calculative." Lu Qingshan turned to leave. Lu Qingfeng suddenly called out to his younger brother and said, "I thank you on behalf of the Lu ancestors and all the scholars of Qingyuan. The Lu family scholarly style is still the same as before. The scholars of Qingyuan can hold their heads high." Lu Qingshan was puzzled. "Why, big brother, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand?" Lu Qingshan helped Lu Qingshan tidy up his clothes and smiled. "Silly boy, don't worry about this. Just focus on your studies and strive to become the scholarly sage in the future and bring glory to our Lu family." Lu Qingshan joked, "Big brother, have you become an official? You're only a county magistrate now. What will you do when you become an assistant minister or minister?" Lu Qingfeng smiled and said, "It's up to you." Lu Qingfeng asked, "When you go to say goodbye to the two gentlemen, can I flirt with Lu Boki? Don't worry, just a few words." Lu Qingshan nodded and said, "That's nothing." Lu Qingshan went to tell Lu Boki, and Lu Boki agreed. When Lu Qingshan went to find Master Fu and Mr. Lu, Lu Qingfeng took Lu Boki to the Lu family's ancestral hall. Along the way, Lu Qingfeng did not speak. For the first time, Lu Boki felt anxious. Of course, it was mainly because after falling in love with Lu Qingshan at first sight, she always felt that she was inferior to Lu Qingfeng and Lu Jingting in terms of seniority. However, Lu Boki also had a strange intuition that this Lu Qingfeng might not be simple. Lu Qingfeng stopped outside the ancestral hall and asked Lu Boki if my brother, Lu Qingshan, only had a short lifespan of a mortal teacher, what would you do? Lu Boki replied, "I'm now an earth immortal, and it won't be difficult for me to reach the upper 5 realms in the future. Therefore, I'm willing to delay my life for 100 years for Lu Qingshan." Lu Qingfeng asked again, "Then if Lu Qingshan has a bright future and aspires to become one of the 3 immortals of the Confucian school and has a chance of achieving it, what would you do?" Lu Boki replied, "If you marry a chicken, then follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, then follow the dog. If anyone dares to ruin my husband's Tao, they'll have to ask my saber and life armor first." Lu Qifeng shook his head. Lu Boki frowned. "Then what do you want me to do?" Lu Qingfeng said softly, "When it comes to important matters, especially those life and death decisions, I hope that my sister-in-law can stand from Lu Qingshan's point of view and consider the problem. Don't think that your first thought is I, Lu Boki, feel that this is the best for Lu Qingshan, so I'll do it for him. The Tao is rugged and fighting and killing are inevitable. However, since you said that you'll follow the chicken, then I still hope that you can truly understand Lu Qingshan's thoughts and desires. Therefore, I can tell you clearly now, in the future, you'll definitely suffer some grievances or even great grievances." Lu Boki was originally very uncomfortable when he heard the words sister-in-law, but when he heard the latter part of the sentence, Lu Boki was only left with heartfelt admiration. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm convinced by these words, sincerely convinced. I'm a stubborn person, but I can still distinguish between good and bad words." Lu Qingfeng felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He smiled and said, "My brother has good taste." Lu Boki stretched out his palm towards the ancestral hall. "You're an immortal on the mountain. Just kowtow to our Lu family's ancestral hall 3 times. Lu Boqi did, as he was told, but he discovered that Lu Qingfeng also kowtowed 3 times from afar. Lu Boqi's heart was heavy. Lu Qingfeng said softly, "If there are no accidents, my name will be removed from the Lu family's genealogy very soon. At that time, I will no longer be Lu Qingshan's elder brother. At that time, if Lu Qingshan receives a letter from home and wants to give up on his long journey, no matter if you are in Aquarius continent or Central continent, if he insists on returning to Lion's Den and denouncing me, you must stop him and protect him as he continues his long journey." Although Lu Boqi did not know the reason behind it, he still nodded. He then smiled bitterly and said, "You want me to be the bad guy so soon? You don't regard me as an outsider." Lu Qingfeng changed the topic. "I heard that you taught Queen Willow a lesson." Lu Boqi began to feel guilty. Lu Qingfeng squinted his eyes and smiled. "When I was very young, I wanted to do that. I originally thought that it would take another 7 or 8 years before I could do it. Thank you again." Only at this moment did Lu Boqi begin to fully acknowledge the Lu family style. In the distance, Lu Qingshan limped towards the ancestral hall. Lu Qingshan found that his elder brother was chatting happily with the woman he loved, as long as his elder brother nodded. Then his marriage with Lu Boqi should be secure. Lu Qingshan smiled. This young scholar only felt that there was nothing in the world that was difficult. Chun Pingan's group successfully entered the capital of Qingwan after Old Dragon City. This once again gave people the feeling that the world was bustling with activity. In the end, Chun Pingan still gave Zhu Lian some gold, silver, and white items, allowing him to purchase the paintings that Shiro hated bitterly. Chun Pingan himself also found a century-old shop and bought a lot of fine rice paper that cost a copper coin. Before entering the city, Chun Pingan emptied the bamboo boxes in a secluded place and placed the items within close proximity. Cui Dongshan had previously mentioned the inside story of this debate at the 100 Flowers Garden Inn. Among them was the Baiyun Temple that was unknown in Qingwan, so Chun Pingan deliberately avoided this place. He felt that he had used up most of his good luck in the Lion's Garden. He should not be too ostentatious and take the initiative to enter the sites of the Jiang family of Yunlin and the Tang family of Qingwan while eating in a restaurant in the downtown area. The diners in the capital were all talking about the debate between Buddhism and Taoism that was nearing its end, but had not truly ended. They were in high spirits and beaming with joy. Whether it was worshipping Buddhism or Taoism, it was difficult to conceal the pride of being a citizen of Qingwan in their words. In fact, this was one of the manifestations of a country's strength and fate. Chun Pingan had seen it in some places. For example, he had seen it on the scouts of Dali's border army in the snow, on the people of the Great Sui Kingdom's capital, on the young girl in the carriage in Old Dragon City, and on the inverted mountain. A few tables nearby were talking about a wonderful thing that had just happened in the capital, which was widely spread. Chun Pingan listened. When Pei Qian saw that Chun Pingan was listening carefully, he slightly let go of the half-delicious roast chicken and pricked up his ears to listen. Zhu Lian secretly stretched out his chopsticks and wanted to put a drumstick into his bowl, but Pei Qian quickly blocked him with his chopsticks. The old man and the young man stared at each other and moved their chopsticks quickly. When Chun Pingan picked up the food, they beat the gong to retreat. When Chun Pingan lowered his head to eat, Pei Qian and Zhu Lian began to compete again. Chun Pingan was too lazy to pay attention to this pair of buffoons, but he was curious about the seemingly accidental exchange of words. It turned out that there was a heavy rain in the capital yesterday. A scholar came to the capital to take shelter from the rain under the eaves, and a monk held an umbrella in the rain. So there was a wonderful conversation. The content was not much, but it was meaningful, which made the diners near Chun Pingan ponder countless mysteries. At that time, the scholar asked the monk if he could give him a ride to take shelter from the rain. The monk said that he was in the rain and the scholar was under the eaves where there was no rain. There was no need to cross. The scholar walked out of the eaves and stood in the rain. The monk shouted and went to find an umbrella. In the end, the scholar returned to the eaves in a daze. Most of the diners marveled at the monk's profound dharma, saying that this was great mercy and the true dharma, because even though the scholar was also in the rain, the monk was not drenched because he had an umbrella in his hand, and that umbrella represented the dharma of salvation for all living things. What the scholar really needed was not the monk to cross him, but the dharma of salvation in his heart. So he was finally awakened by the monk's shout. It was really difficult to get a drumstick under Pei Qian's nose, so Zhu Lian poured a bowl of chicken soup for himself. He drank a mouthful and curled his lips, saying, "The taste is not very good." Chun Pingon laughed. "You are still a scholar in your bones. Of course you would think that the taste is ordinary." Zhu Lian nodded. "That's right, the hard work is not worth it. If it were the young master or the Liu brothers, they would have to obediently take out an umbrella to shelter the scholar from the wind and rain and take him home. Maybe they would step into a puddle on the way, or the scholar's shoulder would get wet from the rain, and the scholar would remember your kindness. If it were the stinky cow's nose, there would probably be no such thing. He would not even look under the eaves and directly leave." Chun Pingon thought for a while and asked with a smile if, after a shout, the monk lent the umbrella to the scholar and they walked together in the wind and rain. How would the taste of this bowl of chicken soup be? Zhu Lian shook the chicken soup in the bowl and smiled. It would probably be much better. Shiro understood. Pei Qian was confused, not to mention he was busy eating the drumstick. Chun Pingon smiled at Pei Qian. "Don't just eat the drumstick. Eat more rice." Pei Qian nodded vigorously, his body slightly leaning back, holding up his round belly, proudly saying, "Master, I ate quite a lot." In the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in the capital of Qingwan, there were actually many strange things that happened. There were monks who chopped up Buddha statues and used them as firewood. There were also monks who casually drank wine and ate meat in the marketplace, shouting that the wine and meat passed through the intestines. But the Buddha remained in the heart. It could be said to be enlightening to the deaf, and inevitably caused people to think deeply. The Taoists of Qingwan, on the other hand, did not have any shocking actions or words. They were gentle and slow, and it was said that the immortals and spiritual masters of the famous Taoist temples had gradually fallen into a disadvantageous position in the debate between the two sides, especially the case of the White Water Temple in the south of the capital. At the beginning, it seemed to be a breakthrough for the Taoist immortals to attack the Buddhists, but the virtuous monks seemed to have anticipated it, and with a solemn speech, refuted the Taoists until they were speechless. Chun Pingon had only heard those rumors, so he let it go. After lunch, he took Pei Qian and the others shopping. He bought a pair of green glazed go jars. The shape of the jars was relatively large, but they were elegant and refined, which was not easy to make. The shop owner said that these jars were once used by the imperial court of Yunshao, which was rarely burned, so it should be true. Chun Pingon was born in the porcelain industry, so he still had a good eye for things. The key was that the go jars had a lid, which was not added in later generations, so it was expensive. The shop asked for 50 taels of silver for a pair of jars, and Chun Pingon was willing to pay. He also bought a small gourd for Pei Qian, which was elegantly called the gold in the grass. It was very small in size, but its appearance was very good. Back then on the wall of the lion's garden, the female Taoist Lu Boqi used a similar small gourd to capture the real body of the slug monster. Of course, this small yellow gourd was just an ordinary worldly item for people to play with. Chun Pingon took a liking to it at first glance, and seeing that Pei Qian was also staring at it, he bought it, because in Pei Qian's mind, those who walked the Jianghu were probably like her master, Chun Pingon, who needed something to hold wine and drink. This small yellow gourd looked very expensive at first glance, and Pei Qian felt that it was just the right age for her. Of course, Pei Qian did not dare to ask for it. Seeing that Chun Pingan took the initiative to buy it, she immediately smiled from ear to ear, carefully held it in her hands, and shouted that there was wine to drink. In the end, she was hit by a chestnut which made her squat on the spot. Although her head hurt, Pei Qian was still very happy. In the Bai Shui temple, the monk in white sat next to the well that had been blocked for many years and murmured, "Lost, lost. It's not that Buddhism lost, it's that we lost." The young monk's face was full of tears, and he looked into the distance. "If people follow me, it's like entering the devil's den. I was wrong, I was wrong." In the Baiyun Taoist temple in the capital, a woman near the small Taoist temple and a child who had thrown a kite kept scolding. The middle-aged Taoist priest hid far away. The little Taoist priest cried and went to find his master. He said sadly, "Master, why don't we cut down those trees? We've been scolded by our neighbors, and the pilgrims have run away. Then we won't have any incense anymore, and we'll starve. Master, you won't be able to afford those books in the future." Of course, the middle-aged Taoist priest would not cut down those ancient trees, but his little disciple was crying so sadly, so he had to comfort him. He held the little Taoist priest's hand and went to the study room. The little Taoist priest sniffled. After all, he had been through a lot in the Baiyun Taoist temple. After being sad, he immediately returned to his child's naivety. He was not so bad. Some of his senior brothers had even been scratched on the face by some shrews who complained about their morning bells and evening drums. Anyway, the senior brothers in the Taoist temple were like rats running across the street every time they went out. They just needed to get used to it. The Taoist priests said that this was cultivation. In the summer, everyone was too hot to sleep, and so was the master. He would run out of the house and fan himself with them under the tree to enjoy the cool air. He asked his master why they were still hot after doing so much homework. His master could not give him an answer, so he just laughed. The little Taoist priest would be so angry that he would snatch the fan from his master. Fortunately, his master never got angry. At this moment, the middle-aged Taoist priest helped the little disciple settle down. He took out a Confucian book and showed it to the child. The middle-aged Taoist priest continued to read the legalism book on the table. Previously, he had read a sentence, "Even if you lose your hair, you have to do it." Thus, he began to annotate the book. To be precise, he was annotating his reading experience again. Because there was no place left for him to write on, he could only take out the cheapest paper, so that after he finished writing, he could sandwich it between the pages. The little Taoist boy did not like to read. In the past, he liked to listen to his master telling him stories from the books. He put down the book and walked to his master's side. He saw his master writing something that he could not understand. He stood on his tiptoes and looked at the book that was open. He turned to his master and asked curiously, "Master, what are you writing?" The middle-aged Taoist priest put down the writing brush in his hand and put it on his self-made wooden carving brush holder. He smiled and said, "I read a sentence in the language of legalism again and felt inspired. So I wrote something so that the next time I read it, I can reflect on myself and know what I thought yesterday. Then I can verify my thoughts tomorrow." After many rounds of practice, the knowledge can be transformed from the books of the sages into our own knowledge. The little Taoist boy nodded, but was still a little unhappy. He asked, "Master, we can't bear to cut down the tree, but we also have to be despised by our neighbors. They hate us, as if everything we do is wrong. When will this end? My senior brothers and I are so pitiful." The middle-aged Taoist priest looked kind and smiled apologetically. He said, "Don't blame the neighbors. If there is any resentment, just blame our master, because our master does not know." The little Taoist priest scratched his head. The Taoist priests of Baiyun Taoist temple all wore square headscarves instead of hibiscus, fishtail, or lotus. The little Taoist priest asked eagerly. Then when will our master know the answer? Although the master and disciple said no, it was still very different. The middle-aged Taoist priest sighed and said patiently, I still don't know. The little Taoist priest suddenly laughed and patted his master's arm. Master, don't worry. We are not in a hurry. Do you want me to massage your arm? The middle-aged Taoist priest finished his annotation and thought for a while. He took out a Buddhist scripture on the table. There were nearly 100 Buddhist cases recorded on it. However, he was not in a hurry to open it. He suddenly laughed and said, Buddha should be more worried than me. If Buddha is not worried, why should I be? The little Taoist priest suddenly whispered, By the way, Master, senior brother said that the rice bowl has reached the bottom. The middle-aged Taoist priest nodded and said slowly, Got it. The little Taoist priest rolled his eyes. Our master is always like this. In the end, our Baiyun Taoist temple still has to tear down the east wall to pay the west wall. However, the little Taoist priest suddenly saw something strange. It seemed that a golden breeze came in from the window and opened the books on the Taoist priest's master's table. Then, it seemed that the whole room was turned over. The little Taoist priest blinked hard and found that his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, his master closed his eyes and dozed off as if he had fallen asleep. Perhaps his master was too tired from reading. The little Taoist priest tiptoed out of the room and closed the door softly. Chun Pingon raised his head and looked in a certain direction. Pei Qian asked, What's wrong? Chun Pingon smiled and said, Nothing. $3.96. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Both of them noticed Chun Pingon's strange behavior. Zhu Lian and Shiro looked at each other. Zhu Lian smiled and said, Tell me about it first. Shiro tried hard to suppress the discomfort in her heart. This old pervert's eyes would probably still make her want to vomit even after 100 years. She lowered her voice and said, I'm an otherworldly item, so I'm naturally restrained by the capital. As far as the young master's eyes could see, there was something that made me feel uneasy. What about you? Zhu Lian nodded and said, Just now, the young master sensed something and turned his head to look. Miss Shiro, you also looked into the distance. Your eyes were dazed and very moving. Shiro was annoyed. Even Pei Qian knows how to treat people with sincerity. Don't you know how to be shameless? Pei Qian felt wronged. Sister Shiro, what do you mean by Lian? I'm very diligent in reading and writing, okay? Shiro could only give him an apologetic look. Pei Qian waved his hand and began to piece together the principles he had learned from the books. Everyone makes mistakes. There's no unforgivable person in this world. Pei Qian knew something was wrong. Sure enough, he quickly stood on his tiptoes and let Chun Pingon pull his ear as they walked forward. Chun Pingon scolded him. You don't even understand the hard-earned principles of the sages in the books. How dare you show them off? Pei Qian immediately admitted his mistake. His ear was burning with pain. After being baptized by wind and rain, she now had a rough idea of the severity of her master's anger. If he knocked on the chestnut, even if it was a little harsh, it was still okay. Actually, her master wasn't that angry. If he pulled on the ear, it meant that he was really angry. If he pulled on the ear too hard, it meant that he was really angry. However, eating a chestnut and pulling on the ear couldn't compare to Chun Pingon's anger. Pei Qian was afraid of that the most. Chun Pingon found it in downtown. It was in the most prosperous area of the capital, Changlu Square, which had many bookstores. It was just that right now, the rooms in the various inns of the Azure Phoenix country were all in high demand. There were only 2 scattered rooms left, and the price was obviously ripping people off. The young waiter at the counter had an expression of if you want to stay or not. If you don't want to stay, then get lost. Chun Pingon still paid to stay. Of course, he had to first show the waiter his documents, which had to be recorded. Afterwards, the government of the capital would investigate. When Chun Pingan took out the documents that Cui Dongshan had prepared beforehand, after the waiter confirmed that there were no mistakes, he immediately changed his expression. After he finished copying the documents, he respectfully returned them with both hands. The waiter was incomparably attentive, even apologizing to Chun Pingan, saying that right now the inn really did not have any extra rooms, but as soon as a guest leaves the inn, he would definitely inform Chun Pingan immediately. Chun Pingan smiled and agreed. Very quickly, a young girl called out to the clerk and led Chun Pingan and the others to their accommodation. The clerk immediately went to find the manager of the inn, saying that a group of people from the capital of the Dali dynasty had come to the inn to travel to the south. The shopkeeper was a fat man whose eyes were almost invisible. He was wearing the common brocade clothes of the rich and was leisurely sipping tea in an elegant and quiet side room. After he finished listening to the words of the shop assistant, he saw that the latter was listening attentively and foolishly. He immediately became angry and kicked the shop assistant, scolding, "What are you standing there for? Do you want me to bring you a cup of tea to quench your thirst? Since it's a master from the capital of Dali, why don't you hurry and serve him? Motherf asterisk Kerr. The Dali cavalry is almost at the Zhuiying dynasty. What if he's really a noble son of a Dali official? Forget it, I'll go myself. I don't trust you to do it." Not only did the young shop assistant fail to claim credit, but he was also kicked. He cursed in his heart, but in the end, he was slapped heavily by the shopkeeper. "Even if I use but to think, I know that you were looking down on me. If it weren't for the fact that you called me brother-in-law, I would have sent you to the streets to pick up dog shit." The young man who was working as a clerk in the inn only dared to curse when he returned to the counter. His beautiful sister was a concubine of such a fat pig. It was really a blessing. She didn't have to worry about food or clothing. She wore gold and silver. Every time she went back to the shabby alley of her mother's house, she was like a concubine in the palace. She was so glamorous that even her younger brother was proud of her. The manager personally came to Chun Pingan's room. Pei Qian and Shiro stayed in the same room. Shiro was suitable for cultivating at night and didn't need to sleep, so Pei Qian took her bed. Chun Pingan was worried that Pei Qian would be jealous of Shiro's otherworldly identity and Du Mao's body, so he asked Pei Qian first. Pei Qian didn't mind. Of course, Shiro didn't mind either. If she stayed in the same room with Zhu Lian, it would be a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Chun Pingan had long been used to paying attention to trivial matters in the human world. If he paid attention, the people around him would be able to do less trivial things and more serious things. That was how he came from the Great Sui Kingdom to study and escort Li Baoping and the others. The two rooms were a little far apart, so Pei Qian stayed in Chun Pingan's room to copy books. Chun Pingan practiced the heaven and earth stance. Zhu Lian had nothing to do, so he stood in the corner in the shape of an ape. In fact, whether it was Zhu Lian, who was already a martial artist in the remote travel state, or Chun Pingan, who hadn't reached the sixth state, they both knew that Kung Fu was more important in their daily lives. Boxing when they walked, climbing mountains, and wading in water had different ways. Breathing when they sat down, and even sleeping, Zhu Lian and Chun Pingan had their own ways to nurture their fist intent. As for Pei Qian, after all, he was still young and hadn't reached this level. However, Chun Pingan and Zhu Lian had to admit that some people in the world did have outstanding martial arts talent. Even the martial arts path, which was famous for being down to earth and having no shortcuts, could be seen as cheating for Pei Qian. For example, Chun Pingan taught Pei Qian the 18 stops of sword chi. Pei Qian's progress was so fast that Chun Pingan felt ashamed of himself in the dusty drugstore in Old Dragon City. When Chun Pingan put away the heaven and earth stance, Zhu Lian was eager to have a try. Chun Pingan understood and asked Pei Qian, who had finished copying books, to draw a circle on the ground with the mountain walking stick. Pei Qian would compete with Zhu Lian in the circle. If he went out of the circle, he would lose. When Chun Pingan and Ma Kuxuan reunited on the street of Tsai Kingdom, they used this to determine the so-called victory and defeat. If Chun Pingan didn't know that Ma Kuxuan's protector of Jinwu Mountain was watching in the dark, the two of them of the same age in Clay Bottle Lane and Apricot Blossom Lane would have directly fought to the death. Chun Pingan wouldn't be polite to Ma Kuxuan, whose parents had been sitting in a dragon kiln since a long time ago. There would always be a day when the truth of old and new grudges would be sorted out and settled. After Pei Qian finished drawing a big circle, she was a little worried. She couldn't learn the immortal magic art that Cui Dongshan taught her. Chun Pingan and Zhu Lian stood in the circle and punched at the abbot. Zhu Lian naturally suppressed his martial arts realm, just like how Zheng Dafeng fed the four people in the painting scrolls. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Chun Pingan was hit by Zhu Lian's punch and leaned back. His feet were rooted in the circle, and he was hit in the chest by Zhu Lian's elbow. His body fell to the ground with a bang. Chun Pingan slammed his palms on the ground. When his back was only a foot above the ground, his body spun and his sleeves swayed like a spinning top. His feet followed the boundary of the circle and circled around to Zhu Lian's side. In the end, he was kicked in the chest by Zhu Lian and slammed into the wall with a bang. Chun Pingan pressed his palms against the wall first to neutralize all the force. Otherwise, with the force of Zhu Lian's kick, he wouldn't have just smashed through a wall. In the end, he floated to the ground and said with a smile, "I lost." Zhu Lian asked with a smile, "Young master, you have so many strange moves. Did you secretly learn them from the Lotus Flower Blessed Land's generational battle? For example, Ding Ying, who took away my Taoist crown that year?" Chun Pingan nodded and said, "Ding Ying's martial arts are diverse. I learned quite a lot." After the two sat down, Zhu Lian poured a cup of tea for Chun Pingan and slowly said, "Ding Ying is the most talented martial artist I have ever seen. Moreover, he is meticulous and has shown his ambitious and ruthless demeanor early on. After the battle in the Nanyuan Kingdom, I knew I couldn't do anything. The fist intent that I had accumulated for a lifetime was like spring thunder. Although I was seriously injured at that time, Ding Ying endured painstakingly until the end and showed himself. In fact, if I really wanted to kill him at that time, it would have been as easy as wringing a chicken's neck. So I simply let him live and gave him the Taoist crown that was left behind by the banished immortal. I never thought that 60 years later, not only did this young man not disappoint me, his ambition was even greater than mine." Chun Pingan smiled and said, "No wonder Ding Ying is so secretive about this battle of martial arts and never mentions it to anyone. He must be embarrassed to brag and also unwilling to expose his shortcomings." Pei Qian said angrily, "You don't know how much my master suffered because of that old man." Zhu Lian smiled and said, "If I had known this, I would have killed Ding Ying with one punch back then. Am I right?" Pei Qian learned from her mistakes. She first looked at Chun Pingan, and then looked at Zhu Lian's face that was digging a hole for her to jump in, and then he would fill in the soil. Pei Qian immediately shook her head and said, "No, no." When Pei Qian saw that her master showed no sign of rewarding her with chestnuts, she knew she had answered correctly. She first carefully put the brush, ink, and paper on the table into Chun Pingan's bamboo box and poured herself a cup of tea. Suddenly she stood up and whispered in Chun Pingan's ear, "Master, I don't know what happened. Now, when I flipped through the book again, at first glance, it seems that the words on the book are much more beautiful." Chun Pingan didn't take it seriously and asked with a smile, "Why you say that?" Pei Qian was careful to prevent Zhu Lian from eavesdropping. She continued to whisper, "In the past, the ink blocks looked like me. They were dark. Looking at them now, they look different. Who do they look like Pei Qian began to count with her fingers. Huang Ting, who taught me swordsmanship and saber techniques. Yao Jinji, who was a fox. Fan Junmao, who had a bad temper. Jin Su, who was by Aunt Gui's side. Master, let me make it clear in advance. It was Old Wei who said that Sister Jinji was a vixen. She was the kind of beauty who could bring disaster to a country. I didn't say that. I don't even know what vixen means. Zhu Lian laughed loudly and said, "You could forget about it." Pei Qian quickly ran over and wanted to cover Zhu Lian's mouth. Zhu Lian wouldn't let her have her way. He swayed left and right while Pei Qian bared her fangs and brandished her claws. Chun Pingon looked at the quarrel between the old and the young and reminded, after we finish buying the things we are interested in the capital, we will visit some scenic spots and historical sites. We will stay for at most 2 days, and then we will go to the Immortal Ferry in the east of Qingyuan country and directly go to the Great Sui Mountain Academy. Zhu Lian smiled and nodded while dodging Pei Qian. Of course, I don't need young master to worry. I'm just afraid that this girl will be undisciplined and out of control like a wild horse. When the time comes, she'll be like the ox cart that rushed into the reed marsh. Pei Qian said angrily, "Zhu Lian, you always have such a crow's mouth. I won't be polite to you anymore." Zhu Lian was about to tease the charcoal girl when Qin Pingon said, "Yes, don't jinx it." Zhu Lian immediately nodded and said, "Young master is right." Pei Qian sat with one hand on his stomach and the other pointing at Zhu Lian. He finally got the chance to take revenge. He laughed and said, "You still have the nerve to say that I sail with the wind. Old chef, you can forget about it." Zhu Lian said seriously, "You're just a fence-sitter. I'm just a wise man who understands the situation. Handsome as in handsome, handsome as in charming." Ooh. Pei Qian blinked and asked curiously, "Master said that you were once a handsome young master in our lotus flower-blessed land." Before Zhu Lian could talk about his great achievements, Pei Qian had already held his stomach with both hands and banged his head on the table. "You can forget about it. I'm dying of laughter." Ouch, my stomach hurts. Zhu Lian saw that Qin Pingon was also holding back his laughter and felt a little melancholy. When the debate between Buddhism and Taoism was about to come to an end, the emperor of the Tang family quietly came to a summer palace in the suburbs of Qingyuan country. Although Tang, Li was the monarch of the human world, he still couldn't neglect a distinguished guest. Because the guest was an old man of virtue and prestige from the Jiang family of Yunlin. He was not only an old immortal of the upper 5 realms, but also the teacher in charge of imparting knowledge to the entire Jiang family of Yunlin. His name was Jiang Mao. In addition, there was also the Jiang family's legitimate daughter, who was returning home for the first time after marrying into the Fu family of Old Dragon City. There was also an instructor who left the Jiang family with her. It was rumored that she was a nascent soul sword cultivator with terrifying killing power. There were 2 people following Tang Li. One of them was an old man of the royal family who could make him feel at ease. According to seniority, he was actually Emperor Tang Li's uncle. He had a lot of private correspondence with the old assistant, Minister Lu Jingting. Tang Li had actually read those letters before when they quarreled. The other one was an old man with an aquiline nose. He was the #1 immortal teacher in Qingyuan country, Zhou Lingji. Many people had already forgotten that this old immortal teacher came from the mountains. However, he had assisted the emperor of the Tang family for 3 generations. Although his reputation wasn't very good, Tang Li grew up in the royal family. What he saw was the unification of the country and the longevity of the country. How could he care about these trivial criticisms? Seeing the old immortal of the Jiang family of Yunlin, Tang Li, the monarch of Qingyuan country. Even if he didn't have a good attitude towards the immortal teacher in his own territory, he still had to treat him respectfully. Both sides sat opposite each other. It was like there was no distinction between the host and the guest, and there was no monarch. The old man didn't have the impression of putting on airs. He spoke warmly. Tang Li had an official from the Ministry of Rites deliver a large stack of files to Jiang Qiu, as well as some scrolls recorded using the immortal steel inscription technique. He was a young official from the Ministry of Rites with a decent appearance and a glib tongue. While Jiang Qiu was casually flipping through the files and scrolls, this official from the Ministry of Rites reported the debate between Buddhism and Taoism to the old immortal of the Jiang family. He was detailed and appropriate. Only the exciting and soul-stirring parts were detailed. Moreover, he spoke in a straightforward manner. In front of a legendary cultivator of the upper 5 realms, he was neither servile nor overbearing. Occasionally, there would be questions and answers. Therefore, Tang Li was very satisfied. He turned and looked at his uncle Tang Zhong. The latter introduced softly, Song Shangxi of the Ministry of Rites Department for Purging Officials, a disciple of the Song family of Qing Song County, second place in the second year of the Autumn Festival. Tang Li said, "In the next capital examination, you can mention it." Tang Zhong smiled and nodded. Tang Li suddenly asked, "Why isn't Governor Wei present today?" Tang Zhong explained, "Governor Wei has a good relationship with a disciple of the Jiang family named Jiang Yun. When Jiang Yun reunited with his sister here, he pulled Governor Wei along." The number 1 immortal teacher of Qing Wan in name, the old man Zhou Lingji, after hearing the emperor address Wei Liang as Governor Wei, his eyelids slightly trembled. In the southeastern territory of the Bao Ping continent, the world only knows that there is a hereditary governor of the Wei family in the central part of Qing Wan. He is the sole heir of the Wei family. Unfortunately, the inheritance of the family line is daunting but not dangerous, smooth, and profitable. Since the founding of Qing Wan's Tang family, the emperor has changed so many times, but in reality, Governor Wei has always been the same person. This Wei Liang who hides his strength and has an extremely deep relationship with the Tang family is the person that Zhou Lingji fears the most in Qing Wan. After the pure jade stage, cultivator Jiang Mo finished reading and listening. He smiled and asked, "I heard that after Lu Qingshan of the Lion's Garden was temporarily added to the examination, his performance was extremely outstanding. Other than written records, are there any scrolls that can be viewed?" Tang Zhong shook his head and said, replying to Elder Jiang, "Someone reminded us that it is best not to enter the Lion's Garden without permission. Even our consecrator Zhou can only watch from the mountain peak outside the Lion's Garden, but through the information of the spies inside. In addition to consecrator Zhou's advice of watching the mountains and rivers, Lu Jingting's second son, Lu Qingshan, indeed passed the examination on his own, without any outside help." Jiang Mo smiled and said, "Isn't it just that Dali imperial tutor Cui Dong? What is there to avoid?" Tang Zhong smiled and said, "It is indeed imperial tutor Cui." Emperor Tang Li was not very comfortable in his heart. Qing Wan was forced by the power of a continent and had no choice but to scheme with Cui Dong and Dali. As the emperor, he was well aware that facing that embroidered tiger, he was already at a disadvantage. Now that Jiang Mo had called out Cui Dong's name, so casually wasn't it clear that he, Jiang Mo, and the Yunlin Jiang family behind him did not place Dali and Cui Dong in their eyes. Then, towards Qing Wan, even though they were polite on the surface, just how much did the Jiang family look down on their Tang family in their bones? Although Tang Li was displeased in his heart, he did not show it on his face. To put it bluntly, if Jiang Mo really spat a mouthful of phlegm on his face, he, as the emperor of Qing Wan, would have to accept it with a smile. Perhaps he would even ask if the old immortal was thirsty. Jiang Mo did not continue to make things difficult for Tang Li. He took out several scrolls. On the scrolls, there were 2 people in 2 places. South of the capital, the White Water Temple, famous for its clear spring water. In the capital, the White Cloud Monastery, which was not well known, there was a young, white-robed monk and a middle-aged Taoist. Jiang Emo nodded his head and said, "From the current situation, Buddhism wins on the surface, Taoism wins behind the scenes. The Lion Garden's Lu Qingshan that was promoted by the Confucian students of Qing Yuan has performed well. Perhaps there is still a chance. But if there is nothing more eye-catching to take out, at most you can fight for second place. Is that enough? No matter if it is Taoism or Buddhism, let them become the national religion of Qing Yuan, okay?" It was somewhat overbearing. The Yunlin Jiang family, as the most ancient family of the Aquarius continent, was once a first-class family in the Central Plains. The Jiang family, as one of the leaders of the Confucian school, was the first battle between the three religions in the history of the Aquarius continent. It was obvious who the Yunlin Jiang family would side with. But if the Qing Yuan country only gave face to Jiang Emo and the Jiang family and forcefully raised the Confucian school, which was originally not part of the debate, to the national religion of the Tang family, then anyone with eyes would know that it was the Jiang family who did it. How could the Jiang family tolerate this kind of white jade with a slight flaw that was criticized by others? Therefore, this was the most difficult aspect of Jiang Emo to serve. There had to be a result, and the process had to be something that no one could find fault with. There could not be a single word of gossip that would attract the attention of the Yunlin Jiang family. Right now, the scholars of the Central Plains of the Aquarius continent were moving south and gathering in the Qing Yuan country. They were very dissatisfied with this debate that did not involve any scholars. These foreign families had very loud voices. There were also many arrogant families with bad tempers who clamored that if they did not care who became the national religion, they would move out of the Qing Yuan country. In reality, the central figures of the Qing Yuan country, as well as the true Taoist immortals and Buddhist monks, all knew that the battle between the two religions was a battle for second place, to not be at the bottom. And the reason why the emperor of the Qing Shan country was willing to bring his shocking concubines to the capital of the Qing Yuan country to watch the show was actually to see just how shameless the emperor of the Tang family was. He wanted to see how he would curry favor with the Yunlin Jiang family and the group of people who came south. In the end, he wanted to see whether or not he would become the laughingstock of half the continent, to the point that the three factions would not be pleased. Emperor Tang Li smiled slightly and extended a finger to stroke the tea table in front of him. Tang Zhong opened his mouth and said, "The Dali imperial tutor Cui Dong is actually the eldest son of Lu Jingting, Lu Qingfeng. He is a Confucian disciple whose knowledge is close to the Dharma." Jiang Emo narrowed his eyes. "Oh, how is he different from normal people? I want to see for myself." Tang Zhong stood up and took out two yellowed books that he had already prepared. One was a book of Confucian sages, the other was a work of Taoism. Tang Zhong planned to walk over to deliver the books. Without seeing any movement from Jiang Emo, the two books left Tang Zhong's hands and appeared on the table in front of Jiang Emo. He casually placed the Confucian book in the corner. It was a waste of time to look at it. How many people in the Aquarius continent had the right to talk about etiquette in front of the Yunlin Jiang family? This was not because this old immortal was arrogant, but because he had the support of his family background and his own knowledge. Jiang Emo flipped open the legalism book that Lu Qingfeng had read and annotated. He read very quickly. Some disapproved, some nodded slightly. Finally, his gaze stopped on a certain page, next to a certain sentence. Looking at the handwriting, it should have been annotated 3 times in succession. The original sentence of the person who wrote the book was, "Do not love others, do not hate others, do not harm those who love and evil, do not harm those who hate, do not love, and evil in their own right, rule them to the utmost." On the page closest to this sentence, Lu Qingfeng wrote for the first time, "The word tube is not appropriate. It is too high. It should be changed to 2." Jiang Emo looked at the other 2 readings and smiled. Not bad. We can use it to test the weight of the Taoist from Baiyun Temple, the old immortal with the highest cultivation in the Jiang family of Yunlin County tore off the page with Lu Qingfeng's seal and returned the 2 books to the table in front of Tang Zhong. Jiang Yao smiled and said, "Let's find an opportunity to let the Taoist of Baiyun Taoist Temple get this book by chance. We'll see what the Abbey Dean has to say then." Tang Zhong agreed. Compared to the undercurrent of Jiang Mo's place, in a secluded pavilion surrounded by green bamboo in the summer palace, it was much more harmonious and festive. The tall young man who had obtained the iron chain from Pearl Cave Heaven, Jiang Yun, who lived at the end of the alley of Betail Ferry, was chatting with a sister who had married into Old Dragon City. Governor Wei Liang was sitting at the side, chatting with the dispirited teaching nanny. Jiang Yun looked at the sister's appearance in front of him and did not know whether to laugh or cry. The woman raised her eyebrows. "What's wrong?" "Judging by appearance, I think it's quite beautiful." Jiang Yun said with a smile, "Sister, I have to say something in good conscience. Your current appearance is really not close to beauty." The fat woman rolled her eyes and said, "I want to see what kind of fairy you will marry in the future. When the time comes, I will help you to see, so that you won't be deceived by the vixen." Jiang Yun put his palms together and begged for mercy. "Don't. I'm afraid that with your temper, you will scare my future wife away with a few words." The woman was about to nag a few more words, but Jiang Yun had already tactfully changed the topic. "Sister, how is Fu Nanhua?" The woman shook her head and said, "Just like that. It's quite good. No one cares about anyone, and they treat each other with respect. It's very good." Jiang Yun laughed and said, "Then if I have the chance, I must find this poor brother-in-law to drink wine and complain to each other. After a few days and nights of talking, we might become friends." The legitimate daughter of the Jiang family said indifferently, "You can do whatever you want." She thought of something and asked in a low voice, "Your master and his best friend went to look for treasures. Did they succeed? If they succeeded, I will secretly go to Betail Crossing with you. I haven't seen the glazed golden body of an ascendant realm cultivator with my own eyes. There is one at home, but the old ancestor hid it. I haven't been able to find it for so many years." She whispered, "If you let me see that thing, Sister will give you a very special gift. I guarantee that you will be envied by all the young cultivators in the continent." Jiang Yun waved his hand and said, "Forget it. My master's temper is also bad. If I dare to make a decision on such a big matter like the glazed golden body fragment, no matter how nice I usually talk to him, he will peel off a layer of my skin. It's not a joke. Back then, my master said that I must either go to the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven or the blessed land of the divine grandeur sect to train. But when I came back, my master began to regret. He said that training in the blessed land was also necessary. Since I have already been to the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven, good things come in pairs. Taking advantage of these 2 years of good luck and obtaining a treasure in the Grotto Heaven, I might be able to get a beautiful wife in the blessed land." Jiang Yun frowned and said helplessly, "With such a scoundrel master, there is no way to reason with him." The lady sneered, "You really don't know how lucky you are. In the history of the Aquarius continent, how many people were able to enter the upper 5 realms with the background of a mountain cultivator? To be able to make Li Tuanjing, a person with high standards, to be so respectful, to be able to become friends with that eccentric old sect leader, you should be content. If you have time, quickly go back to the clan and burn some incense with the old ancestors. Thank them for their kindness." Jiang Yun's expression was indifferent. He shook his head and said, "Don't persuade me to go back. I really can't muster up the energy." The lady sighed. She extended her hand and flicked Jiang Yun's forehead. "Since young, you have been so stubborn. Now that you are an immortal, you still can't let go of the past." Jiang Yun did not reply. He looked at the instructor granny. The lady lightly shook her head, indicating for Jiang Yun not to ask. While the two of them were silent, Governor Wei Liang and the instructor granny were chatting about the bamboo sea paradise and Lady Qingshen. Wei Liang looked around. His eyes were filled with jade green bamboos. He joked, "Virtuous gentlemen and scholars all like this green bamboo. I want to chop down thousands of bamboo." The Jiang family's first daughter teased, "Mr. Wei, if you are chopping bamboos here, you will leave our old ancestor who wants to spar with you to the side. That's not good, right?" Wei Liang laughed. "If I sit there, I will be stealing the limelight. I will be violating my duties as an official." She was about to rebut him. Wei Liang laughed. "Little Ginger, I carried you when you were young. Time passes so quickly. In the blink of an eye, the black girl in swaddling clothes has become a married lady." She glared at him, took out a piece of ginger that she loved to eat since young, and took a big bite. Wei Liang laughed heartily. Jiang Yun was impressed. Many people had left the lion garden in the suburbs of the capital recently. Once the demons were eliminated, the outsiders left, and their own family members also left. The eldest daughter, Lu Qingya, who had been trapped in her mother's house for a long time, hurriedly left with her husband. Once bitten, twice shy. Her husband was really scared this time. After that, the two teachers from the Lu family's school left together. Then the second son, Lu Qingshan, and the female Taoist, Lu Boqi, prepared to travel on horseback. They went all the way up north to take a look at the Lakeview Academy. Then Lu Jingting's youngest daughter, Lu Qingqing, and her servant, Zhao Ye, headed to a certain celestial sect. Her brother, Lu Qingfeng, applied for leave from the imperial court and personally escorted his sister. The mansion on the mountain was not close to the capital of the Qingwan kingdom. It was more than 600 miles away. When old Assistant Minister Lu was still in office, he had a good relationship with the person in charge of that sect. Therefore, in addition to a generous gift for apprenticeship, he also wrote a letter for Lu Qingfeng to carry. The general content was nothing more than pleading to take his daughter as a registered disciple, even though Lu Qingqing's aptitude was not good, and she was not a talent for cultivation. In fact, even if Lu Jingting was no longer the Assistant Minister of Rites, as long as he was still alive, it would not be difficult for his daughter, Lu Qingqing, to enter any celestial sect in Qingwan. She did not even need this letter at all. Along the way, the two carriages moved slowly. Lu Qingqing smiled more, and her servant, Zhao Ye, was naturally happy too. Lu Qingfeng mostly sat in the carriage and flipped through books. When they arrived at the courier station along the way, he would get to know people and treat them well. It was not as simple as the etiquette of a noble family's son. The local officials, regardless of whether they were upright or turbid, were all slippery and blind even if their official rank was very low. Lu Qingfeng, as a magistrate of a county, could tell at a glance whether he was pretending to be polite or treating them with respect. Therefore, Lu Qingfeng did not look like the eldest son of Lu Jingting, the leader of the scholarly circle of Qingwan. Everyone had a good impression of him, and it became an interesting topic in the courier stations all over the country. Lu Qingqing was a woman, and she was not old, so she could not see the details of her brother, Lu Qingfeng. However, the meticulous Zhao Yu was amazed. She always felt that the young master in the lion's garden was completely different from the magistrate Lu, who walked out of the lion's garden. When they arrived at the celestial sect mansion, Lu Qingqing's visit to the celestial sect went smoothly. After Lu Qingfeng settled Lu Qingqing down, he did not immediately go down the mountain. Instead, he was led to a tall building with a view of the cliff. After climbing up the building, he saw an old Confucian in a green robe leaning against the railing and admiring the scenery. It was a distinguished and elegant young master. Lu Qingfeng sighed in his heart. He restrained his complicated emotions and bowed. Lu Qingfeng pays his respects to Imperial Tutor Cui, Dali Imperial Tutor Cui Dong. He actually came to Qingwan in person. Cui Dong smiled and raised his hand, indicating that Lu Qingfeng did not need to be so polite. He then pointed to the person beside him, Li Baozhen from Longquan County. He is now the person in charge of Dali's Green Wave Pavilion in the southeast of Aquarius Continent. In the future, you will have frequent contact. The handsome young man bowed to Lu Qingfeng. Greetings to Mr. Lu. Lu Qingfeng could only return the greeting. Li Baozhen said in the Qingwan official language, Mr. Lu, this trip to Qingwan in the south has opened my eyes. There are too many wonderful people. Just that Taoist from Baiyun Temple, with his insignificant cultivation, dared to perform the unification of Tao and steal the secrets of heaven. He really crossed the natural moat that even earth immortals of the nascent soul realm find difficult to cross. It's just that he's too eye-catching. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it's probably up to the Yunlin Jiang clan. Lu Qingfeng smiled and did not say anything. A show of strength? He's really young and aggressive, showing off his ability. Li Baozhen waited quietly. Seeing that Lu Qingfeng was soft and did not speak, he also smiled. Cui Dong looked at Lu Qingfeng and smiled. Lu Qingfeng, in the future, you two don't have to worry about the big matters of Qingwan, Qingshan, and Yunshao. As for the small matters, you can teach Li Baozhen more. Ooh. Lu Qingfeng nodded. Li Baozhen looked at ease. With a smile on his face, he bowed deeply. Thank you, Mr. Lu. It was the Hebo ancestral temple that Chun Pingan once inscribed on the wall. Recently, a group of generous pilgrims had come and stayed in the ancestral temple. 2 people and a yellow ox. The temple was trembling with fear when receiving the incense money. A young man in white with a mole between his eyebrows liked to visit the monument corridor. It was Cui Dongshan, who was still in Qingwan for some reason. That night, the full moon was in the sky. Cui Dongshan asked for a bamboo basket from the Hebo ancestral temple and went to fetch a basket of river water. It was already very magical that not a drop of water leaked out. What was more mysterious was that the full moon reflected in the bamboo basket swayed with the water in the basket. Even if he walked into the shadows of the corridor, the moon in the water was still bright and lovely. Cui Dongshan walked to a corridor and sat on the railing. He put the bamboo basket aside and looked up at the moon. Only the water in the bamboo basket and the moon in the water were his companions. Cui Dongshan's thoughts drifted away. The Buddha worried about the suffering of all living beings. The Saint Master worried about Confucianism. In the end, it only became the knowledge of those who did not starve. What about the Tao ancestor? It was said that he was watching that one. Maybe Wang Zhu, who was trapped at the bottom of the well, was one. Maybe the old man in the Yang family's medicine shop was one. Or maybe in the eyes of the Tao ancestor, who was so powerful that no one was one. Cui Dongshan rubbed his cheeks and took out 2 scrolls made of ordinary jujube wood from his sleeves. He spread out the 2 scrolls and suspended them in front of him. One of the scrolls. There was an old scholar in old clothes sitting in the middle of a bench. Cui Dong, who was in his 20s, sat on one side. The young man on his left and right and the young man Qi Jingchun sat on the other side. For people sat on a long bench, making it a little crowded. There was a head that broke into the scrolls that should belong to the 4 of them. He tilted his head and smiled brightly. He even stretched out 2 fingers. In another place, there was a strong figure squatting in the corner with his back to everyone. The second scroll. The guy who poked his head out of the first scroll stood openly in the middle of the scroll. He spread out his arms. The young man on his left and right and Qi Jingchun hugged the man's arms. They bent their knees and retracted their legs. They hung in the air. The 2 young men grinned. The young scholar Cui Dong stood behind the man. His smile was more reserved, but it was also very sincere. Chui Dongshan was wondering when he Qin Pingan and that little girl, Charcoal, would also leave behind such a painting scroll. 10. 397. For the next 2 days, Chen Pingan brought Pei Qian and Julien to visit the shops in the capital. Shiro stayed at the inn to look after the house. It was really lively because of this huge debate between Buddhism and Taoism. This Qing Wan country was filled with people from all walks of life. Some sought fame, some sought profit. Of course, there were also people like Qin Pingan who came purely to enjoy the scenery and buy some of Qing Wan's specialties. Pei Qian and Julien were probably blind under the light. They did not see anything strange about Chen Pingan's hobby of visiting bookstores. However, the meticulous Shiro saw some clues. Chen Pingan visited those big and small bookstores. He almost never touched the exquisite new books. He also did not have much interest in the classics of the 100 schools of thought. Instead, he would flip through half of the books he saw. However, Qin Pingan would not buy them after he finished. This caused many people to roll their eyes. Fortunately, Julien, who liked to spend money extravagantly, helped him. Thus, he did not receive any malicious remarks from the bookstores or bookstores. Pei Qian probably felt that in the capital, Chen Pingan first bought more than 10 pieces of the most famous and expensive rice paper in Qing Wan Kingdom, then bought a pair of green glazed imperial chest jars for Lu Baixiang, and then bought a hand-twisted gourd for her. His expenses were very high, far exceeding his usual expenses. Even if he saw something that he really liked, he would only sneak a few glances at it. Moreover, the treasure box that Yao Jinji gave him back then was really full and couldn't fit any more items. Otherwise, he would ask his master for a brand new treasure box. After thinking for a while, Pei Qian dismissed the idea. He felt that although his master earned some money from the Lion's Garden, he also bought a new one. He would ask his master again when he earned money next time. In the end, he was poor. Pei Qian was a little sad. He did not know when he would be able to accumulate a treasure box full of treasures. Old Chef said that what was better and bigger than the treasure box was the treasure shelf that all rich families had. After it was filled with items, it was truly a dazzling array of items. It would make people's eyeballs fall to the ground and not be able to pick them up. In these 2 days of shopping, he had heard some gossip that was barely related to Qin Pingan. According to Julien, the emperor of Qing Shan's tastes were extremely outstanding, and he admired him endlessly. This monarch of Qing Shan, whose words carried enormous weight, did not like graceful and slender beauties. His only hobby was the world's plump women. There were 4 of his most favored concubines in the palace. They could no longer be described as plump, were plump. And the head of the 4 charms, charming Pig Yuan Yi, had an even more famous identity, and was one of the 4 great martial masters of the southeast countries of the Aquarius continent. The emperor of Qing Shan, Zheng Kui, was currently staying at the Qing Wan embassy in the capital. He was accompanied by 4 beauties. The day before yesterday, Zheng Kui wore casual clothes and took the relatively slender Mei Kei to tour the temples in the capital. In the end, when they were burning incense, they had a conflict with a group of aristocratic children. Mei Kei attacked fiercely and directly beat them half to death, causing a great disturbance. The yamen in charge of the security of the capital, the Ministry of Rights of Qing Wan, had high-ranking officials appear. After all, it involved the diplomatic relations between the 2 countries, and it was not easy to calm things down. The troublemakers were the children of aristocratic families in the capital and a few friends of the same age who had traveled south. After learning of the identity of the emperor of Qing Shan, they calmed down. However, another wave arose. Among the troublemakers that night, Many people who had just settled down in the new residence in Qing Luan died suddenly. Their deaths were tragic. It was said that even the Yamen's coroner was disgusted by the sight. Very quickly, there was conclusive news that spread throughout the capital. The murderer's method of killing was the usual method used by the great Grand Master of Qingshan, the charming pig. The 4 limbs were removed, leaving only the head on the body. The mute acupoint was sealed, and the charm pig would help stop the bleeding. They struggled to death. The Qing Luan court had already quickly mobilized people from all sides to investigate this matter. There was also a group of experienced investigating officials from the Ministry of Justice, the court's immortal teachers, and Jianghu legends. They immediately entered the embassy where Jiang Kuei was staying. However, this could not stop the anger of the crowd. Countless scholars surrounded the embassy where Emperor Zheng Kuei was staying. If it were not for the obstruction of the Yamen runners in the capital and the 200 elite soldiers personally sent by Governor Wei Liang, who watched covetously and did not allow the situation to deteriorate, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Of course, those scholars who did not have the strength to truss a chicken could only be killed on the spot by one of the 4 beauties, Zheng Kuei's beloved concubine. The charming pig Yuan Yi spread the word that she would fight with one of the 4 great grandmasters, Zhu Fengxian of the Great Marsh Gang. If she lost, the Qingshan kingdom would accept this huge scoop of dirty water. However, if she won, the scholars of Qingluan who had made a ruckus outside the embassy would all have to kneel outside the embassy and kowtow in apology. The old demon Zhu Fengxian, who was rumored to have once driven a scarlet carriage and caused a storm of blood in the Jianghu of several countries, was indeed in the capital recently and was staying at a Taoist temple. Then, yesterday, the notorious Zhu Fengxian of 30 years ago reappeared in the Jianghu. As the #1 hero of Qingluan, he arrived as promised. He stepped into the embassy and engaged in a battle of life and death with the charming pig Yuan Yi. From the moment Zhu Fengxian left the Taoist temple in the carriage, countless people of Qingluan and Jianghu along the way cheered for him. However, as the saying goes, the devil is 10 times stronger. Zhu Fengxian, who originally had high hopes placed on him, was not a match for the charming pig. In the end, he was seriously injured and lost to the second of the 4 great grandmasters, Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi, who was covered in blood but was not seriously injured, casually grabbed Zhu Fengxian by the neck and swaggered to the entrance of the embassy. Looking around at the dumbfounded crowd, she threw the already fainted Zhu Fengxian onto the street and said, "Don't forget to kowtow tomorrow." Zhu Fengxian was tearfully placed into the carriage by the disciples of the Great Marsh Gang. He left the embassy and returned to the Taoist temple for treatment. Outside the embassy, there was not a single person. Outside the Taoist temple, there were endless curses. Chun Pingan, who had coincidentally overheard the course of events in the bookstore, continued to look for books. Pei Qian was heartless. He only felt that Zhu Fengxian was really pitiful. His ability was not high, and he liked to be in the limelight. Did he not know how to hide in the Taoist temple and not go out? He was beaten to a pulp by the 200-pound Mei Zhu. Moreover, his reputation was gone. According to the Jianghu style and the disputes in the Jianghu world described in the novel, if a person in the Jianghu lost his reputation, wouldn't it be the same as losing his life? Pei Qian's only regret was that when they climbed the golden osmanthus temple, they had stayed in the luxurious mansion that Zhu Fengxian built for his granddaughter halfway up the mountain. He was a rich and extravagant master. Pei Qian was quite fond of it. Unfortunately, now it seemed that even if Zhu Fengxian was tough and did not die in the Taoist temple, she would not be able to eat and drink with him the next time they met. At that time, the 2 groups of people met by chance. First, they took shelter from the rain together, then climbed the mountain together. In the end, Zhu Ziang, the granddaughter of the old immortal of the golden osmanthus temple, And Lu Qingcheng, the young girl from the Rouge Building in Yunxiao Country, became the direct disciples of Zhang Gua, the old immortal of the Golden Osmanthus Temple. Pei Qian and Chen Pinggan watched the disciple acceptance ceremony. It could be said that it was a complicated ceremony that took almost 2 hours. In the end, Pei Qian's head hurt from watching it. She had to be a wooden person and not move at all. She felt that it was more tiring than copying books. Chen Pinggan walked out of the bookstore. It was noon. He stood on the steps and thought about something. Zhu Lian asked softly, "Young master, what do you think?" Sure, Ro's heartstrings were taut. She said in her heart, "Don't get involved. Don't get involved in this mess." Chen Pinggan's answer made sure Ro feel both happy and worried. Chen Pinggan said, "Let's go see Zhu Fengxian. If he's badly injured, I happen to have some elixirs with me. After giving him the elixirs and greeting him, we'll leave the Taoist temple." Zhu Lian praised, "Young master is affectionate and righteous. Most importantly, you're steady." Pei Qian stared at him and said, "Why did you interrupt me? Old chef, if you're done, what should I do?" Zhu Lian said bluntly, "What should you do? Go eat shit. You don't have to pay for it. If you're not full, just let me know. When we return to the inn, just wait for me outside the toilet. I guarantee that it'll be hot." Pei Qian rolled her eyes and said, "Disgusting." Chen Pinggan ignored the daily fight between the old and the young. After asking for directions, they headed towards the Taoist temple in the capital that became famous overnight. After walking for about an hour, they finally arrived at the Taoist temple. There were a few people outside the walls. Some threw stones and cursed before running away. Most of them were here to watch the fun. They were satisfied after strolling around the temple. There were also some Jianghu people who came after hearing the news. Most of their ancestors had suffered at the hands of the Great Swamp Gang. They didn't dare to curse, nor were they stupid enough to beat a drowning dog. After all, the old devil Zhu Fengxian's life and death was unknown. However, there were still a few notorious disciples in the Taoist temple. Even if they picked out one of them, it would be enough to make a martial arts master of the Qinghuan country eat a big pot of wine. The Taoist temple wasn't big. Today, it was closed. Chen Pinggan knocked on the side door of the Taoist temple for a long time before a Taoist priest opened the door with a vigilant look. Chen Pinggan said that he was old friends with Zhu Fengxian. Could the Taoist temple please inform him that Chen Pinggan came to visit? The young Taoist priest nodded and asked Chen Pinggan to wait for a moment. After closing the door, about half an hour later, other than the Taoist priest who went back to inform, there was also one of the disciples who accompanied Zhu Fengxian to send Zhu Ziying to the mountain. After recognizing that it was Chen Pinggan, Zhu Fengxian's last disciple was relieved. He led Chen Pinggan to the depths of the Taoist temple's backyard. This person didn't say much along the way. He just thanked Chen Pinggan for remembering the friendship of Jianghu. When they approached a house, the smell of medicine was extremely strong. Zhu Fengxian's disciples stood respectfully in the corridor outside the door. Everyone looked dignified. When they saw Chen Pinggan, they just nodded to greet him. Moreover, they didn't relax at all. After all, the trip to the Gold Laurel Temple was just a fleeting encounter. It was hard to know what a person's heart was. Only God knew what this foreigner surnamed Chen was up to. If it wasn't for Zhu Fengxian, who was lying on the sickbed, who personally asked to bring Chen Pinggan and his group here, no one dared to agree to open the door. Chen Pinggan asked Zhu Lian and the other two to stay at the corner of the corridor. He didn't let them get close to the house. After one of Zhu Fengxian's direct disciples opened the door, Chen Pinggan walked into the house alone with his sword and a box on his back. Zhu Fengxian leaned on the pillow. His face was pale. He was covered with a quilt. He smiled and said, "After we parted on the mountain, we met again in a different place. I, Zhu Fengxian, am in such a pitiful state. I've made a fool of myself." He was severely injured. Other than Zhu Fengxian, who was lying on the sickbed, there was also an old Taoist with a wooden expression. After the disciple who helped open the door closed the door, he moved a chair for Qin Pingan and stood to the side. He didn't leave to prevent Qin Pingan from suddenly killing someone. Qin Pingan took down the bamboo box and placed it by his feet. He sat on the chair and asked softly, "Old gang leader, you didn't hide your whereabouts when you entered the capital this time?" Zhu Fengxian coughed a few times and tried his best to smile. "How could I not hide? It's just that the imperial court's eyes and ears are sharp, so I couldn't hide well. This Taoist temple in the capital is a branch of the Great Marsh Gang that has been painstakingly operating for nearly 30 years. Perhaps it has long been targeted by the imperial court. This isn't a big deal. That emperor of the Tang family of Qing has always looked forward to Jiang Hu since he was young. After he ascended the throne, he treated Jiang Hu well. As long as you don't go too far, the imperial court doesn't care too much. In fact, when I galloped through the martial arts circles of several countries, I was invincible. At that time, Tang Li, who was still a prince at the residence of Long Qianji, was said to hold me in high esteem. He said that one day he would definitely personally summon me, the martial artist who brought honor to Qing. So this time, I was inexplicably named by that charming pig. Although I know that someone is trying to frame me, I really don't have the face to quietly leave the capital. Qin Pingan saw that Zhu Fengxian was speaking strenuously and intermittently, so he decided not to ask any more questions. He bent down to open the bamboo box. When he did this, the old Taoist and the man in the room were ready to act. Qin Pingan stopped and explained, "I have a few bottles of pills refined on the mountain. Of course, it can't regenerate flesh and bones, nor can it quickly repair damaged tendons and veins. But it can be considered to replenish qi and rejuvenate the spirit. It can still be used to mend the body of a martial artist." Zhu Fengxian wanted to raise his arm, but he didn't have the strength to do so. He could only place his arm on top of the blanket and gently shake it. He smiled at his two confidants and said, "You don't have to be nervous. I, Zhu Fengxian, am better at judging people than learning martial arts. In the current capital, anyone can come here to pick up scraps, but young Master Chen won't." On his way here, Qin Pingan chose a secluded alley. He took out 3 bottles of pills from his fengsuan object and moved them into the bamboo box. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching to take things out of thin air. After Qin Pingan took out the 3 porcelain bottles, he extended his hand and handed them to the old Taoist. "I'll have to trouble old Taoist master to first identify the efficacy of these pills and see if they're suitable for old sect leaders' treatment." Zhu Fengxian couldn't help but laugh. "Young Master Chen, you're the only one in the world who's kind enough to give someone medicine to save their life." The old Taoist took the 3 porcelain bottles. He still didn't smile. He went to the table and poured out a pill from each bottle. He then took out a silver needle from his sleeve and carefully crushed the pill. Not only was Qin Pingan not annoyed that his good intentions were treated as ill intent, he instead felt that the old Taoist master's actions were truly Jianghu people doing Jianghu things. Although Zhu Fengxian's complexion wasn't good, he was in a good mood. After all, his foundation as a 7th realm martial artist wasn't bad. He ignored the looks of the disciples in the room, indicating that they could send the guest out. Zhu Fengxian smiled and asked, "Young Master Chen, do you think that Mei Zhu is the real culprit?" Qin Pingan shook his head. "I've never seen her before. I don't know her true temperament, so it's hard to say. Under normal circumstances, that consort of Qingshan wouldn't be so stupid as to use her own unique methods to kill so many people in a single breath in another country's capital. But if she used this as a smokescreen to clear her name, the possibility isn't high, but it's still possible. Perhaps in the end, It's still a struggle between the two countries, a struggle for power in the southeast of the Aquarius continent. Whether or not that Yuan Yi was the one who killed them isn't important. So old sect leader's fight wasn't worth it. The person behind the scenes plotting against old sect leader is rather clever. Now, old sect leader needs to be very careful about how he leaves the capital. Xu Fengxian nodded. That's true. The old Taoist, who had been concentrating on examining the pills, couldn't help but raise his head when he heard this. He glanced at the white-clothed young man with a sword on his back. Chun Pingan chatted with Xu Fengxian for a while longer, then got up and took his leave. Xu Fengxian couldn't get out of bed, so he could only reluctantly clasp his hands to send him off. But this action pulled on his injuries, and he coughed incessantly. Chun Pingan and his group left the Taoist temple and returned to the inn. Inside the Taoist temple, the man who had sent Chun Pingan and the others out of the house and the Taoist temple returned. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. Xu Fengxian smiled. What? You still want Chun Pingan to send us out of the capital? The man answered honestly. If he's willing to help, of course, it's a good thing. Since he's willing to come here, it already shows that he's close to our great marsh gang. If we persuade him, perhaps... Xu Fengxian sneered, interrupting his disciple's wishful thinking. He sneered, "Idiot! A man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Are you pretending not to understand the hidden meaning behind Chun Pingan's words when he told us to be careful when we leave the city? That's already made his attitude clear. Sending the pills is because of the friendship we had when we first met in the Jianghu. Paying a visit and sending the pills is already the most benevolent thing you can do. Don't you understand this simple principle? Don't take his kindness as a fool." The man didn't know the twists and turns here. He lowered his head and said, "The current situation is too dangerous." Xu Fengxian sighed. "Fortunately, you held back and didn't do anything unnecessary. Otherwise, if it was Ziyang cultivating in the Golden Peak Temple and something happened, even if Chun Pingan met him again, do you think he'd save him?" Ooh. The man remained silent. He understood the principle, but the life and death of his master Xu Fengxian and the Great Marsh Gang was very likely unavoidable. From the Taoist temple to the gates of the capital, and then on to the Great Marsh Gang, one of the sections of the road might be the Yellow Springs Road. Xu Fengxian smiled. All right, in the Jianghu, one is responsible for one's own life and death. Could it be that others are not skilled enough and die under my Xu Fengxian's fists, but I, Xu Fengxian, am not allowed to die in the Jianghu? Could it be that the Jianghu belongs to me, Xu Fengxian alone? Is it the pond in our Great Marsh Gang's backyard? The man smiled. 30 or 40 years ago in our Qingwan country it was indeed so. Xu Fengxian closed his eyes. That old Taoist priest said, "There's no problem with the pills. The quality is extremely high, and it's bound to be expensive. It'll help your injuries recover. It's not icing on the cake, but a genuine help in your hour of need." The man was overjoyed. "Really?" The old Taoist priest squinted. "You don't believe me?" The man grinned. "I wouldn't dare." This old Taoist priest was the old military counselor who had worked hard for the Great Swamp Gang for decades. The fact that Zhu Ziyang was able to embark on the path of cultivation early on was also thanks to the old Taoist priest's insight. Xu Fengxian suddenly opened his eyes. He first let his disciple leave the room. After closing the door, he slowly said, "Speak. You've helped me for so many years, and then you've tricked me this time. What are you after? No matter what the outcome is, I won't blame you. I only hope that you and the person behind this will take care of Ziyang in the future. Try not to involve her as much as possible, and be a good cultivator on her mountain." The old Taoist priest stood up and sat on the chair Chun Pingan was sitting on. He did not answer the question. Old Jew, I think that Chin Pingon is young, but he's an old man in the Jianghu. The old Taoist priest sighed. Us old men in the Jianghu seem to be getting more and more out of hand. Young people nowadays like to beat their old masters to death in order to climb up the social ladder. They don't care about the rules and don't acknowledge them. Zhu Fengxian turned his head and asked with a smile, "How old are you? When I first met you, you had this face. Almost 60 years have passed, and you haven't changed much." The old Taoist priest thought for a moment. "I've spent half of my life in my hometown, and the other half in your Qingwan country." Zhu Fengxian saw that his old friend was unwilling to answer, so he did not pursue the matter further. It was meaningless. The disciples of the capital's aristocratic families and scholars from the south started a fight at the temple. Jiang Kui's concubine, Mei Kei, taught them a lesson. That night, several people died suddenly. The people of the capital were in a state of panic and united against a common enemy. The aristocratic families of Qing Wan country who had moved south were furious and provoked a conflict between Qing Wan country and Qingshan country. The charming pig called out Zhu Fengxian, who was also a martial arts grandmaster. Zhu Fengxian was severely injured and defeated. No one at the courier station kowtowed. Afterwards, charming pig Yuan Yi publicly ridiculed the scholarly characters of Qing Wan country. The capital was in an uproar, and for a moment, this matter overshadowed the debate between Buddhism and Taoism. Many aristocratic families who had moved south contacted the local aristocratic families and tried to put pressure on the Qing Wan country's emperor, Tang Li. The Qingshan country's emperor, Jiang Kui, was about to take his 4 concubines and swagger out of the capital. This caused all the Jianghu people in Qing Wan country to be abnormally angry. In just a few days, the situation was turbulent. Everything was linked together. When Chen Pingon and his group left the capital, in the Lion Garden on the outskirts of the capital, a carriage was traveling on a small road under the night sky. The coachman driving the carriage was an old man who had disguised himself as the leader of the 4 grandmasters. He was extremely tall and had just quietly entered Qing Wan country from Yunshao country. His martial arts cultivation was actually already at the level of a martial arts grandmaster, far above charming pig Yuan Yi of Qingshan country and Zhu Fengxian of the Great Zhe Gang, who were at the 7th realm. After Lu Qingfeng finished reading a spy report from Green Wave Pavilion, he said, "You can stop now." A handsome young master sitting opposite him smiled and said, "You're going to stop just like that? I originally planned to use my official position for personal gain and meet a certain someone, but it seems that I didn't take the bait." Lu Qingfeng's expression was indifferent. "That's enough." The person opposite Lu Qingfeng in the carriage was none other than Longquan County's Li Baozhen. After exchanging a glance with Lu Qingfeng, Li Baozhen smiled and said, "All right, since Mr. Lu says that I've learned enough, then I'll do as Lord Imperial Advisor said, and learn more from Mr. Lu. After all, this time is just an appetizer for Emperor Tang Li of Qing Wan country after I take office. I don't want him to think that he can rest easy by relying on the big tree of the Jiang family of Yunlin. After all, some bad wind and rain can also make people sick to the bone." Lu Qingfeng didn't say a word. As they approached the Lion Garden, Li Baozhen suddenly smiled and said, "I won't enter the garden. I will wait in the carriage for Sir Lu to finish explaining things to the old assistant minister and then return to the county government office together." Lu Qingfeng got off the carriage and walked alone into the Lion Garden under the night sky. Li Baozhen got out of the carriage but didn't get off. He sat behind the coachman. This young man, who came from the Dragon Pearl Cave in the past, like Chin Pingon, had nothing to do. He swung his legs and said with a smile, "When I think that my baby sister likes to call Chin Pingon young martial uncle, I get angry. What should I do? As her brother, I can't bear to say anything harsh to her. So I can only tease that bumpkin from the mud bottle alley. If it weren't for the fact that they had escorted the little treasure bottle, Yuan Yi and Zhu Fengxian wouldn't have killed each other like this. But what I admire most about the imperial tutor is that he calculates people's hearts and places his pawns in other people's courtyards. In fact, everyone does it. In the capital of Dali, there is the Changchun Palace, and even Song Zhengqiang. In fact, there are a lot of people who do it. Even our emperor does the same. There are those masters from the 100 schools of thought who have ulterior motives. But in the end, when we look at the chessboard, it seems that one side loses a little, and the other side gains a lot. In the end, our imperial tutor benefits more. This is very scary. Li Baozhen talked to himself for a long time and then asked the coachman with a smile, "Even I can't read your file for the time being. Can you tell me why you are willing to work for our Dali?" The old coachman said indifferently, "I hope you don't sprain your ankle on your official career. Otherwise, I will be the first to kill you." Li Baozhen didn't care at all. You really have to change your bad habit of speaking your mind to everyone. At least wait until the day when you seize the opportunity to kill me. The old coachman sneered. "Okay, I will repeat it when the time comes." There was a moment of silence. Lu Qingfeng hadn't returned. Li Baozhen asked casually, "Is Jiang Wufan?" The coachman said in a deep voice, "No, it's easy to die." Li Baozhen said, "Oh, I see. Then I will take it easy. It's my first time here, so I should familiarize myself with the local customs. I have been timid since I was a child." There are so many masters in my hometown. When I walk on the street, I am afraid that I will disturb the land immortals and martial arts masters next door. Ooh. Li Baozhen patted his knees gently with both hands. It's said that when people from the same hometown see each other, they will cry. I wonder who will cry the next time we meet between me and that bumpkin surnamed Chen. Alas, when that stupid girl, Zhu Lu, found me in the capital, she was crying so hard that my heart almost ached to death. My heart ached so much that I almost wanted to slap her to death. How could she not handle such a small matter? She caused me to vent my anger on Her Highness and ruined my future in Great Li's officialdom for nothing. Otherwise, why would I need to come to such a shabby place and climb up step by step? The old coachman said with a smile, "A bad child like you will be very miserable when you are in trouble one day." Li Baozhen sighed. "Look, you are speaking the truth again. Why don't you listen to advice? It's not good." The night was dark. Li Baozhen looked at the lion garden and said with a smile, "Our Mr. Lu is much more miserable than me. At most, I am full of evil tricks. There will only be more and more people who are afraid of me. He is full of bitterness, and there will be an endless stream of people scolding him." In a small post house in the suburbs of Qinghuan country, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. There were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the small post house tonight. In a room, big eyes stared at small eyes. The young man in white pointed at the old man in green's nose and scolded angrily, "Old bastard, we agreed that we would play by the rules and not play any tricks. You actually threw Li Baozhen to Qinghuan country at this juncture. With this guy's nature, won't he take revenge? Don't you have any shame?" The old man in green was expressionless. He said indifferently, "Little bastard, you secretly sent a message to Chinpingan and asked him to block the way to the lion garden. Do you have any shame?" The handsome young man with a mole between his eyebrows continued to scold, "Old bastard, you *king broke the rules first and set up Chinpingan. You are destroying the foundation of my Dao. You won't let me beat you back?" There were two people in the room. It was Cui Dongshan, embroidered tiger Cui Dong. There was only one person. Cui Dong's expression was still indifferent. He raised his hand and wiped the saliva on his face. "What is the point of scolding yourself?" Cui Dongshan sneered. "Very satisfying." Cui Dong sneered. "Seeing your pitiful appearance now, I finally understand why our highest realm back then stopped at the peak of the 12th realm. Chui Dongshan sat down on the chair. If I had known it was such a good-for-nothing like you, I would have strangled myself to death back then. Chui Dong smiled. It's not too late if you want to die now. But remember to leave behind this shed skin and the Fengtsuan item. Chui Dongshan rolled his eyes. He spread out his hands and lay on the table. His face was close to the table, and he said in a muffled voice, His Majesty the Emperor is dead. After a while, Song Zhengqiang will be the regent? Chui Dong nodded. Chui Dongshan didn't even raise his head. Then who will be the new emperor? Or will the original two candidates each take half? Chui Dong turned a deaf ear. Chui Dongshan raised his head. He went from lying on the table to leaning against the back of the chair. So boring, Chui Dong said. I think you're quite interested in being someone's student and disciple. Chui Dongshan just kept rolling his eyes. Finding joy in hardship, Chui Dong was also a little puzzled. When he was young, he didn't seem to be like this, did he? Chui Dongshan stopped rolling his eyes and hesitated for a moment. How is the old man doing in Luo Pa Mountain's bamboo house? Chui Dong was silent for a long time, then answered. His path to the 11th realm was completely cut off by Lu Qin, but his mentality is not bad now. Chui Dongshan sat cross-legged on the chair and asked, if Qin Pingan kills that Li Baozhen, what will you do? Chui Dong shook his head. Qin Pingan once promised Li Shixing that he would let Li Baozhen go once. After that, he is responsible for his own life and death. Chui Dongshan suddenly raised his head and stared blankly at Chui Dong. Chui Dong said indifferently, yes, I calculated it. Right now, Li Baozhen is too inexperienced. If he wants to be of great use in the future, he will have to suffer a little. Chui Dongshan laughed and jumped off the chair, massaging Chui Dong's shoulders. He said with a cheeky smile, Old Chui, as expected of one of us. This time, I have wronged you. Don't be angry, calm down. Chui Dong was indifferent. If we knew that there would be someone like you in the end, we should have strangled ourselves to death back then. Chui Dong lightly slapped Chui Dong's head. What unlucky words are you saying? Tui, tui, tui. No matter how different our paths are, we should strive to make a scourge live for 1,000 years. Chui Dong said, if you spit on my head again, don't think of making a scourge live for 1,000 years. On the small reed-filled path that led to the official road from Lyons, Denver, a carriage slowly came to a stop. The old coachman looked as if he was facing a great enemy. Li Baozhen lifted the curtain of the carriage. When he saw that person, his face was filled with disbelief. Was this really a fellow townsman meeting? 10. $3.98. When Li Baozhen saw the young man, who should not have appeared on the road, his mind turned quickly. The 3-inch world was it Lu Qingfeng behind him, who set him up, hoping to dominate Qingwan alone? It shouldn't be. The imperial tutor wouldn't let Lu Qingfeng dominate. It was reasonable for him and Lu Qingfeng to restrict each other. Was this a coincidence? Was tonight just a sudden encounter? Li Baozhen sighed. If his luck was so bad, it would be better for someone to set him up. After all, in the chess competition, one could rely on one's brain and skills. If his luck was bad, did he have to burn incense and pray to Buddha? Li Baozhen stood behind the old coachman and asked softly, what do you mean? The old coachman said in a deep voice, one of the retainers behind this person, the stooped old man, is very likely to be a martial artist of the far travel state. His realm is not lower than mine. Li Baozhen slapped his forehead. The spy misled me. According to the recent spy report, Qin Pingan was at the 100 Flowers Garden in the capital. 3 of his 4 retainers left, and only 2 retainers were with him. One of them was called Zhu Lian, whose strength was unknown. He might be a martial artist of the golden body state. The other one behaved strangely. His performance in the lion's garden was mediocre. His strength should be inferior to Zhu Lian. As for Chen Pingon himself, based on the strength of the lion's garden's wall, he was at least a pure martial artist of the 5 states. He could draw talismans and wore an immortal robe of unknown quality. The gourd hanging from his body was the sword-strengthening gourd, Ginger Gourd. It was unknown whether it nourished flying swords. Although he had pieced together all the bits and pieces of the spy report, he was still unable to reveal Chen Pingon's true background. But it was not important. Li Baozhen determined that Chen Pingon was in the capital of Qingwan. Even if he suddenly became an immortal overnight, it still had nothing to do with Li Baozhen. Li Baozhen was using Dali as his chessboard to tease Chen Pingon, who was in the game. Dali's Green Wave Pavilion spies in the southeast of the Aquarius continent followed the movements of the chess pieces, like a spider that was constantly moving. Before leaving Dali, the Imperial tutor Cui Dong gave Li Baozhen 3 choices. Go to the Great Sui Kingdom and be responsible for keeping an eye on the old vassals of the Great Sui Kingdom, including the Gao family and the Huangting country. Go to the biggest obstacle in front of the Dali cavalry, the Zhuang dynasty with many sword cultivators, and the movements of the Lakeview Academy in the south were also important. The last one was Qingwan. Compared to the first 2, Qingwan was originally a small rural place. It was only after the Aquarius continent's people started to move south that the Green Wave Pavilion began to increase its investment in the last 2 years. Of course, these were some of the superficial phenomena that Li Baozhen saw after taking up the position. Otherwise, he would not have been unable to look up the old coachman's file. But Li Baozhen was not stupid. The aristocratic family had Tang Zhong, the Great Lake Gang's Zhu Fengxian, in the Jianghu, especially the imperial tutor Cui Dong, who personally came here, and even made an exception to meet Lu Qingfeng of the Lion's Garden. All of this showed that Li Baozhen's vision was not bad. He chose this place as his place of prosperity in Dali, temporarily away from the whirlpool of the Song clan that could easily crush people. Li Baozhen was somewhat annoyed. If he had waited for a few more days, he would have waited for an important person responsible for his safety to enter Qingwan Kingdom. That would have been a great situation where he would not be afraid of anything. What Governor Wei Liang? What Chief Executive Zhou Lingji? None of them were worth mentioning. How could this clay bottle alley bumpkin be so good at picking the time and place? Li Baozhen turned around and bent over. He lifted the curtain and asked with a smile, "Mr. Lu, do you have a backup plan?" Lu Qingfeng shook his head and smiled. "Like you, I need to wait a few days for a Daliwu secretary to serve as my personal retainer," Li Baozhen said with a bitter face. "Can Mr. Lu bear to see this ally of mine die before he has even achieved victory?" Lu Qingfeng thought for a moment and replied, "You have to believe in Imperial Tutor Cui's flawless plan." Li Baozhen sighed and put down the curtain. It seemed that he could not avoid tonight's fortune or misfortune. It was not that Li Baozhen did not believe in Xiuhu's chess skills, but that Imperial Tutor Darren might not really take him seriously. Li Baozhen even believed that if Cui Dong had to make a choice between him and Lu Qifeng, Cui Dong would not hesitate to leave Lu Qingfeng on the chessboard and pick up Li Baozhen and throw him back into the chess jar. How did the broken porcelain mountain in his hometown form? Weren't they all pitiful abandoned pieces that did not weigh much and were turned into powder in the battle for the great Tao? Li Baozhen had long liked to climb the top of the porcelain mountain alone. He always felt that he was stepping on a pile of bones to reach the top. It felt good. Chen Pingon let Shiro protect Pei Qian and stand in the distance. He only took Zhu Lian and continued to move forward. Cui Dongshan suddenly sent a secret letter to him, saying that Li Baozhen appeared in the Lion's Denver. It was concise and comprehensive, ending with the word kill. Chen Pingon did not have any doubts or hesitation. He quickly left the capital and went straight to the lion's den. Qin Pingan chose to trust Cui Dongshan in some things that did not involve the great Tao. For example, he chose Withered Bone Ghost Shiro as the candidate to occupy Du Mao's slough, and this time, when he was less than 50 steps away from the carriage, Qin Pingan walked slowly and could clearly see the young man standing behind the coachman. It was this man who, with Zhu Lu's admiration and young girl's affection, threw out the bait to help the father and daughter get rid of the lowly status and fight for the title of lady for her, made Zhu Lu walk toward Qin Pingan with a smile on her face in that corridor. She put her hands behind her back and was full of killing intent. That was the first time in Qin Pingan's life after leaving Liju Cave. Previously, when he confronted the mountain-moving ape of Xinyang Mountain in the small town, he could feel the subtle and sinister nature of people's hearts. Qin Pingan, this is the first time we've met, right? Li Baozhen stood behind the old coachman and greeted with a smile. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Li Baozhen, the younger brother of Li Shisheng and Li Baoping's brother. Qin Pingan stood still and asked, if you die here tonight, will you regret it? Li Baozhen nodded. I'll definitely regret it. Qin Pingan laughed. You'll regret not being careful enough in your actions, right? Li Baozhen seemed to have nothing to lose and said frankly, yes, once I left Longquan County's Falu Street and our Dali dynasty, I felt that I could fly freely. It was too unwise. Qin Pingan, you've taught me twice the valuable principles of being a person and doing things. You can't do things more than 3 times. In the future, you go your way, and I'll go mine. What do you think? Zhu Lian raised his arms and rubbed his palms, eager to try. He smiled and said, although the old coachman is a martial artist of the far travel state, I can totally deal with him. Young master, we're in the same realm after all. If I'm careless and can't hold back, please don't blame me. The old coachman's eyes were burning as he stared at the hunchback old man. Qingwan, Qingshan, Yunshao, and the surrounding small countries were shallow in Jianghu and had responsibilities. It was not good to travel without permission and ruin the title of a pure martial artist of the 8th state. It was not easy to meet one tonight, so how could he miss it? However, there was the bad seed Li Baozhen behind him and Mr. Lu in the carriage, so he could not help but be restrained. He asked, it's hard to deal with this retinue. Mr. Li, do you have any tricks you can teach me? Can I protect you from death and allow me to fight to my heart's content? Ooh, Li Baozhen smiled bitterly and said, who would have thought that there would be such a situation? My tricks only harm people and not save myself. The coachman stood up and sneered. Then it's empty? Scheming here and there. It's dazzling, but in the end, it's so useless. Li Baozhen smiled and said, then I'll have to trouble you to put in more effort tonight and win me a chance to mend the pen after the sheep is lost. The old coachman was the #1 martial artist of the Aquarius continent. He was strong and had a heavy burden on his shoulders. He would not leave just because he hated Li Baozhen. The carriage trembled slightly. Li Baozhen only felt a breeze on his face. The old coachman had already rushed forward and pounced towards Qin Pingan. The reeds on both sides of the small road fell towards Qin Pingan and Zhu Lian. Zhu Lian habitually took a few steps forward. His body was as fast as lightning as he extended his palm. He caught the old coachman's fist aura, and his sleeves swelled up. Zhu Lian slid backwards and stood shoulder to shoulder with Qin Pingan. The old coachman used the momentum to float backwards and landed on the ground. The reeds on both sides of the road fell to the left and right again. The rustling sound was extremely ear-piercing in the originally silent night. Li Baozhen saw the scattered fist aura drifting towards the motionless Qin Pingan. It was like a slanted wind and drizzle meeting an oil paper umbrella. Not a single drop of water touched the umbrella holder. Li Baozhen's eyelids trembled. No wonder he was the weakest martial artist of the 5th realm. This clay bottle alley bastard, after leaving Li Zhu Grotto Heaven, He seemed to have had a good encounter. Li Baozhen felt a little regretful. Could it be that he should have walked the path of cultivation? A pure martial artist of the fifth realm who was not even 18 years old. In the Dali dynasty, where there were many martial artists, he could probably be called a genius. Could it be that after Li Zhu Grotto Heaven fell, the majestic martial arts fate was all taken by this guy? No. The vassal king Song Zhengqiang, Li Er, and Zheng Dafeng divided it among the three of them. At most, there would be some leftovers. Zhu Lian shook his wrist and said with a smile, "Brother, your fist is a little weak." "What? Are you being polite with me? Are you afraid that you can't kill me with one punch?" "No, no. Just punch me as hard as you can. I'm thick-skinned and easy to beat. Brother, if you continue to hide like this, I won't be polite with you." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Lian rushed forward like a wild mountain monkey. He was so fast that it was as if an immortal master had used an object that could shrink 1,000 miles. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the old coachman and returned the favor by throwing a punch at him. Li Baozhen's eyesight was limited. He only saw Zhu Lian's punch. After that, they confronted each other in a small place, which made him dizzy. Li Baozhen soon felt uncomfortable in his ears. He swallowed his saliva and felt a little better. The old coachman let out a soft shout, his hands clinging and striking, throwing Zhu Lian towards the reeds. He himself took a step back and stomped heavily on the ground, while his other foot was lightly raised to stabilize his body. If he wasn't worried about Li Baozhen behind him, the old coachman would naturally be able to throw a punch more freely. Zhu Lian stretched his body in the air and stepped on a slender reed with one foot. He swayed left and right a few times and said with a smile, "Brother, it seems that you've been in the eighth realm for so many years, but it's not smooth sailing. You have to climb the road to the top, right?" The old coachman sneered. "Isn't it too early to say that?" Zhu Lian walked on top of the reeds like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. As his muscles and bones stretched, there was a series of cracking sounds like soybeans. He chuckled and said, "It's not too early, not too early. I'm just worried that you won't be able to leave behind your last words if we really have to risk our lives. I've heard that eighth realm martial artists are quite rare in the world. If you die suddenly like this, I'll grieve for the loss of my kind. While my young master doesn't find you an eyesore, I'll quickly chat with you." The old coachman didn't say anything. In the carriage, Lu Qingfeng wanted to get up. A white rainbow suddenly appeared from the blade-strengthening gourd at Chun Pingan's waist. It quickly drew an arc and penetrated the carriage wall without any obstruction. It hovered between Lu Qingfeng's eyebrows. Lu Qingfeng smiled and sat back in his seat. Li Baozhen's hand, hidden in his sleeve, had just moved when a green sword light flashed and pierced his sleeve. Then a talisman was nailed to the carriage wall behind him. The golden talisman was very strange. There were talismans written on both sides of the talisman. Not only that, there was a black-armored immortal general and a white-armored immortal general on both sides of the talisman. It was a talisman of the day and night wandering god that had long been lost in the world. Li Baozhen sighed and said to the old coachman, "Stop. There's no need to fight. Li Baozhen, will just wait for death." Zhu Lian said anxiously, "Don't. Big brother, let's fight." "Don't delay my young master and your master's business." The old coachman nodded and swept toward Zhu Lian. Chun Pingan walked to the side of the carriage. Li Baozhen was sitting in the carriage, looking like he was ready to kill. Chun Pingan looked at the carriage curtain. "I thought it was a clever house, but the ghost overlooks the house." It turned out to be another sentence in the book. In the carriage, Lu Qingfeng said, "There's no door to fortune or misfortune, but people call it themselves Chun Pingon didn't say anything else. Scholars actually understood the big and small truths, especially Lu Qingfeng, who had read books and poems since childhood and had been in the officialdom. But Zhu Fengxian, a Jianghu hero, was actually easier for onlookers to see through. Life and death, honor and disgrace were straightforward. Li Baozhen looked at Chun Pingon. He was sitting and Chun Pingon was standing. They just happened to look at each other. Li Baozhen asked politely, "No matter how you found me, after you kill me tonight, how will you go back to Dali? Are you going to give up your ancestral home in Nipping Lane of Longquan Commandery?" Chun Pingon looked at the disciple of the Li family from Falu Street, whom they had never met before, but who wanted to kill Chun Pingon. They were also a family, but why was he so different from Li Shixing and Little Treasure Bottle? Seeing that Chun Pingon didn't speak, Li Baozhen said with a smile, "I'm just a scholar, and I can't withstand your punch. Every dog has its day, but it's only been a few years, and it's changed too fast. If I had known that you'd change so much, I would have drawn Juhi to my side. Then I wouldn't have left my hometown and died in another place. One punch." Li Baozhen hugged his abdomen with both hands and curled up, almost vomiting bile. Chun Pingon only used the cultivation of a second-realm martial artist. Chun Pingon reached out to grab Li Baozhen's hair bun, pulled him out of the carriage, and threw him away. Li Baozhen rolled away on the yellow mud road. In the end, he spread out his hands and feet, and his face was full of tears. But it was not sadness or regret, but pure physical pain. Li Baozhen laughed and said, "I never thought that I would have such a day. Lu Qingfeng, remember to collect my body and send it back to Longquan Commandery of Dali." Chun Pingon squatted down. Li Baozhen looked at him. He saw a pair of familiar yet strange eyes. This kind of eyes was different from the bottomless abyss of Imperial Tutors Cui Dong. Li Baozhen was glad that he could not see the bottom. Otherwise, he would probably be a corpse. Because it was unlucky to see the fish in the abyss, he was far from qualified to pry into the thoughts of the embroidered tiger. But the only similarity between Chun Pingon's eyes and the Dali Imperial Tutor's eyes was deep in Li Baozhen's memory. Vaguely, one was an abyss, and the other was an ancient well, and there were evil dragons hiding in them, wanting to raise their heads. Li Baozhen's eyes were suddenly full of pleasure, and he whispered, "Chun Pingon, I'm waiting for you to become a person like me. I'm looking forward to that day." Chun Pingon grabbed a handful of soil from the ground and tapped Li Baozhen's Adam's apple with one hand. When Li Baozhen involuntarily opened his mouth, he stuffed the soil into his mouth and then covered Li Baozhen's mouth with his palm, asking, "Is it delicious?" Li Baozhen struggled with his hands and feet, his face flushed. Chun Pingon turned his head slightly. "What are you talking about? I can't hear you. Why don't you speak louder?" Li Baozhen suddenly stopped struggling and swallowed the large mouthful of soil bit by bit. Her eyes were fixed on the indifferent young face. Chun Pingon raised his hand, and Li Baozhen's face twisted as he mumbled, "It's not bad." Chun Pingon nodded. "It's not easy to eat shit right now. So what's so difficult about eating soil?" Just like before, after Li Baozhen ate a large handful of soil, he once again covered Chun Pingon's mouth. This time, Chun Pingon increased his strength, and the back of Li Baozhen's head began to sink into the mud. After Chun Pingon let go, Li Baozhen's chest heaved up and down, and he found it difficult to breathe. Then he began to cough violently, spitting out soil from his mouth. Chun Pingon raised his right hand and gently waved his sleeve, scattering the soil that splashed towards him. At the same time, Li Baozhen wailed. Chun Pingon's left hand gripped Li Baozhen's left hand, making a cracking sound. Li Baozhen's hand, which had quietly clenched into a fist, opened up, revealing a jade pendant that he had secretly taken from his waist. The ancestral piece of fine mutton fat jade engraved with the two ancient words Dragon Palace was originally inconspicuous, but now it was crystal clear, and there was a thin thread of light flowing quickly on it. After Chen Ping'an crushed Li Baozhen's wrist bone, Li Baozhen's arm collapsed to the ground. The jade pendant, which was only one step away from being activated, was held in Chen Ping'an's hand. "Thank you." Flying Sword 1 and 15 returned from between Lu Qingfeng's eyebrows and the outer wall of the carriage, respectively. The rare talisman, which the common people might not recognize, but Chen Ping'an could see through at a glance, was put away by him together with the Dragon Palace jade pendant. In the authentic alchemy works, this talisman of the day and night wandering god was a very high-grade talisman, and it was recorded in detail on the third last page of the book. Li Baozhen covered his left wrist with his right hand and smiled miserably. "You win. I'm afraid of you." Of these two things, the Dragon Palace jade pendant was one of the Li family's life-saving talismans, and the talisman was a parting gift from his elder brother, Li Shisheng. The most important thing was that these two priceless treasures had to be opened by Li Baozhen himself, so that outsiders could take the opportunity to see what was inside. Otherwise, no matter if one was an earth immortal or below the 5 states, they would be worthless dead objects if they took them. Chen Ping'an kicked Li Baozhen's waist, and the latter was swept across the reeds and fell into the lake. It took 100 days to recover from a serious injury. Lu Qingfeng got up and walked out of the carriage. "No matter what the reason is, I still have to thank Child Chen for not killing Li Baozhen." Chen Ping'an asked, "What about the Lion Garden and Lu Qingshan?" Lu Qingfeng said, "I've already found a way out for them." Chen Ping'an looked a little tired. Originally, he did not want to say much to the eldest son of the old assistant minister. However, when he thought of the limping young scholar, he asked, "I believe that the result you want is most likely good." Lu Qingfeng, "You should know better than anyone that you are walking on a different path. However, how can you guarantee that you will not get further and further away from the result you want if you continue to walk on this path?" Lu Qingfeng smiled bitterly and looked into the distance. He sighed, "I can only walk and see. Otherwise, in our Qingluan kingdom, from His Majesty the Emperor to the scholars, and then to the people in the countryside, everyone's backbone will soon be broken. At that time, we won't even be able to walk. Everyone knows that drinking poison to quench thirst is a bad thing, but if you really die of thirst, who wouldn't drink it? Just like in the ancestral hall of the Lion Garden, that willow tree queen, whom I dislike very much, instigated my father to involve you. If I were only a part of the plan, I wouldn't have stood up bravely like Lu Qingshan and held on to the Lu family's tradition. After I, Lu Qingfeng, weighed the pros and cons, I would only go against my own heart." Lu Qingfeng withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, "Fortunately, things haven't come to the worst. Every family has its own difficulties. As the elder brother, I'll take care of the difficult ones and let my younger brother study the easy ones." Chen Ping'an glanced at the direction where Li Baozhen fell into the water. "You're still much stronger." Chen Ping'an looked at the battle in the reeds and shouted, "Let's go back." Chen Ping'an then said to Lu Qingfeng, "You can save him now." Lu Qingfeng asked, "Why didn't you just kill Li Baozhen?" Chen Ping'an shook his head and said, "I promised someone to let Li Baozhen go once." Zhu Lian rushed over, his face full of regret. He reached out and wiped the blood on his face. His hand had just gotten warm, and now the old coachman's bones would be soft and he would die. But seeing that Chen Ping'an didn't want to talk, Zhu Lian didn't make any jokes and just followed him silently. Lu Qingfeng suddenly said to Chen Ping'an's back, "Child Chen, from now on, it's best not to stay near the capital and wait for an opportunity to keep your promise and meet Li Baozhen again." Chen Ping'an turned his head and asked with a smile, "Why?" Lu Qingfeng smiled and shook his head, not revealing more. The Dali dynasty was about to send 2 people to serve as the retainers of Lu Qingfeng and Li Baozhen. It was said that one of them was the mainstay of the Lu dynasty in the past, but this was not the most important thing. The real fatal thing was that the Dali imperial tutor, Cui Dong, was most likely still in Qinghuan. Chun Pingan and the others walked out of sight. The old coachman rescued the dying Li Baozhen and gently helped Li Baozhen to vomit out the water in his stomach. Li Baozhen took a long time to recover. He walked around the gates of hell and sat on the road, looking dazed. The old coachman stood beside Li Baozhen and turned to look at Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng smiled and shook his head. So Li Baozhen once again took a turn around the gates of hell. Li Baozhen's back was facing the two people who were exchanging glances. However, this young master, who was in an extremely sorry state tonight, reached out and slapped his cheeks hard. Then he turned his head and smiled. It seems that Mr. Lu still cares a lot about the state preceptor's opinion. Lu Qingfeng squatted down and smiled. If it was someone else who came to Qinghuan, they might not be as good as you. Li Baozhen pretended to burp, eating mud and drinking water. I'm a bit full. Jianghu is really deep. It's easy to die. I almost died at the bottom of the river. Lu Qingfeng helped Li Baozhen up. It seems that we have to go back to the lion's garden and change your clothes first. Li Baozhen tilted his head and jumped a few times. After shaking the water out of his ears, he smiled brightly and said, "No need to change, no need to change." Remember this, so that you won't think that God is first, the imperial tutor is second, and I'm third. Lu Qifeng didn't say anything. Li Baozhen sat in the back of the carriage, shivering. The carriage slowly moved forward until it left the reed marsh and entered the official road. They didn't meet Chun Pingan and the others again. Lu Qingfeng said indifferently, "First, I advise you to go back to the lion's garden. Otherwise, when we arrive at the county government office, I have to take care of you, who is sick. Second, I advise you again to remind myself that those who hurt people with words are good for knives and axes. Those who hurt people with skills are poisonous to tigers and wolves." Li Baozhen's lips were pale. He stared at this guy, teeth chattering, and asked Lu Qingfeng, "Do you know what I lost when I met Chun Pingan? Do you need to say these words?" Lu Qingfeng asked, "Is your life important?" Li Baozhen grinned and said, "Not really." He turned to the old coachman and shouted, "Turn back to the lion's garden." Lu Qingfeng began to close his eyes and rest. It was not until this moment that Li Baozhen really regarded the person in front of him as an equal ally, or Li Baozhen admitted that he was indeed not as good as Lu Qingfeng. His name was Qingfeng. His heart was like dead ashes, but there were signs of revival. People who were focused on dealing with the world would not be shocked by the thunder. He never thought that such a person could be born in the small Qinghuan country. Shiro was the most relaxed one. He inexplicably left the city in the middle of the night and said that he was going to meet a fellow villager. Pei Qian didn't take it seriously, but Shiro felt a strange aura hidden in Chun Pingan. It was killing intent. Sure enough, Zhu Lian started a fight with someone. Fortunately, Chun Pingan and Zhu Lian returned and said that everything was fine. Shiro didn't ask much. As long as Chun Pingan said that everything was fine, she believed it. If it was Zhu Lian who said that there was nothing to worry about, Shiro wouldn't believe it, although Pei Qian didn't understand. The faint smell of blood on Zhu Lian's body was still very scary. Pei Qian asked softly, "Master, is it an enemy from your hometown?" Chun Pingan thought for a moment and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi that had been accumulated in his chest for a long time. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank the misty fog wine he bought in the capital of Qinghuan country. He smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. It's over." Pei Qian nodded and then asked with a smile, "Master, did you gain or lose this time?" Zhu Lian knew that Chun Pingan obtained a talisman and a jade pendant. Although he didn't look carefully, Zhu Lian was sure that Chun Pingan's fellow villager, as long as they wandered around outside, were probably not ordinary people. For example, Zheng Dafeng of Old Dragon City and the heir who hurriedly showed up and left. One was at the 9th level, and the other at the 10th level. Therefore, the two things that Chun Pingan stole from that guy were definitely valuable. But Chun Pingan said, "It's not a loss or a gain. I just happened to give the two things that I got to someone who was more suitable to hold them." Pei Qian made an "oh" sound. It's good that nothing happened. She turned her head and looked at the distant capital of Qinghuan country. She held the walking stick in one hand and the small gourd in the other. Zhu Lian turned his head, and Shiro also looked away. Zhu Lian smiled and asked, "Miss Shiro, are you worried about me?" Shiro kept her mouth shut and did not speak. Zhu Lian clicked his tongue. "Miss Shiro, you don't know. The person that I fought with was a martial grandmaster of the far-traveling realm. His cultivation had reached the peak of perfection, and his strength was extremely strong. With one punch, he could shatter mountains and split the earth. Another punch could move mountains and overturn seas." Shiro said mockingly, "If that didn't kill you, then wouldn't you, Zhu Lian, be invincible in the world?" Zhu Lian chuckled. "You don't know this, but that big brother was too polite. From start to finish, he wasn't willing to exchange lives with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to stand by your side in one piece. Miss Shiro would have to see the miserable state of my skin and flesh being torn apart and my arms being reduced to bones. At that time, Miss Shiro would be saddened by the sight and cry. I would definitely be heartbroken. I would definitely go back and gather the pieces of that big brother's body that were scattered all over the place and whip his corpse." Shiro ignored his words. Chun Pingan suddenly said, "After this trip to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sway Kingdom, we might have to find a wedding dress ghost whose mansion is hidden in the mountains on our way back to Longquan County. Her cultivation isn't weak, but we might not be able to find her." Zhu Lian said in surprise, "Young master, is that wedding dress ghost pretty? What did Miss Shiro look like when she was alive?" Chun Pingan smiled and said, "When I first saw her, she was wearing a bright red wedding dress. Her face was deathly pale. I only felt that it was terrifying. I didn't pay too much attention to what she looked like." Pei Qian secretly swallowed his saliva. He took out a talisman and stuck it on his forehead. Chun Pingan asked softly, "About that old man of the 8th realm, how much strength did you use to defeat him?" Zhu Lian was a bit embarrassed. "Young master, when I'm fighting with someone, when my hands get hot, I'll always use all my strength. So if young master had told me to stop a moment later, that big brother really would have been cut into 8 pieces. Whether or not he'd become a water ghost, that's hard to say." Chun Pingan said helplessly, "That's a good habit." Zhu Lian was resentful. Pei Qian gloated and said, "Old chef, why aren't you flattering me this time? Didn't you say you learned it from my master?" Zhu Lian chuckled and kicked Pei Qian's butt. Pei Qian's body fell forward, but he subconsciously used the mountain walking staff to poke the ground. His body quickly spun around the mountain walking staff. He wasn't in a hurry to curse Zhu Lian, nor was he in a hurry to ask why he didn't fall. Pei Qian only pulled out the mountain walking staff that he had relied on for a long time and ran to Chun Pingan's side. He said in confusion, "Master, why hasn't this mountain god master of mine broken yet? Look, there isn't even a crack. Could it be that I've picked up a treasure from the start? Is it really an immortal tree planted by some mountain god master?" Chun Pingan smiled and didn't say anything. Zhu Lian guffawed. "Young master helped you refine this mountain-traversing staff with the immortal small refinement technique. Otherwise, it would have been smashed to pieces." How could an ordinary branch withstand the ravages of your demonic sword technique? Pei Qian scratched his head. "I see." He seemed surprised, but it was only natural. Then Pei Qian, whose thoughts were more imaginative, raised his head and looked at the night sky. "Why isn't it raining yet?" Chun Pingan asked as he walked. Why is it raining? Pei Qian also practiced the white ape-back swordsmanship, temporarily using the mountain walking staff as his sword. He answered, "It's raining, so I can hold the umbrella for master." Zhu Lian kicked again, but Pei Qian nimbly dodged. Zhu Lian laughed and scolded, "You're a short winter melon, who only knows how to eat but doesn't grow. How can you hold the umbrella for young master?" Pei Qian was in a dilemma and said dejectedly, "That's true." Chun Pingon comforted, "It's just the thought." Zhu Lian smiled and said, "This money-losing thing, all that's left is the thought." Pei Qian glared at Zhu Lian. "If it weren't for the fact that you're injured, I'd definitely let you have a taste of my self-created crazy demon swordsmanship. Come, 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 let's practice." Zhu Lian took a step forward. Pei Qian laughed loudly and started to run around Chun Pingon. Shiro was a little absent-minded for a moment. Pei Qian, who had always been around Chun Pingon, was still a little piece of charcoal even though she was in the mountains and in the water. But when she ran on the bright moon in the sky, the bright and clean road, the little girl's body was suffused with a faint layer of bright light. Who knows, one day, when Pei Qian walked the Jianghu alone, would it be a completely different scene? Like a blazing sun, looking at it from afar, others would feel that it was burning their eyes. It's just that with this kind of complicated emotion, as they trekked through mountains and rivers together, Shiro began to regret having such a senseless idea. This Pei Qian is really too wild. It's been some time since summer, and they're about to reach the immortal ferry on the eastern border of Qingluan country. This day, deep in the mountains and forests, Pei Qian ran to a place a little further away to pick up withered branches to use for cooking. When she came back, she was covered in mud and grass. She caught a gray hare and pulled it by the ear. She ran back and stood beside Chun Pingon, shaking the poor hare with all her strength, and said excitedly, "Master, look what I caught. It's the legendary mountain jump. It runs so fast." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Today we're only eating vegetables and no meat, let it go." Pei Qian was stunned, and then she was a little reluctant to let it go. She painstakingly caught it, so she asked, "Master, can we fatten it up and then kill it to eat? I'll find a long rope to tie it up, and I'll carry it all the way." Chun Pingon waved his hand. "If you really want to eat meat, I'll ask Zhu Lian to catch a wild boar for you later." Pei Qian thought for a while. It's still a profitable deal, so she'll let it go. She nodded, took a deep breath, turned her body, and threw the hare out with all her strength. With a whoosh, it's unknown whether it was lucky or pitiful, the hare disappeared in an instant. "Fly, little brother." Shiro put her hand to her forehead. Pei Qian clapped her hands, squatted beside Chun Pingon, who was building the stove, and asked nicely, "Master, what day is it today? Is it particular? Like it's the birthday of some powerful mountain god or something, so we can't eat meat in the mountains?" Chun Pingon just smiled and said, "It's not particular. The immortal fairy at the border was the most unpretentious one Chun Pingon had ever seen. Not only was there no hidden mountain and river restrictions, but they were also afraid that the rich people of the secular world wouldn't be willing to go. So they started to attract business from dozens of miles away. It turned out that this ferry had many strange routes. For example, if you wanted to go to a certain immortal's cave near Qingluan, you could go to the fishing platform at the peak of the mountain and throw a rod into the sea of clouds to fish for some rare birds and flying fish. So the route was bustling with activity, packed with people. Chun Pingon heard a lot of news from the capital. For example, the emperor of the Tang family followed the people's will and made Confucianism the foundation of the country. As for who would be ranked second between Buddhism and Taoism, it was said that they still had to wait. A small Taoist temple in the capital called Baiyun Temple suddenly became the Taoist temple used by the Qingluan royal family to burn incense and worship gods. In the White Water Temple, an originally unknown young monk began to preach to the world. Inside the temple on the main road, and in the marketplace, it was rumored that his preaching was extremely simple and crude, so that even young children could understand it. He smoothly boarded the average-sized immortal ferry. Pei Qian seemed to be in low spirits and was in a bad mood. After copying books in Chun Pingan's room, she quietly returned to her room. Compared to the Pei Qian of the past, she was like a different person. Chun Pingan went to ask Julien, but Julien didn't say anything. He could only ask Shiro, and Shiro told him her opinion. So, on this day, Pei Qian finished copying books and wanted to leave. Chun Pingan called her and brought her out of the room to the bow of the ferry to enjoy the scenery of the sea of clouds. The two of them stood by the railing of the ferry. Chun Pingan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and prepared to drink wine. Pei Qian took out the small gourd in her hand and raised it high above her head, looking left and right. Chun Pingan still didn't drink and put the good wine gourd at his waist. He turned his head and asked with a smile, "Something on your mind?" Pei Qian stood on tiptoe and leaned against the railing, asking softly, "Master, will you only like that little treasure bottle who calls you little Marshal Uncle and not me when we get to Cliff Academy?" Chun Pingan looked into the distance and shook his head. "That won't happen." Pei Qian sat on the ground and crossed her arms. "I don't believe it." Ooh. Chun Pingan sat beside her. He lifted his foot and gave Pei Qian a look. When Pei Qian saw the boots on his feet, she immediately smiled and shook the small yellow gourd. "Master, let's drink." Chun Pingan laughed and took off the blade, strengthening gourd again. He clinked it with the small gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. Pei Qian pretended that there was wine in his little gourd as well. He raised his head and drank. Then he stood up and took a few steps back. He seemed to be dizzy like a drunkard swaying back and forth. "Oh, Master, I drank too much. I drank too much." Chun Pingan looked at this scene and couldn't help laughing. Chun Pingan was about to remind her. Pei Qian lightly bumped into a tall and sturdy man who was walking by. That man had a long saber at his waist and sneered, "You blind little thing, get the hell away from me." That man pressed his palm on Pei Qian's head and twisted his wrist, wanting to throw Pei Qian out. But before he could increase his strength, his wrist was grabbed by the back of a young man who was carrying a sword. Pei Qian hurriedly said to that person, "Sorry, I didn't see you pass by." "I'm so sorry." The man frowned, probably because he felt embarrassed that his attack was blocked. He didn't believe it, and suddenly increased his strength. He wanted to use his aura chi to push away this embroidered pillow who didn't know whether she was dead or alive, and then throw little Charcoal, who was in the way out. In just an instant, a sharp pain came from his wrist. The tall and sturdy man with the long saber actually knelt on the ground with a thud, sweating profusely. Chun Pingan smiled at Pei Qian, indicating for her to stand behind him. Chun Pingan held the gourd behind him with one hand, while his other hand went from holding the pure martial artist's wrist to grabbing the top of his head. He bent over and asked expressionlessly, "Do you want to die?" His 5 fingers were like hooks. That tall and sturdy man's face was deathly pale. He gritted his teeth and didn't beg for mercy. Unable to bear the pain, the man said sternly, "A grudge has been formed. This matter isn't over." The 7 or 8 people who were traveling with him on the ferry swarmed over. They wanted to have some fun with their numbers and beat up this big and small pair to relieve their boredom. In the end, the 2 flying swords just happened to hover between the brows of the man, who was charging at the front. As a result, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. In the middle of summer, their bodies were cold all over. Among all the sword cultivators in the world, they were the most righteous when killing people. However, that group of people probably didn't know that Chun Pingan didn't lack in the matter of swordsmanship. In terms of making enemies, Chun Pingon really didn't lack in the matter of swordsmanship. It was just that those archenemies of his all had powerful backgrounds. Therefore, Chun Pingon was the least afraid of this matter. Chun Pingon lifted up the tall and sturdy man who was kneeling on the ground with one hand, then kicked him in the chest. He flew backwards, knocking down several of his companions. It was a mess, and then the two of them desperately fled together. Chun Pingon turned his head and smiled at Pei Qian. Don't be afraid. In the future, when you roam the Jianghu and get bullied, go home and find your master. $3.99. It was a farce at the bow of the boat. The thunder was loud, but the rain was small, because the sword cultivator had used his natal flying swords, and two of them were abnormal, but there was no blood in the end. The onlookers felt that it was not very satisfying. There were about 200 people on the ferry, and there was a lot of discussion. To the people of the Qing Yuan kingdom, whether it was an immortal teacher who went down the mountain to travel, a cultivator who ran around for benefits, or a high official who brought his family to expand their horizons, it was not strange to ride on the immortal ferry. The picturesque scenery of rolling clouds and soaring red-crowned cranes was nothing to them. Instead, it was better to witness this kind of conflict with their own eyes. Everyone had their own opinions. Compared to the two parties involved, one was calm and the other was secretive. They chatted very enthusiastically. Their opinions were mixed. In the end, they generally reached a consensus that the young sword cultivator was too domineering. For such a small matter, there was no need to hurt people. He could have settled it with his identity as a sword cultivator, but he had to kick the man to the ground. If this was not bullying, what was it? Only a little girl who was brought by her parents to travel the mountains and rivers set in a daze. Wasn't the guy who was beaten in the wrong first. The adults who were watching and talking nearby, including her parents who were well-matched in social status in the Qing Yuan kingdom, pretended that they did not hear the child's naive words. They continued to guess the origin of the young sword cultivator. Was it Li Tuanjing's wind thunder garden? Or was it Xinjiang mountain with sword aura? Otherwise, they mocked and ridiculed, saying that the legendary sword cultivator was amazing. He was so young, but had such a temper. Maybe one day he would meet an even more unreasonable earth immortal, and he would suffer sooner or later. The little girl said timidly, if the big brother who wore a white robe with a sword on his back did not have the ability to protect himself, wouldn't he have been bullied by that big group of people? The adults still ignored the childish view of the child. What could a child know? No one paid attention to her. The little girl was a little angry. She ran to a place near the railing of the bow where there were fewer people. She stood on her tiptoes and looked out. Those clouds were like the biggest in the world. She was envious. She reached out her hand and made a few grabbing gestures. Then she stuffed them into her mouth and patted her stomach. Satisfied, she stopped sulking with those adults. She actually wanted to play with the person who looked like little charcoal, but she was too embarrassed to do so at that time. Moreover, her parents had warned her that she could not be as casual as she was at home when she boarded this ship. Later on, when such a big incident happened, she did not dare to go over. The little girl suddenly realized that the man beside the railing not far away was especially good-looking compared to the big brother who was protecting charcoal. He was even more in line with the description of a handsome man in the books. That person was about 30 years old, but he still gave off a vague impression of being young and full of vigor. He turned his head and looked at her. The little girl quickly turned her head and pretended to enjoy the scenery. The man smiled and imitated the little girl. He stretched out his hand towards a floating white cloud that was shaped like a mountain near the ferry. Then the snow-white mountain swayed slightly, and a white line that shone brightly under the sunlight swam into the man's hand. He kneaded it into a ball of string with both hands. He smiled and reached out to the little girl as if asking if she wanted to try it. The little girl shook her head vigorously, and the man threw it into his mouth. The little girl gasped in admiration. Her mouth was wide open in admiration. He was a good-looking immortal. That person leaned on the railing, doing nothing. This time, he took leave to go out. Not only did he want to relax, but he also wanted to take a closer look at the young man, who was very likely to be from the same sect. He was the governor of Qingwan country, Wei Liang. He was not only the earth immortal cultivator who set up the trap to suppress yellow ox and kill wild cultivators, but also the gatekeeper of the capital for the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in Qingwan country. The debate between Buddhism and Taoism had yet to truly end. Therefore, Wei Liang, the governor who was older than the emperor of Qingwan country, the right-hand man of the founding emperor of Qingwan country, and the #1 strategist in the past, resigned from the current emperor. No matter how unwilling Tang Li was, after all, without Wei Liang overseeing the capital, and with the situation of Qingwan country extremely complicated, the emperor of the Tang family could only bite the bullet and agree. After Qingwan country's great ancestor established the country, he built lofts and hung portraits of the 24 founding officials. Wei Qian's ranking was actually not high, but the grandsons of the other 23 civil and military officials' grandsons were all dead, and Wei Qian only changed his name to Wei Liang. The immortal fairy named Green Clothes looked similar to the warships of the mortal dynasties on the huge lakes and rivers, but it was not fast and would take detours. Its purpose was to let half of the passengers on the ferry go to the famous immortal mountains for fun. They would go to a fishing platform high above the sea of clouds and use fishing rods made of special wood to catch birds and flying fish that were worth thousands of gold coins. They would go to a mountain peak full of inns to enjoy the magnificent sunrise and sunset. They would go to a certain immortal sect to buy seeds at a high price and then hand them over to the farmer cultivators to cultivate and plant. After they got back, they could either put them in their own yard to admire or bribe them in the court. There were also some mountains that deliberately raised some celestial birds and ferocious beasts. There would be cultivators in charge of bringing rich people who liked to hunt. They would accompany them all the way up the mountain and into the water, taking risks to capture them. In the years when Qingwan was full of flowers, Wei Liang had actually always been alone. In the governor's mansion, every time he married a wife, it was just a cover. Therefore, he had no children. In a trance, it had been so many years. Wei Liang squatted down and smiled. "Little girl, what's your name?" The little girl hesitated for a moment. "I'm called Yuan Yenshu." Wei Liang nodded. Words must have substance and order. It seems that there's an elder in your family who was the proponent of the Tongqing sect's righteous law theory. This branch of knowledge has been silent for many years. Then I guess that it was not your father who named you, but your grandfather? The little girl widened her eyes and admired this person even more. He could even guess this? Wei Liang smiled. "Let's talk." The little girl trotted a few steps and squatted beside him. "Sir, please speak. I'm listening." In the distance, the little girl's mother had a worried expression and was about to bring her daughter back to her side. The woman's husband, an elegant middle-aged scholar, also had the same intention. On the immortal ferry, there was no simple person. Only the old guest of the family who accompanied them shook his head at the middle-aged scholar and said softly, "Perhaps it's an immortal opportunity. It's best for us to wait and see." The husband and wife were slightly relieved and, at the same time, somewhat expectant. Wei Liang simply sat cross-legged with his hands on his knees. This immortal ferry sailed above a sea of clouds. Outside the railing was like a long snow-white river, becoming a ferry in name only. Wei Liang first asked the little girl Yuan Yenshu's opinion on the previous disturbance. The little girl then told him her opinion. Seeing this immortal gentleman nod his head, Yuan Yenshu was somewhat happy. Finally, there was someone who agreed with his opinion. Wei Liang slowly said, You inexperienced children are all, how do I put it? You're like the most beautiful but most fragile porcelain. Whether you'll be able to enter the Hall of Elegance in the future or become a broken pot by the well depends on whether you teach it well. If you teach it well, the shape will be right. If you don't teach it well, it will grow crooked. Teaching by example and teaching by word, the latter is more important. Words are false, while teaching by example is true. This is because children may not understand the principles of adults, but they are most curious about the world. It's very difficult for children to understand and store the principles in their ears. Children can see more with their eyes, and it's easier for them to remember the general appearance of the world. It's relatively simple, black and white are distinct, and it's especially precious. If this imperceptible influence continues, they won't even realize it. Bit by bit, over the years, the world in their minds will be set, and it'll be difficult to change it. Therefore, many seemingly inexplicable actions that go against other people's impressions after they grow up are actually traceable long ago. At the critical moment of polishing the tool, the words and deeds of the parents are very important. A reprimand that doesn't hit the nail on the head or a wrong action, but simply feels that their child is too young and chooses to ignore it. In the end, isn't it harming others, themselves, and their children? Therefore, rewards and punishments must be clear, and parents must learn to set rules for their children. Benevolence and righteousness are the foundation of reason. Punishment is the end of reason. Wei Liang spoke steadily, neither too fast nor too slow. The little girl listened attentively, occasionally blinking her eyes. Wei Liang continued, "Therefore, when you're young, parents teach your children benevolence and righteousness. When you're slightly older, teachers in school teach your disciples benevolence and righteousness from books. The two complement each other. The former teaches you realistically, and the latter teaches you at a higher level. Neither can be missing, and it's even more impossible to undermine each other." The little girl remained silent, and it was unknown if she understood. However, when others spoke, she still understood that she should listen attentively and not interrupt. Wei Liang turned his head and asked with a smile, "Do you know who's more willing to listen to others' reasoning?" The little girl shook her head. Wei Liang then asked and answered his own question. In the beginning, children listen to their parents. After that, students listen to their teachers. When they grow up, the weak listen to the strong, the poor listen to the rich, and the subjects listen to the king. For example, the people at the foot of the mountain listen to the people at the top of the mountain, and the people at the top of the mountain listen to the people at the bottom of the mountain. Then here comes the problem. If what the strong say is wrong, but the weak take all the words and reasoning of the strong as their standard, what should they do? Benevolence and righteousness are already very difficult to be effective, so there needs to be a law. There must be something in the world that is more revered than all the immortal spells on the mountain. It can make the so-called strong feel their hands and feet tied. It can make these people fear their parents' reprimand like a teacher's feather duster and ruler. Once they make a mistake, they will immediately be hit in the palm of their hand, and they will know the pain. Wei Liang smiled brightly. "You don't really understand, right?" Of course, she didn't understand. Her little brain was a mess. Yes. Wei Liang laughed and said, "Actually, you've heard it. It's just that you don't understand it for the time being. However, you've taken it all to heart. You're better than many adults. Often, after they've suffered losses, they've only learned some small tricks to deal with the world. Little girl, although your cultivation aptitude is average, your family background is good now. You don't have to worry about food and clothing. It's unlikely that there will be a huge change in your temperament. In the future, if you marry a good man, your life won't be too bad." Yuan Yenshu was a little shy. When it came to marriage, she had played with her peers before. Every time, they would find a piece of red satin and cover the head of the bride. If the husband was the little bookworm in the Liu residence next door, she would smile more If it was the little fat boy in the Ma residence, she wouldn't be willing to smile. Wei Liang stretched out a finger, seeing that you're so smart and sensible. Remember one thing. When you grow up, if you encounter a huge crisis that you think your family can't handle, remember to go to the governor's office in the south of the capital and find a person called Wei Liang. Yes, if it's urgent, you can send a letter. Yuan Yenshu timidly said, "Teacher, that's many years in the future. Let's just forget about it." Wei Liang shook his head and smiled. "You can't think like that. Time is like water. In the blink of an eye, you'll grow up. In another blink of an eye." She might have already died of old age. It's just that Wei Liang didn't say such inappropriate words out loud. Wei Liang smiled. A kind person will be bullied by others. Don't you want to be a good person? A wicked person can only be tortured by another wicked person. Do you want to be a bad person? A gentleman can be bullied. Do you think it's right to bully a gentleman? That's not right. It's just that talking about a person's good and evil is too complicated. Even if it's right and wrong, how to deal with it is still a huge problem. Just like today's disturbance on the ferry. If that young man with a sword on his back patiently tried to reason with that group of people, would they listen? They would listen with their mouths, but would they accept it in their hearts? Then what's the point of saying it or not? Because what that group of people is willing to listen to is not the real reason, but the current situation. Both sides have parted ways. Once the situation is gone, it's easy to change mountains and rivers, but it's hard to change one's nature. Everything will go on as usual. Maybe if you sit down and reason with them, you'll get into trouble instead. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. It's more comfortable to look at the sea of clouds. These were actually more of Wei Liang's soliloquy. He didn't expect the little girl to understand. In fact, if Yuan Yenshu's parents were to listen, it would be useless. It's not that they couldn't understand, but they felt that the world was like this. Talking about these things was not as practical as talking about the principles that were thousands of miles away from the ground. Wei Liang was already in Earth, immortal more than 200 years ago. However, in order to promote his own knowledge, he planned to use the changes in the local customs of a country as an opportunity to prove his Tao and observe Tao. Therefore, at that time, he changed his name to Wei Qian and came to the southeast of the Aquarius continent. He helped the ancestor of the Tang family of Qinghuan Kingdom to establish the country. After that, he assisted generations of emperors of the Tang family to legislate. Before this debate between Buddhism and Taoism, Wei Liang had never used his identity as an earth immortal cultivator to target the officials and cultivators in the court. In this way, not to mention the hard work, but the progress was slow. Even during the two emperors, he walked a long way back. This made Wei Liang very disappointed. Wei Liang finally left with a smile. He just reminded the little girl to keep the letter and the governor's mansion a secret. After Wei Liang's figure disappeared, Yuan Yenshu's parents and family guest came to the little girl and began to ask about the details of the conversation. The little girl didn't dare to hide it, but at first she also wanted to keep it a secret. She promised the gentleman not to talk about the governor's mansion and the letter. However, he accidentally spilled the beans and gave the old mister of the family a clue. His expression was warm, but there was a hidden meaning in his interrogation. Yuan Yenshu struggled for a long time, but he couldn't resist his parents' earnest questioning. He had no choice but to tell them everything. The old guest was very happy. He whispered to the middle-aged Confucian scholar, saying that the man must be the governor's consecrated cultivator. He might even be the favorite of Governor Wei. The Yuan family was blessed. The old guest of the Yuan family also reminded the Confucian scholar that the immortals on the mountain had unpredictable temperaments and couldn't be judged with common sense. Therefore, he must not do anything unnecessary. He must not pay a visit and thank them. The Yuan family should just pretend that they didn't know anything. The couple was very excited. Only the little girl was full of guilt towards the immortal gentleman. She squatted by the railing and felt a little disappointed. Wei Liang, who had already walked far away, sighed. This kind of small matter didn't disappoint Wei Liang, and he wouldn't regret it. It was just that there was no surprise. In the future, the Yuan family, which was only a second-class family in the capital of Qingyuan Nation, would still help them once if they were in trouble, even if the letter couldn't be sent to the governor's mansion. However, the little girl named Yuan Yenshu had already lost an immortal opportunity to embark on the path of cultivation. However, Wei Liang also knew that for Yuan Yenshu, this might not be a bad thing. It was already very difficult to have a stable life in the world. After going up the mountain to cultivate and become a chi cultivator, once they started to wrestle with the heavens, it would be difficult to have a good ending as long as one's mind wasn't strong enough. Chen Ping'an held Pei Qian's hand and returned to the room on the ferry. For the first time, Pei Qian said that she wanted to copy 500 more words today. Chen Ping'an didn't stop her. He only reminded her that the extra words she wrote today couldn't be counted as tomorrow's. Pei Qian puffed out her chest and said that, of course, when she was copying the book, she placed the small yellow gourd beside her hand. Chen Ping'an sat across the table and continued to flip through a legalism book that he bought after Cui Dongshan's reminder. It wasn't a unique, rare book, but it was one of the fundamental orthodox books that supported the 3 religions and the 100 schools of thought. Regarding reading, Chen Ping'an remembered the advice that Lu Tai gave to him. Chen Ping'an remembered it all in his heart. For example, the way to read books that were thick and thin first, as well as follow the vine to find the melon, as well as the trick to choosing books. Although the knowledge of the 100 schools of thought was diverse and filled with books, in fact, only the knowledge of the 3 schools of thought, which were the most widely circulated books, could be added up to no more than 50 books. All the mortals in the world who were 70 or 70 years old could read them carefully and repeatedly. Therefore, Chen Ping'an only chose the 3 legalism books to ensure that there were no mistakes in the printing. What made Chen Ping'an most gratified about today's matter was still what Chen Ping'an said to Pei Qian previously about following one's heart. If one did something wrong, one should first sincerely apologize to others. Furthermore, the current Pei Qian was completely different from the Pei Qian he met for the first time at the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. For example, from the beginning to the end of the storm, Pei Qian's only thought was to copy books. She didn't turn around and curse that group of people to die a horrible death. Chen Ping'an asked, "Pei Qian, aren't you angry when that guy pressed your head and almost threw you out?" "I'm angry. On the way here, I've already cursed them to death in my heart. 8 big bad guys. Each of them died in a different way." For example, the guy who was taught a lesson by Master accidentally sprained his ankle when he went out and fell off the ferry. With a bang, he was smashed to pieces. According to the physiognomy that old chef taught me, the bitch called Sleeping Silkworm Thick and Bulging suddenly quarreled with someone and then was slapped left and right. In the end, she was beaten until her teeth couldn't be found. Ha! And the one with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks had a stomachache. There was no doctor on the ferry to treat him, so he was rolling on the ground and screaming. Pei Qian was busy copying books and accidentally said what was in his heart. He suddenly woke up and said with a bitter face, "Master, it's up to you to hit my chestnut or pull my ears." Chen Ping'an didn't get angry. He asked with a smile, then, if Pei Qian seemed to know what Chen Ping'an wanted to ask. She straightened her back and said, "Master, don't worry. I'm just thinking about it for fun. Even if I master the peerless swordsmanship and invincible fist arts one day, I won't really do anything to those guys when I meet them. At most, I'll be like Master and kick them." Chen Ping'an asked, curiously, "Why?" Pei Qian said with a look of righteousness. I'm Master's disciple, and I'm your first disciple. If I lower myself to their level, won't I be embarrassing Master? Besides, it's not a big deal. When I was young, I was beaten and kicked many times. Now I'm rich and half a Jianghu man. I'm magnanimous. Julien just pushed the door open and entered with Shiro. He gave her a thumbs up and said, Heroine Pei's flattery is getting better and better. Pei Qian continued to copy books. She was in a good mood today and didn't want to lower herself to old chef's level. Chun Pingan said to Julien, those people will definitely come to apologize later. Help me stop them and tell them to get lost. Pei Qian suddenly asked, Master, why don't we talk to them? Julien smiled and said, what do you know? For the first time, Pei Qian didn't talk back. She just grinned. Last time on the path out of the lion's garden, she caught a fart for Julien and Shiro to guess. Old chef, you really know nothing. Julien stood beside Pei Qian and watched her copybooks. Her writing style was probably learned from Chun Pingan. Now, her writing could be considered proper, Julien said as he watched her meticulous writing. Master, if you talk to these people properly, they'll be convinced in front of you. They'll say things like they won't do it again, but when they turn around, they'll take advantage of you. Maybe they'll take pride in it and tell everyone they meet that they don't know each other. Once they get off the boat, they'll continue to mingle in Jianghu. They'll have a sword cultivator friend that everyone on the boat can vouch for. How can they not be afraid? Do you think it's a small matter? Pei Qian raised her head and asked in confusion, how are we friends? Are we enemies? Zhu Lian sat on the side and said indifferently, we know, but Jianghu doesn't. Pei Qian stopped writing. She was so angry that she slammed the table with her other hand. How can Jianghu be like this? Chun Pingan smiled and said, copy the book well. Try to finish it in one go. It's best if you don't dawdle in the middle. Pei Qian nodded and continued to copy books. As expected, there were footsteps in the corridor outside the door. Most of them were pure martial artists of the 3rd or 4th level. Only one was of the 5th level. They started to knock on the door. Zhu Lian opened the door and kicked them out. Don't disturb my master's peace. If you're an eyesore again, I'll slap you to death. That group of people trembled in fear. They bowed their heads and left like a swarm of bees. In this corridor, almost half of the rooms nearby were opened. They were all very curious to see if what would happen next would be blood splattering 3 feet away. Or if it would be the so-called Jianghu anecdote in the book. In the end, it was such a scene. Everyone felt a little bored, but there were a few mountain and lake cultivators who felt a little better. If that group of boorish people really profited from their misfortune and managed to latch onto such an unfathomable young sword cultivator, wouldn't they die of jealousy? Looking at Chun Pingan, who was quietly watching Pei Qian copybooks, checking every stroke for mistakes, Shiro suddenly had a feeling that her hundreds of years as a ghost had been wasted. Wasn't he not even 20 years old yet? He shouldn't be able to see through the minutiae of people's hearts so clearly. Chun Pingan suddenly turned his head and asked with a smile, You've been looking at me for a long time. What are you doing? Shiro was a little embarrassed and shook her head. Seeing Chun Pingan's strange expression, Shiro was afraid that he would misunderstand and mistakenly think that she had some improper thoughts. Shiro became more and more uncomfortable. She suddenly stood up, twisted her waist, and walked away. Chun Pingan was confused. He just felt that being stared at like this by Du Mao gave him goosebumps. Zhu Lian gloated. Young master is really a dragon among men. If a woman in the world meets someone like you, won't she be ruined for life? Chun Pingan sighed. Zhu Lian, sometimes your flattery is not as pleasing to the ear as Pei Qian. Zhu Lian chuckled. After all, when it comes to flattery, Pei Qian is gifted. This old servant just has to work hard. Pei Qian copied the book without raising his head. He only said with an angry expression, "Old chef, just you wait. When I'm done, I'll still lack 125 words. Then you'll be in trouble." Julien laughed. "What? Are you going to compete with me in eating shit or scolding people?" Chun Pingon couldn't listen anymore. He simply took out the priceless true body talisman of the day and night wandering god talisman and the jade pendant carved with the dragon palace. Because Li Baozhen opened the door and Chun Pingon didn't know how to close the door, the two items kept losing spiritual energy. However, compared to the abundant spiritual energy of the talisman and the jade pendant, it was almost negligible. For example, in the reed-filled lake outside the lion's garden, someone used a hoe to dig a small ditch to release water. This set off the fatal flaw of a purely martial artist's talisman drawing. One was like burning oil in a raging fire, like the rotation of the four seasons. The other was like flowing water, like an immortal's abode, evergreen all year round. Julien clicked his tongue in wonder. I can't tell what the jade pendant is. But second young Master Li's treasure talisman should be a magic treasure among magic treasures of immortals. Chun Pingon nodded. The talisman lineage is a major lineage of Taoism. It is ever-changing and is a mystery of the heavens. After mastering it, it is enough to allow a cultivator to run amok everywhere. Even when facing sword cultivators who eat the most money and have the greatest killing power, there are still Jing talismans and sword-locking talismans to deal with them. Compared to other Qi refinement warriors who fear sword cultivators like tigers, it is already considered very good. Moreover, it can also be used to kill ghosts and deities. Therefore, most cultivators will carry a few talisman with them in case of emergency. As for the quantity and quality, of course, it depends on one's money bag. He realized that Julien was looking at him. During the battle in the lion's garden, Chun Pingon also took out a large number of high-grade rare talisman besides using golden paint to draw talismans. Chun Pingon smiled. I'll tell you and Pei Qian the story inside when we reach Luopa Mountain in Longquan County. In short, this is more or less the reason why I didn't kill Li Baozhen. Julien did not ask further and rubbed his hands. Young master, can you give me a chance to feed you punches? Chun Pingon nodded and stood up. This time, you can hit harder. You don't have to worry about whether I can take it. You, Julien, don't know how I fed punches to others back then. After seeing it, I know that Chung Dafeng fed punches to you guys at the medicine shop in Old Dragon City. It's really, well, according to what you said, it's a man drawing a woman's eyebrows gently. Ooh, Julien smiled. That's good. At that time, I already felt that it was not straightforward enough. It's just that Sui Yu was around, so I was embarrassed to say anything. Pei Qian had already finished copying the book. Chun Pingon said, "Go back to your room. Otherwise, you will definitely scream when the time comes." Pei Qian promised loudly, "I won't." Chun Pingon took out a filth-dispelling talisman and pasted it in the room. In the end, after 5 minutes, Pei Qian was sweating profusely and trembling in fear just by watching the two of them sparring. In the end, she simply ran to the corner of the room and rummaged through Chun Pingon's bamboo box to take out her treasure box. If she had to practice martial arts like this to become a peerless master in her mind, Pei Qian would definitely pretend that Jianghu did not exist. There was no such thing as Jianghu in the world. Just read the stories in books. Chun Pingon was wearing a golden robe, which saved him a lot of trouble. He sat back at the table with Julien and took out a pot of Misty Fog wine bought from the capital of Qinghuan Kingdom. He poured a cup for Julien. Julien drank it all in one gulp. He did not need Chun Pingon to pour wine for him. He took the pot and filled it to the brim. Pei Qian reminded him, "Old chef, don't drink too much. It's bad for your body. Besides, A pot of misty fog wine costs 3 taels of silver. Zhu Lian began to drink slowly and asked in a low voice, "Young master, when do you plan to break through the bottleneck and reach the 6th realm?" Chun Pingon already had a conclusion in his heart. He said, "Let's wait a little longer. If there's an opportunity, we can fight for it." Chun Pingon did not elaborate on what an opportunity was. After all, the word strongest was even more illusory than the martial fate of a country that could be manifested as a phenomenon. Chun Pingon laughed. "I don't really dare to go to those fragmented secret paradises to try my luck, snatch for opportunities, snatch for treasures, and hope to find all kinds of immortal legacies and relics. But with the martial arts foundation that he had built up with each punch, Chun Pingon felt that there was no harm in trying. But Chun Pingon also knew that as long as Chao Ci remained in the 5th realm, not to mention him, Chun Pingon, no one else had any hope. Boss Sword Immortal had personally said that Chao Ci's martial arts cultivation was far ahead of his peers. Every realm would be the strongest in the world. At that time, Ning Yao was not convinced. She said that even if Chao Ci's master was the best in martial arts in the 4 realms, her martial arts fate could also manifest. However, the world was vast and unpredictable. How could Chao Ci be the strongest in all realms? Could it be that Chao Ci's ancestors had opened shops and monopolized the martial fate of the world? At that time, Chun Qingdo said something that Chun Pingon remembered deeply. Chao Ci is just that strong. From his foundation, talent, temperament, and martial fate, it's all the same. There's no reason to talk about it. Chun Pingon had just lost to Chao Ci 3 times in a row. He didn't feel anything, but Ning Yao was furious. Seeing Ning Yao like that, Chun Pingon felt quite happy. But Ning Yao saw him like that and became even angrier. At this moment, Zhu Lian subconsciously blurted out, "Young master is a person of great fortune. How can you return empty-handed from a treasure mountain? Now that I'm in the Golden Body realm, I have some understanding of the secret realm after the Blessed Enclave is broken. I know that cultivators of the upper 5 realms cannot enter. Once they enter, the secret realm will be unstable and easily collapse. They will be easily swept away by the disorderly long river of time and seriously wear down their cultivation. Now that there are no upper 5 realms cultivators secretly eyeing you, and you have this old servant to help you, young master can go and try your luck. If you encounter a place like this next time, young master won't need to bring this old servant along. After all, we are pure martial artists, so it doesn't matter." Chun Pingon thought for a moment and nodded. "That makes sense. I'm used to avoiding these things. Now, it seems that I have to change my mindset." Pei Qian originally frowned when he heard great fortune. But after hearing Zhu Lian's words, his brows relaxed. Zhu Lian thought for a moment. After that, the time on the immortal ferryboat slowly passed. Many scenic spots with signs of immortals' abodes on the mountains could not build an immortals' ferry that required an endless supply of immortals' money. Therefore, the ferry could not dock. However, some immortal boats that could float in the air and ride the wind had been prepared in advance to send the guests who had arrived at their destination to the small ferry ports on the mountains. When they passed by the famous fishing platform in the north of Qingwan country, there were especially many people disembarking. Chun Pingon, Pei Qian, and Zhu Lian came to the bow of the boat and saw that between 2 towering mountains there was a huge sea of clouds floating past, flowing like a stream. The 2 big fishing platforms on the left and right were built on the banks of the Sea of Clouds at the top of the mountains. From time to time, colorful birds could be seen flapping their wings and breaking through the Sea of Clouds. Pei Qian was enthralled. She only hated that she could not ride the wind. Otherwise, she could rush over with a swoosh and hit those birds and flying fish with her walking stick, catching them and running back to the ferry. She should be able to sell them for a lot of money. Maybe if she made a few more trips, she would be able to buy a treasure box or even a treasure shelf. Zhu Lian was an 8th-level martial artist, but on this journey with Chen Pingan, he had always been walking. He had never had the experience of riding the wind. Chen Pingan asked curiously, "Zhu Lian, don't you have any thoughts? Don't you feel that you're not treating your realm unfairly?" Zhu Lian shook his head and smiled. "Young master, back in my hometown, I've long been tired of other people's startled gazes. I really can't bring myself to be so rash." Shiro was silently admiring the scenery on the side. She was already used to Zhu Lian's thoughts that were different from ordinary people's. While Chen Pingan and the others were admiring the scenery, Wei Liang was sitting at a desk in a room, writing something. Beside his hand was an antique red sandalwood box. Inside it was filled with the gentleman's armament paper cutter. He took out a yellow bamboo carving knife and used it as a paperweight. Although Wei Liang left the capital, he used the excuse of going sightseeing to relax. But in reality, he was doing one thing along the way. His relationship with Qing Yuan country was not big, but it was not small either. He was helping someone compile the immortal master rankings of the Aquarius continent. He needed to make a summary of things. Wei Liang drew up the first draft of a 9th-level system. First level. Only the immortal realm of the upper 5 realms of the Aquarius continent could enter this list. Second level. The Jade realm of the upper 5 realms, or the contribution of the Song clan's iron cavalry to the south and destroying the country. Third level, Yuanying realm, or the contribution equivalent to opening up a new continent. Fourth level, Jindan realm, gradually going down, all the way to the 9th level. The specific division was rather complicated. It was not absolutely linked to the realm of the Qi refinement warrior. One had to refer to the Dali imperial court, especially the military's records of the cultivators' contributions during the journey south. Among them was Wan Tan of the Dragon Spring Sword sect. He was not only the first person in the 2nd level, but also the Song clan's immortal rankings that would be recorded as contributions in the future. He temporarily occupied the first position. In addition, there were the 2 military ancestral courts, Martial Mountain and Wind Snow Temple, as well as the 2 sword cultivator sects, Wind, Thunder Garden, and Jingyang Mountain. Further down, it was Dali's Eternal Spring Palace, Yunxia Mountain, Qingfeng City's Su family. They all needed 1 or 2 spots to enter this list, and their ranks would definitely not be low. As for the cultivators who had the peace and quiet token issued by Dali's Ministry of Justice, they would definitely be included. After that, the immortal masters who took the lead to surrender to Dali, regardless of their background, immortal masters or mountain and swamp cultivators could all be included. Wei Liang had been perfecting the details recently. This required that person to provide him with a large amount of spy information, even the inside story of a country's throne and the life and death of the emperor. Wei Liang put the brush in his hand on the brush holder mountain, stood up, and slowly paced in the room. The reason why he was willing to do this, it was not that Wei Liang was forced by the general situation and had no choice but to surrender to that embroidered tiger. In fact, with Wei Liang's temper, if Cui Dong could not convince him, he could give up on the more than 200 years of operation in Qing Yuan country and start anew in another continent. For example, the more lawless Ju Lu continent, or the relatively stable Tong Yi continent. With the foundation of Qing Yuan country, it would only take 100 or 200 years. But this time, when Cui Dong came to Qing Yuan country in person, the first person he found was Wei Liang. Cui Dong had a frank conversation with him. After Wei Liang learned about this Dali imperial tutor and the general direction of the Dali dynasty's established national policy, Wei Liang decided to cooperate. Cooperation not surrender. Wei Liang did not compromise and did not bargain. Cui Dong also did not have any doubts about this. It was undeniable that Cui Dong's request was more far-reaching than Wei Liang's. Therefore, Wei Liang looked forward to the scene that Cui Dong spoke of appearing in front of his eyes one day. Inscribe the Dalai Law on a tablet, and erect the tablet on the peak of the mountains of Baoping continent. Wei Liang came to the window, his eyes burning, his heart surging with heroism. It was even better than the rolling sea of clouds that flowed between the two mountains beneath his feet. A real man should be like this. Only then would he not walk in vain, and not let down what he had learned. Chen Pingon had already sat on the ferry 3 times and knew that this green-clothes ferry was originally slow. He did not expect it to take so many detours, purposely going along the northeastern and northern borders of the Azure Yuan Empire, letting off a few batches of passengers. After finally leaving the territory of the Azure Yuan Empire, he originally thought that it would be faster, stopping at a vassal state north of the Cloud Sky Empire. Finally, at noon today, he decided to stop at the middle mountains of this small empire, saying that he would only set sail tomorrow evening. The guests could go to the middle mountains to admire the scenery, especially since it was stone gambling 4 times a year. If there was a chance, it would be a good thing if they were lucky. The light firestone of the middle mountains of the sky-bearing empire was known as the Little Cloud Mountain. Once you bet correctly, you would be able to obtain a high-quality light firestone of the middle mountains of the Azure Yuan Empire at a low price. As long as it was the size of a fist, it would be a good thing to become rich overnight. 10 years ago, there was a mountain cultivator who used his remaining 26 snowstones to buy a light firestone that no one cared about. In the end, he obtained a light firestone that was worth 30 small summer coins. Of course, if the guests were unwilling to disembark, they could rest on the green clothes ferry. After Chen Pingon heard the explanation of the maidservant, he was speechless for a moment. After the maidservant left, Chen Pingon walked to the window and looked at the so-called middle mountain not far away, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Even if it was called Middle Mountain, not to mention the cloud-covering mountain in his hometown, even the Luopa mountain that belonged to Chen Pingon was much more majestic than this mountain. Chen Pingon could only bring the 3 of them off the ferry and wait for a small boat to bring them to the middle mountain of the sky-bearing empire. Even if Chen Pingon used his, but to think he would know that the deity of this middle mountain and the owner of the green clothes ferry were business partners. While Chen Pingon and the rest were waiting for the small boat to pick them up, the surrounding passengers subconsciously made way for them. Although they did not openly point at them, whispers were unavoidable. The group of pugilistic men who had suffered at the hands of the young sword cultivator had already left the ferry dejectedly after failing to apologize, not daring to stay for long. Everyone had different thoughts, regardless of the age of the immortal masters. Most of them were jealous of Chen Pingon, who had nurtured 2 natal flying swords, but they hid it well. As for the cultivators of the mountains and lakes, they were incomparably fearful. The rich people of the secular world, after being embellished by the discussions of the various people on the ferry, felt that sword cultivators were indeed as arrogant and despotic as the legends said. Only on the ferry side, they were extremely respectful towards Chen Pingon and the rest, specially choosing a beautiful lady to knock on the door from time to time, delivering a plate of celestial fruits and vegetables. On the ferry, there was also a small pavilion called Celestial Chi Room, specially for the guests who had taken the ferry to leave behind a piece of calligraphy. Chen Pingon tactfully rejected it, only allowing Julien to write a piece of calligraphy. Sitting on a small boat with a talisman engraved at the bottom, they arrived at the foot of the middle mountain. There were not many true pilgrims, and the majority of them were the nobles and pugilistic men of the sky-bearing empire who came to gamble on stones. It was just that these people who were used to being arrogant in the secular world, when they met the ferry passengers who came down from the small boat, their voices were much softer than usual. On the ferry, there were 3 people who came to deliver incense from different temples of the Middle Mountain, and in order to snatch customers, they almost got into a fight. The incense seller from the Middle Mountain Celestial Temple had the worst temper, while the incense seller from the temple at the foot of the mountain and the temple at the foot of the mountain seemed to be avoiding the sharp edges, but their words were like knives flying everywhere. In any case, the 3 of them each had their own merits, and this time they boarded the ferry to attract customers, bringing along those who were willing to burn incense with them. The manager of the ferry specially brought the incense seller from the Middle Mountain Celestial Temple to Chun Pingon and introduced him. After the man heard that Chun Pingon did not have the intention to burn incense for the time being, he still greeted him with a smile, saying that it was already an honor for young noble Chun to grace his humble dwelling with his presence. When Chun Pingon's feet touched the ground, the incense seller, who was still on the ferry, stood by the railing, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. Zhu Lian said with a smile, "What does young master say? Why don't this old servant reward this warrior for the first time I see him?" Chun Pingon waved his hands. "Who knows, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime encounter. There is no need to be so calculative." Pei Qian asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Zhu Lian said with a smile, "Someone is peeing and shitting on your head. Quickly raise your head and take a look." Pei Qian rolled his eyes. At the foot of the mountain, there was a long street that specialized in stone gambling, with dozens of big and small shops. Inside and outside the shops, there were piles of gray-colored lantern stones, the smallest being the size of a palm, the largest being the height of a person, weighing more than 10,000 caddies. Such huge stones were the treasures of the shops. These stones were a specialty of the Middle Mountain in the Sky-bearing Empire. The reason why they were called lantern stones was because of the legendary lantern stone marrow of the highest quality. It was bright red like blood, extremely thick without any impurities, and would flicker like a lantern. Holding a piece in one's hand would naturally deter evil spirits. The strange thing was that before opening the stone, even an earth immortal cultivator would not be able to see the quality of the stone. Chun Pingon was not interested in these and gave Pei Qian and the other 2 10 snowflakes each, letting them choose, and open the stones themselves. He went up the mountain alone, wanting to take a look at the Middle Mountain Celestial Temple, and arranged to meet at an inn at the foot of the mountain at dusk. Pei Qian was a little embarrassed and asked if she could not buy the stones. Chun Pingon smiled and pinched her tan face. "Anyway, the 10 snowflakes are yours. You can spend it however you want." Pei Qian made an "oh" sound. Waiting until Chun Pingon was far away, they started to climb the mountain. Pei Qian immediately jumped up in joy, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, performing a crazy demonic sword technique. Zhu Lian had not even finished visiting 2 shops before he bought a pleasing lantern stone, but when he opened it on the spot, he lost everything. Pei Qian was so angry that he almost fought with him. Zhu Lian pressed one hand on Pei Qian's head, allowing Pei Qian to move his hands and feet. Ro held the 10 snowflakes in her hand, looking carefully and listening attentively, going from shop to shop, often picking up a lantern stone, looking at it for half a day, and then putting it back down, not spending a single snowflake. Zhu Lian was full of praise. "You really know how to live." Pei Qian followed beside Ro, staring at the lantern stones of different sizes, wishing he could stick his eyeballs on them. His butt was kicked by Zhu Lian a few times, and he was even mocked by Zhu Lian for being greedy for money, but why would he fall into a pile of stones? Zhu Lian soon regretted not going up the mountain with Chun Pingon. These 2 girls, Ro and Pei Qian, really had extraordinary perseverance when it came to shopping. Not only did they want to go from shop to shop, but they also wanted to look at the lantern stones one by one. In addition, whenever a customer bought a lantern stone and asked the shop to help open it, the two would stop and look from beginning to end with a solemn expression, as if they cared more about the result than the rich people who spent a lot of money to buy stones. Julien did not have a hard time walking, but his heart was tired. In the end, when Julien looked up at the sky, he estimated that even young Master Chin had almost reached the foot of the mountain. Ro finally bought a palm-sized lantern stone, and according to the shop's price, she spent 2 snowflakes. The stone that came out was actually a thumb-sized bright red chalcedony. Even the shopkeeper was sincerely shocked. It was not that such a small amount of chalcedony was priceless, but that it was really rare to find so much chalcedony in such a small piece of lantern stone. Ro smiled, not intending to sell the bright red and thick lantern chalcedony. After walking out of the shop, Pei Qian suddenly tugged at Ro's sleeve and whispered, "Sister Ro, can you lend me 8 snowflakes?" Ro asked curiously, "You're not buying stones. Why do you need money?" Pei Qian said in all seriousness, "I'm buying stones." Ro was even more puzzled. "We've already finished shopping, and there are so many shops. You still remember which one?" Pei Qian nodded vigorously. Ro smiled and handed the remaining 8 snowflakes to Pei Qian. Pei Qian took a deep breath and began to run. Ro and Julien looked at each other and quickly followed. They did not know what Pei Qian was up to. In the end, the two found Pei Qian standing in a corner in a large shop with piles of various colored lantern stones, struggling to pull out a lantern stone. She might not be able to hold it with both hands, but the lantern stone was estimated to be very big. Although the lantern stone could not be seen inside, but with hundreds of years of mining history, the few mountain root stone veins in Zhongyue were also very particular, plus the rich experience of not cutting out the chalcedony. The shopkeeper of each shop would have a rough estimate. It was inevitable that there would be some deviation, but generally it was not big. There would occasionally be a small leak, but it was almost impossible to find a big leak. So although many lantern stones were big, the price was very low. Some stones were not big, but the price was high. Pei Qian was squatting. The lantern stone at her feet was quite big and was only priced at 20 snowflakes. It had been in the shop for more than 100 years, and no one had ever asked about it. Pei Qian began to seriously bargain with the shopkeeper, saying that she only had 15 snowflakes, and that it was all the savings she had painstakingly accumulated over the years. The old shopkeeper felt that this little girl was very interesting. She did not look like the child of a rich family at all. She looked dark and swarthy, but she could have 15 snowflakes, which was worth 15,000 taels of silver. In the counties and cities of the sky-bearing empire, she could be considered a rich man. The old shopkeeper actually felt that it was a good price to cut off 5 snowflakes and 15 snowflakes. Otherwise, this lantern stone, which the shopkeeper privately estimated to be worth 10 snowflakes, could not be sold after another 100 years, and the shop would have been passed down to his grandson. However, the old man still asked for a sky-high price, and Pei Qian returned the money on the spot. After fighting and scheming for about half an incense stick's worth of time, the old shopkeeper wanted to see what excuses and reasons this little girl could come up with in order to save money on 5 snowflakes. In the end, the old shopkeeper laughed and agreed. In the end, he saw the charcoal girl take out a handful of snowflakes, put 3 into her sleeve, and gave the remaining 15 to him. The old man's mouth twitched. "Little girl, you're a little unkind." Pei Qian pretended to be stupid, grinning. Ro pretended not to know Pei Qian. Julien gave her a thumbs up. "You're indeed the first disciple." The old shopkeeper was not angry. Instead, he felt that this mischievous little girl was a good businessman. He smiled and asked, "Do you want our shop to open the stones for you?" Pei Qian nodded. "Of course. Otherwise, I won't be able to carry such a heavy stone. According to your rules, any lantern stone less than 20 snowflakes will be opened for free. Also, if a good stone is opened, it's up to the buyer to give the shop a reward. If I don't give you a reward, you can't be angry. The old shopkeeper was overjoyed and nodded in agreement. Pei Qian suddenly asked the old shopkeeper to wait and turned to look at Zhu Lian. Zhu Lian understood and nodded. Open it. Young master isn't here, but I'm here. Pei Qian tilted her head and smiled brightly. She suddenly turned and waved her hand at the old shopkeeper. Open the stones. Then she returned the remaining 3 snowflakes to Shiro and said softly, I still owe you 5. I'll pay you back later. After a stick of incense, the entire street at the foot of the mountain was shocked. Pei Qian, who was already carrying a bag, now had another heavy bag. The old shopkeeper behind her beat his chest and stamped his feet in regret. Lantern stone marrow, that is hard to come by in 100 years. It's worth 3 snowflakes. Zhu Lian, with both hands in his sleeves, smiled and leisurely followed behind the swaggering Pei Qian. Shiro only felt that it was too unimaginable. Chun Pingon had just come down the mountain and reached the end of the street. Seeing Pei Qian, who was the center of attention, Chun Pingon was confused. When Pei Qian saw that familiar figure, she immediately dashed over, panting. Chun Pingon asked with a smile, What's wrong? Is it Zhu Lian or Shiro who picked up a bargain? Pei Qian just smiled. Zhu Lian and Shiro came to the master and disciple's side. Zhu Lian said with a smile, Young master, this is a waste of money. You use 15 snowflakes to open a piece of lantern stone marrow worth at least 3 snowflakes. Chun Pingon smiled and touched Pei Qian's head. So amazing. He was happy but not shocked or surprised. Pei Qian's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Tilting her head, she took off the bag with some difficulty and handed it to Chun Pingon. Master, I'll give it to you. Chun Pingon smiled and waved his hand. Keep it for yourself. Later, when you save money to buy a treasure shelf, you can put it in the most conspicuous place. Isn't that good? Anyone who sees it will be envious and know that you're a little rich man. Pei Qian shook her head vigorously and explained, I remember the day I caught the mountain jump and let it go was your birthday. This can be my birthday gift to you. Chun Pingon was stunned. After a long silence, he put his palm on Pei Qian's little head and smiled. So it's like this. Then master will accept it. It was the first time Zhu Lian saw Chun Pingon so happy. When Chun Pingon reunited with Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia, he was naturally very happy, but not as happy as Chun Pingon was now. Pei Qian nodded and said apologetically, But master, on the 5th of May next year, I may not be able to give you such a good gift. Chun Pingon took the bag and put it in the bamboo box on his back. Then he took Pei Qian's hand and walked together on the street. Pei Qian happily talked about the scene when everyone's eyes widened after opening the stone. Chun Pingon smiled and listened to Pei Qian's chatter. The sun was setting. The afterglow elongated the big and the small figures. Zhu Lian still had his hands in his sleeves. Shiro's eyes were gentle. 10. $400. The group originally planned to stay at the inn at the foot of the mountain, but unexpectedly, it was overcrowded. Most of the rooms were empty. Chun Pingon was worried that Shiro wouldn't be able to protect Pei Qian alone, so he could only take the flying boat and return to the floating ferry Qingyi. Zhu Lian asked about the incense at the Yu ancestral temple at the top of the mountain. Chun Pingon said that they did not go in to burn incense and only circled around the mountain. However, along the way, they passed by a few Taoist temples. It could be seen that they spared no effort in fighting for pilgrims. The Taoist temples invited the third-rank high officials of the sky-bearing empire to erect a monument at the entrance of the temple. The temples invited famous calligraphers to write a plaque. Other than that, the mountain roads leading to the temples were abnormally flat and shaded by trees. Yu Mountain was the same. The competition for incense between the 5 mountains of the empire was even more intense. It could be said that they were unscrupulous. The gods of Yu Mountain would often invite the 5th realm Qi cultivators to cultivate. Even if they did not show up, the thatched cottages would be enough. They would even invite the poets to tour their mountains, leave behind poems and calligraphy, and send people to the secular dynasties to add fuel to the fire. There were all kinds of tricks. It was said that in Yu Mountain of the sky-bearing empire, there was a famous minister known as the Banana Scholar. When he was sheltering from the rain in Yu Mountain, he wrote a popular and wonderful poem. It was highly praised by the deputy head of Lakeview Academy and was compiled into a poem collection. It was also the finale. Even 100 years later, Yu Ancestral Temple was still benefiting from this qi. Chun Pingon did not like these businesses that had nothing to do with qi of immortals, but he would not be against them either. Perhaps in the future, if he wanted to establish a small sect in his hometown in Longquan County, he would have to follow these methods. Before the flying boat took off, Zhu Lian said softly, "Young master, do you want me to show my skills?" Pei Qian obtained that piece of lantern fire chalcedony. It is inevitable that there will be people coveting it. Chun Pingon shook his head and smiled. Now, we are not causing trouble, and it is not that we cannot stop ordinary ghosts. How can there be good people guarding against thieves at night and beating drums and gongs? If someone really comes knocking on our door, Yu Zhulian will help the people get rid of the evil. It was rare that Shiro took the initiative to speak, but we have treasures on us. That is why people coveted it. Chun Pingon explained patiently, "You're wrong. Firstly, it's wrong to be tempted by the sight of money and have the intention to kill for the treasure. Secondly, it may seem like we are the ones who are guilty of treasuring treasures, causing others to be envious of us, but that is not the case. It is the evil people who have evil in their hearts first. Today, they see the lantern chalcedony. Tomorrow, they see the treasures and spirit artifacts. Later, they see the good fortune of others. These are all reasons for them to take risks and disregard the law." Chun Pingon had already broken down the logic and explained it in detail. Shiro nodded her head, expressing her approval. Chun Pingon finally smiled and said, "The Jianghu is already foul enough. Let's not blame the good people anymore." Julien clicked his tongue and said, "The money loser has finally stepped on dog shit. It's rare for him to make such a large sum of money. His waist is even harder than the walking stick." The airship slowly rose into the air. Pei Qian sat beside Chun Pingon, trying hard to hold back his laughter. Shulian asked, "Why not buy a few more lantern stones and try your luck? If you still have 3 pieces of snow left to spend money, you can let Shiro sell that small lantern chalcedony. Using small to gain big, the more you earn, the more gold and silver you will have. Wouldn't you have made a fortune in this treasured land? Not to mention this year's birthday gift for your master, maybe next year, and the year after that will be appropriate too." Pei Qian stretched out 2 fingers, his face full of pride. Zhu Lian smiled. "Tell me, I am all ears." Pei Qian imitated Chun Pingon and said slowly, "Firstly, Master has taught me the way out of Lion's Denver. A gentleman does not take what others like. Therefore, I will not ask Shiro to sell the lantern chalcedony. Secondly, in Jianghu, know when to stop. This is also what Master taught me." Zhu Lian cupped his fists. I have learned. I wonder when Heroine Pei or Teacher Pei will open a school to teach. When the time comes, I will definitely support." Pei Qian threw a punch to scare Zhu Lian, but seeing that old chef did not move, he resentfully retracted his fist. "Old chef, why are you so childish?" Zhu Yan threw a punch. Pei Qian leaned back instantly, avoiding the punch, and laughed loudly. Zhu Yan and Chen Ping'an looked at each other and smiled. Shi Rou was not a pure martial artist and did not know the profoundness of this. After the group of them boarded the ferry, the rumors of a young sword cultivator with 2 natal flying swords were too intimidating. It was far more attractive than the 3 grains of grain rain coins. Thus, until the ferry left the sky-bearing empire, no one dared to test the capabilities of a sword cultivator. However, the slow speed of the ferry, the roundabout route, and the various methods to earn money made Chen Ping'an prostrate himself in admiration. On this day, there was another ferry hovering, and the flying boats scattered out to cross the single-plank bridge of an immortal mansion. Even Chen Ping'an could not help but laugh and scold. "We are really on a pirate ship." That immortal sect was only a third-rate sect in Aquarius continent, but between 2 mountain peaks they built a single plank bridge that was tens of miles long. It was high above the sea of clouds all year round, and the scenery was not bad. However, they were not careless in collecting money, and a single trip would cost 3 snow coins. It was said that the B-Tail 5 Realms wild cultivator had once crossed the single plank bridge and coincidentally saw the scene of the sun rising from the east. Due to a spiritual connection, he comprehended the Tao and broke through, becoming a Jindan Earth immortal. It was because he took this step that he was able to stand proudly at the peak of Aquarius continent with the identity of a wild cultivator. Chen Ping'an still obediently took out 12 snowflakes to spend. At first, Pei Qian wanted to run back and forth 7 or 8 times. However, a young maidservant who was fortunate enough to be cultivating in an immortal residence reminded everyone with a smile that there was a particular rule about this single plank bridge. They could not turn back. This made Pei Qian stomp his feet in frustration. Did he lose money again? Although it was called a single plank bridge, it was actually not narrow and difficult to cross. The bridge that the B-Tail wild cultivator had taken was indeed dilapidated. Later on, the sect sold everything they had and rebuilt it to its current scale. Not only was it wide and stable, it was also rebuilt to be exquisite and beautiful. After that, the ferry bypassed the Aquarius continent that was in full swing and made a veritable big circle. So much so that the map below the ferry was the dragon path that Chen Ping'an once took to the south. At that time, Chen Ping'an separated from Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia and went south alone. This time, he was accompanied by Pei Qian, Zhu Yan, and Shi Rou. During this period of time on the ferry, Chen Ping'an had to divide half of his time to meditate and look inside himself, absorbing the aura and nourishing the water residents. The more one was involved in the path of cultivation, the deeper one would feel the aftereffects of cultivating qi and practicing martial arts. Chen Ping'an roughly came to a conclusion. This path would have a short path of benefits after Chen Ping'an reached the 7th realm of martial arts, the cave realm of qi cultivator. But after that, especially after the completion of the refining of the natal item and the formation of the Jindan realm, the conflict between the two would become more and more irreconcilable, causing the path of martial arts to be bumpy, and advancing to the Yuanying realm would be even more difficult. But these were all matters for the future. He still had to punch now, and he still had to do his best to absorb and refine the aura of heaven and earth. After Chen Ping'an punched the most rudimentary 6-step stance 1,000,000 times on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he left the inverted mountain to the Tongya continent, then to the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, then to the Great Spring Dynasty, the Green Tiger Palace, and the southernmost old dragon city in the Aquarius continent, and now from the Qinghuan Kingdom in the southeast to the Great Sui Kingdom in the north He punched about 400,000 times. After the Tsing Yi ferry left, 3 old men climbed up the mountain and arrived at the single plank bridge. It was already the time of the summer when people were boiling under the sun. There were few tourists, other than the female disciples who collected money at the 2 ends of the single plank bridge. There were almost no guests on the bridge. A short old man in hemp clothes who looked like a bandit slapped the shoulder of an old man with the same temperament. "Sun, what are you waiting for? Pay up." The old man with the surname Sun was busy asking the young lady about the uniqueness of the scenery here. After his shoulder was pressed, he immediately took out 9 snowflakes and paid for it. The old man who paid was the senior Sun that Zhu Lian mentioned. In the dusty medicine shop in Old Dragon City, he gave Zhu Lian a few novels about immortals fighting. Zhu Lian was very impressed with this senior's knowledge. His knowledge was very profound. After that, Sui, you went to the Jade Gui sect of the Tong Yi continent where this old man was. After Du Mao of the Tong Yi continent failed to ascend, his vitality was greatly damaged. The Jade Gui sect was now fully deserving of being the leader of a continent. The remaining ordinary-looking old man wanted to say something, but hesitated. He wanted to persuade this carefree old friend of his. Old Senior Sun was kind enough to cross the continent to visit you, but you didn't give him any face from the beginning to the end. What's going on? Did you really think that this senior was a junior disciple of your invincible divine fist sect? Moreover, if it wasn't for Senior Sun's help, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the largest fragment of the glazed golden body that Du Mao left behind. Taking a step back, Sun Yuan was, after all, an immortal realm cultivator of Tongya continent and the old sect master of Yugui sect. Where did you, who fell back to nascent soul realm, get the confidence to yell at this senior every day? This old man was the 5th realm cultivator from Betail Crossing and was also Jiang Yun's master. Therefore, this single plank bridge was the blessed land for him to become a golden pill expert. The 3rd realm servant girl couldn't tell the depth of the 3 people, not to mention her. Even the sea-viewing realm mountain lord couldn't see through them. 1 immortal realm, 1 unpolished jade realm, and 1 nascent soul realm. If any of them stomped their feet, the entire mountain would probably collapse. After Sun Yuan paid the money, the 3 old men slowly walked on the single plank bridge. In terms of age and cultivation, Sun Yuan was the most senior. However, this 1-foot spear of the Tongya continent couldn't be unyielding in front of the jade-faced young man from the Aquarius continent. Once, when they were watching the same scene, the young man took the initiative to ask if he could fight with the 1-foot spear. If he could, he would come and help. Sun Yuan patted his chest and promised that even if he couldn't fight, he wouldn't be a burden. Then, as a chi refinement warrior, the old sect master of the invincible divine fist sect gave Sun Yuan an address and arranged to meet there. Sun Yuan directly rode the wind and left as fast as lightning. In the end, the Taoist heavenly lord of divine grandeur sect, who had just reached 12th realm, had a conflict with the unpolished jade realm cultivator at Betail Crossing. Both sides were determined to obtain the glazed golden body fragment, and were in a deadlock if nothing unexpected happened. No matter what the final result was, at least the invincible divine fist sect would become enemies with the divine grandeur sect. However, after Sun Yuan appeared, the deadlock was immediately broken. It was barely a happy ending. The unpolished jade realm cultivator spent money to buy the rare glazed golden body fragment and almost emptied his family's fortune. However, it was obvious that the number 1 cultivator in the Aquarius continent, the Taoist heavenly lord Qijin, took a big step back. In addition to collecting money, Sun Yuan also helped the divine grandeur sect to ask one of the 72 Confucian sages in charge of the territory of the Aquarius continent for the glazed golden body fragment to escape into the ruins of an unknown ancient broken grotto heaven. He handed it to the heavenly lord Qizhen to bring it back to the sect for repair and repair. If it was well managed, it would become a small blessed land of the divine grandeur sect that could double the cultivation progress of the disciples with half the effort. Generally speaking, cultivators of fifth realm wouldn't easily enter the broken grotto heaven. However, nothing was absolute. Moreover, the Confucian sages of the vast world had a group of sages who specialized in expanding the territory. They would search for the ruins floating at the bottom of the river of time. After salvaging it, they would either stabilize it as a new grotto heaven or gradually integrate it into the territory of the vast world. In history, there were many Confucian sages who completely fell in the river of time because of this, and there were even more who lost their great Tao for this reason. However, these dangers and sacrifices were all the human world didn't know. After Li Huai went to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom to study, although he was bullied at first, the sky cleared after the storm. After that, not only did no one in the academy find trouble with him, but he also made 2 new friends who were of the same age as him. One of them was a talented child of the Frigid clan named Lu Guan. The other was a tycoon of the Great Sui Kingdom named Ma Lian, who had been born for generations. Lu Guan, who came from a poor background, was extremely daring and always had some wild ideas. On the contrary, Ma Lian, who came from the best family, was timid and didn't dare to do anything. He became a little follower of the two and only cared about hanging out with Lu Guan and Li Huai all day long. Because Ma Lian's family was a top tycoon of the Great Sui Kingdom and had a marriage alliance with the Gao family of Guillaume, Ma Lian was the eldest grandson of the first wife. Now he was hanging out with Li Huai and Lu Guan. Therefore, he was excluded by the other peers of the Great Sui Kingdom and was ridiculed as a bootlicker and a money bag. When summer came, 3 children of the same age sneaked out of the dormitory after the curfew of the academy to cool off by the lake. If they were caught by the headmaster, they would be reprimanded for copying books and punished for standing and being caned. Tonight, Lu Guan took the lead and walked with swagger like a teacher of the academy patrolling at night. Li Huai looked around and was more cautious. Ma Lian lowered his head and carefully followed behind Li Huai. The 3 of them smoothly arrived at the lakeside. Lu Guan took off his boots and placed his feet in the cool lake water. He felt that the scenery was not beautiful enough, so he turned his head and said to one of his companions who was relieved of a heavy burden, "Ma Lian, it's hot and stuffy in the summer. Isn't your Ma family known as the best Tibetan fan family in the capital? When you go back, take out 3 and give one to Li Huai and me." Ma Lian said with a bitter face, "My grandpa's most precious fans are all his treasures. He won't give them to me." Lu Guan rolled his eyes and said, "Then steal a few fans that your grandpa doesn't play with often. If he finds out, he won't beat you to death, you grandson." Ma Lian wanted to cry, but had no tears. Li Huai tried to smooth things over and said, "Forget it. Ma Lian is timid and can't hide things with his face. If he really goes home to steal a fan, his parents will see through him as soon as he gets home." Ma Lian nodded vigorously. Lu Guan sighed and said, "It's a waste of such a good family background. He can't do this, and he doesn't dare to do that. Ma Lian, when you grow up, I can see that you won't be able to do much. At most, you'll just live off your past. You see, your grandpa is the Minister of Revenue of the Great Sui Kingdom. He holds the title of scholar of the Ing Palace University. When it comes to your father, he's only a county governor. Although your uncle is an official in the capital, he's just a small talisman." When it's your turn to be an official in the future, You'll probably only be a county magistrate. Ma Lian sighed and didn't talk back. He didn't have the courage to argue with Lu Guan, and more importantly, he felt that Lu Guan was right. Although the teacher scolded Lu Guan the most, even a blind person could see that the teachers actually had the highest expectations for Lu Guan. Ma Lian was not bad, and Li Huai, who had been at the bottom for 10,000 years, had a slightly better academic performance. Li Huai patted Ma Lian's shoulder and comforted him. Being a county magistrate is already very good. In my hometown, in the early days, the highest-ranking official was the supervisor of kills. Only now did we have a county magistrate. Besides, aren't all officials Mai and Lu Guan's friends? When you're young, Lu Guan and I will definitely still treat you as a friend. But don't stop treating us as friends when you become a senior official. Ma Lian hurriedly promised, I won't. I'll treat you guys as my best friends for the rest of my life. Ooh. Lu Guan smiled and said, Then between me and Li Huai, who's your best friend? Ma Lian was stunned and speechless. He felt that no matter how he answered, he wouldn't get anything out of it, although he admired Lu Guan's intelligence and wisdom, as well as his decisiveness in everything he did. Deep down, Ma Lian still preferred to get along with Li Huai. He was easy to talk to, wouldn't use words to stab him, and wouldn't make him feel inferior. After Li Huai put his feet into the water, he sucked in a breath of cold air and shuddered. He laughed and said, I'll be second. I won't compete with Lu Guan for first place. After all, Lu Guan is first in everything. Lu Guan put his arm around Li Huai's neck and said with a smile, You make it sound like you're deliberately letting me win. You little brat, can you win against me? Li Huai hurriedly begged for mercy. I can't win against you, Lu Guan. Why are you competing with someone who's at the bottom of the class? Don't you feel embarrassed? Ma Lian secretly laughed. The three children were still living a carefree life after all. Then a teacher's angry roar came from afar. Lu Guan pushed Li Huai and Ma Lian's shoulders. You guys run first. I'll hold that brandy-nosed teacher Han back. Without another word, Ma Lian sprinted away, barefooted. Li Huai helped Ma Lian take his boots and asked, Then what are you going to do? Lu Guan stared and said, Let's go quickly. The three of us will be defeated together. It'll be worse tomorrow, and the punishment will be heavier. Li Huai hurriedly put on his boots, but Ma Lian ran more steadily. After all, they came all the way from Dali-Longquan County to the Great Sui Kingdom Academy. In the end, it was Lu Guan who bore the anger of Teacher Han, who was on night patrol. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Guan's answers were flawless, Teacher Han would have punished Lu Guan to stand by the lake for the whole night. Lu Guan returned to the school. Li Huai opened the door and asked, How was it? Lu Guan stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers. He said proudly, There's no problem in the world that I, Lu Guan, can't solve. Li Huai was observant and asked, Aren't you left-handed? Lu Guan immediately cursed. He sat at the table and opened his left hand. It turned out that his palm was red and swollen. He said angrily, Old drunkard Han must be angry. It's not that the price of alcohol in the capital has increased. It's his two unfilial sons who caused trouble again. He deliberately took it out on me. Today, he hit me especially hard with the ruler. Lu Guan had a big heart and was a guy who could sleep easily, while Li Huai and Ma Lian were anxious and worried that they would have to suffer tomorrow. Lu Guan had already fallen into a deep sleep. Lu Guan slept on the outermost straw mat on the bed, while Li Huai's bedding was closest to the wall. Ma Lian lived in the room. Li Huai was not sleepy. Under the moonlight, he sat against the wall, holding a painted puppet in his hand and muttering. Ma Lian asked softly, Li Huai, why don't you play with Li Baoping recently? Li Huai said casually, I've been afraid of her since I was young. Besides, it's not good to play with a girl all the time. If people misunderstand that I like Li Baoping, there will be rumors. I'll definitely be beaten half to death by Li Baoping. Ma Lian said, "Oh," and was a little disappointed. He thought that the girl in the red cotton-padded jacket was really beautiful. If he could see her from afar in the academy one day, he would be happy for the whole day. Ma Lian was silent for a long time. Li Huai was still rocking the painted puppet, pretending that he was the commander of the army. He was having a lot of fun. Ma Lian knew that Li Huai's small green bamboo box contained a lot of Li Huai's favorite things. Ma Lian suddenly asked Li Huai, "You often talk about that Qin Pingan. You've been at the academy for almost 3 years. Why hasn't he come to see you?" Li Huai stopped his movements and was lost in thought. Finally, he smiled and said, "He's busy." Ma Lian found that Li Huai quickly lay down on the mat and put the painted puppet beside his head. In the past, Li Huai could play for half an hour, but today was an exception. Li Huai actually opened his eyes wide and looked at the moonlight outside the window. There was a green bamboo box, a pair of straw sandals, and a jade hairpin carved with the shadow of a locust tree made of black jade. These 3 things were the rarest for Li Huai. Li Baoping and Lin Shi each had a hairpin. Chun Pingan had given it to them, but Li Huai felt that their hairpins were not as good as his. There was also a book bought from Red Candle Town, the Great Water Cliff, which Qin Pingan had paid for. Then there was the painted puppet that Li Huai often took out to play and show off. It and the delicate yellow wooden box were obtained from Wei Pai, the local lord of Chiduan Mountain. The puppet was Li Huai's #1 general. At that time, Li Huai wanted to give it to Qin Pingan, but Qin Pingan did not accept it. He just asked Li Huai to keep it. Then he put it in the book, The Great Water Cliff. There was also a set of lifelike clay figurines, which was given by the Wei and Jin dynasties of the Wind Snow Temple. They were not as tall and majestic as the painted puppet. The 5 clay figurines were only half a finger tall. There was a knight-errant swordsman, a horsetail whisk, an armored general, a woman riding a crane, and a gong and drum watchman. They all gave Li Huai nicknames, according to the title of a certain general. Back then, Sword Immortal Wei, who was flying here and there, had said some things that Li Huai had long forgotten. Something about the school of Yin Yang, the school of Moism's puppet art, the school of Taoism's talisman art, and the Qi refinement warriors of the 7th and 8th realms. At that time, he was only focused on having fun. Later, when he introduced the clay figurines to his 2 friends, he wanted to brag about the value of the 5 little guys. He racked his brains but could not boast. Finally, he remembered this. Li Huai did not ask Li Baoping or Lin Shi, who had a good memory. He thought that since Qin Pingan said that he would come to the academy to see them, he could ask him when he came. Anyway, Qin Pingan remembered everything. On a piece of paper, there was the Qi character that Mr. Qi had asked them to copy back then. But Qin Pingan seemed to have forgotten about them. In the beginning, he would write letters and send paintings to Li Baoping. Later, it seemed that he did not even write letters. Compared to the small fights between Li Huai and his 2 peers, Lin Shi was already recognized as the favored one in the Cliff Academy. He did not neglect both learning and cultivation. He was highly valued by many teachers in the academy. He had traveled the great Sui kingdom with an old immortal who was proficient in thunder spells. The time he spent in the academy and outside was almost half. The only one who received such treatment was the youngest sage of Lakeview Academy in the Great Sui Kingdom. He was also praised as a gentleman by the vice headmaster of Lakeview Academy. As he grew older, Lin Shi turned from a handsome young man to a handsome and noble young master. More and more women admired Lin Shi inside and outside the academy. Many young women from the top families in the Great Sui Kingdom's capital city would come to the academy built on Little Eastern Mountain to see Lin Shi from afar. Lin Shui gradually developed an otherworldly temperament that seemed to be farther and farther away from the mortal world. As Lin Shui's reputation grew, and as flawless as white jade, many influential people in the Great Sui Kingdom's capital city heard Lin Shui's name more and more often. They began to more or less cast their gazes on this young scholar. They paid attention to these people behind the scenes, as well as their daily entanglements. Lin Shui, who was born as the illegitimate son of Longquan County's official Su Li, was neither arrogant nor impatient. Cultivating the mind was also cultivating. The more he was willing to work hard, the fewer flaws he would have when breaking through the next day. Lin Shui had seen a lot about the turbulent times in the Great Sui Kingdom's court because of his travels. Originally, the most prosperous dynasty in the northern part of the continent had a sorrowful atmosphere. But Lin Shui was not interested in any of that. He was not even interested in his hometown, Dali's Iron Cavalry, who were invading the south like a hot knife through butter. In addition to the thunder technique taught by the old master of the academy, Lin Shui had been diligently studying the Cloud Gem book from Chiduan Mountain. This time, Lin Shui followed the old headmaster to the North Peak at the border of the Great Sui dynasty, and an immortal's cave called the Divine Cloud Mountain. It took him 3 months to get there. It was also the first time in his life that Lin Shui took a flying boat of immortals. He wanted to see a thundercloud at a close distance. The scenery was magnificent and thrilling. The old headmaster flew with the wind and left the swaying flying boat. He displayed his divine sense of catching thunderbolts and collected them in a porcelain bottle specially used to carry thunderbolts. It was called the Thunder Drum Bottle. The old headmaster gave it to Lin Shui as a gift so that Lin Shui could absorb spiritual qi when he returned to the academy. Tonight, Lin Shui walked alone in the night and went to the library to read the classics. The old master, on night duty, naturally did not stop him. There were many rules in the Confucian Academy, but they were not rigid. He went to the library and read until dawn. After Lin Shui became a qi refinement warrior, he would not be tired if he stayed up late to read, as long as his spirit was nourished properly. Lin Shui put the book back and came to the window. It was the time when the turbid qi in the world sank and the clear qi floated. The world in the eyes of qi refinement warriors was completely different from that of ordinary people. The naked eye could not see the flow of aura, the rise of evil spirits, the gathering of yang aura, and the scattering of yin aura. It was just that the doors of the cave abodes of ordinary people were tightly closed. Although they could not receive the nourishment of aura to prolong their lives, they could not be affected by the strong winds of the world at the same time. Life, old age, illness, and death were all determined by the heavens. Cui Dongshan once recited poems. Lin Shui had no yearning for it. The wind was strong, and the waves were fast. Riding on the back of a toad for thousands of miles, he traveled in the sky and looked down at the foggy qi. The drunken immortal shook the osmanthus tree, and the human world was called a cool breeze. After entering the academy, he flipped through the yellowed classics. It was rumored that the ancient immortals could indeed go to the moon palace and drink immortal wine with the gods. They could be drunk for thousands of years. Lin Shui was full of longing for this. Lin Shui suddenly sighed. If there really was such a day, he hoped that the willowy woman would be by his side. When Lin Shui thought of her, he could not help but smile. If the women in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom saw this scene, they would probably be shaken. In the past few years, Lin Shui would occasionally think of the ignorant journey when he was young. It was scary but not dangerous, and everything was new. It was the first time he saw a mountain spirit, the first time he saw an earth god, the first time he got a cultivation opportunity, the first time he stayed in an immortal inn surrounded by aura of immortality, and the first time he saw a painted door god as tall as a human. The first time he received a small book box and a jade hairpin as a gift. The first time he was in an unfamiliar place in the academy of the Great Sway Kingdom. He faced a common enemy with those who had traveled here with him and went through difficulties together. Lin Shi suddenly felt a little regretful. It seemed that after that person left, everyone dispersed. Even if they were still in the same academy and often met, the hearts of the people had already scattered. A clear and shallow source of water began to diverge and go in different directions. Although it seemed to gradually grow and become a cheerful stream like Li Huai, a river like himself that began to rise and fall, or a lake like Li Baoping that chose to stop and wait, or a deep well and underground river like Yulu and his. But looking back, in the beginning, everyone was noisy and bumped into each other. Everyone's legs were covered in mud, straw shoes, bamboo boxes, and people were on duty at night. Lin Shui sighed. He could not go back. At first, Yulu did not have any classmates living in the academy. Later, a Prince Gao Xian moved in. The two of them were inseparable and had a close relationship. However, not long ago, Yulu became a loner again. This was because Gao Xian had quietly left Cliff Academy and went to Linlu Academy on Cloud Splitting Mountain in Dragon Spring region. He said he was seeking knowledge, but as for the truth, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was merely a hostage. After the Song clan and the Great Sway Kingdom's Gao family signed the Mountain Alliance, besides Gao Xian, there was actually the gatekeeper of the Gao family in the capital of the Great Sway Kingdom. Together with the old dragon from the Huangting country who had resigned and retired to the mountains, they became the deputy headmasters of the newly built Linlu Academy in Dali. Yulu sent Gao Xian to the foot of the academy and did not send him off. This morning, Yulu knocked on the door of a small courtyard for the first time. The person who opened the door was Xie Xie. Yulu saw Xie Xie with a broom in her hand. Even though Cui Dongshan had left the academy for a while, it seemed that she was still diligently doing the work of a maid every day. Xie Xie asked with a straight face, "What are you doing here?" Yulu smiled and said, "I suddenly remembered that we haven't seen each other for a long time, so I came to take a look." Xie Xie asked, "Now that you have seen it, then?" Yulu said helplessly, "It's not too much to go in and have a cup of tea, right?" Xie Xie hesitated for a moment, but still let Yulu, the young man whom she should respectfully address as the crown prince, enter the courtyard. The courtyard was not big, and it was very clean. If it was autumn when the leaves fell easily, or early spring when it was easy to fall, it would be more tiring. Xie Xie pointed to the main room. The door was tightly shut, and the corridor under the eaves was paved with strings of green bamboos, like a big summer mat. Yulu could even imagine the young man in white with a mole between his eyebrows lying lazily on his side to watch the stars in the cool night. Xie Xie reminded him, "Remember to take off your shoes before going down the stairs, or else I will have to wipe it again after you leave." Yulu took off his shoes and sat on the green bamboo floor. It should be the green bamboos that were planted by a farmer Chi refinement warrior in a certain immortal mansion in the Great Sway Kingdom. It was considered extravagant for an ordinary noble in the Great Sway Kingdom to use it to make a pen holder. It was very appropriate for people and scholars to give it to each other. If there was a summer mat or a bamboo chair to cool off, it was even more amazing for incense and wealth. But in this courtyard, it was just like that. Xie Xie continued to be busy and did not pour any tea for Yulu. It was early in the morning. Why would he drink tea? Did he really think that he was still the crown prince of the Lu family? Yulu was not even comparable to Gao Xian now. The Gao family of Guiyang was at least living in the Great Sway Kingdom. The survivors of the Lu family who were sent to the mountains in the west of Longquan County to work as laborers were exposed to the scorching sun, wind, and rain all year round. They were often whipped. If they were not reduced to goods, They would be bought to work as handymen and maidservants in the mountains where mansions were built. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Yulu leaned back and asked, Xie, have you thought about what kind of life you want in the future? Xie sat by the stone table. No. Yulu, who was wearing a scholarly robe, placed his hands on his abdomen. Before your master left the academy, he beat me up. Xie sneered. Why? You can't beat Cui Dongshan, so you want to use me as a punching bag? You are indeed a 7th-level martial artist with half the martial arts fate of the kingdom. But are you sure you can beat me? After she was caught by Dolly, the imperial concubine ordered a sword cultivator worshipped by Dolly to pierce many dragon-trapping nails into her key acupuncture points. It was extremely vicious. After Cui Dongshan removed half of the dragon-trapping nails, her cultivation returned to the cave realm of a qi cultivator. When Cui Dongshan left the academy, he removed a few more. Xie only had the last dragon-trapping nail left in her body, but now she had returned to the sea-viewing realm. In addition, Cui Dongshan had set up many secret techniques in the small courtyard. Most of them were formation pivots and control. He taught Xie how to activate, and deactivate them. Therefore, as long as Xie was in the small courtyard, Mao Xiaodong would be in charge of the Cliff Academy. Yulu sat up and smiled. If we really fight, you will still lose. Xie replied with an O. Her expression was indifferent. Then you are really amazing. I misjudged you. Do I need to apologize to you? Yulu lay back down and used his hands as a pillow. He sighed. Although they were both remnants of the Liu dynasty and should sympathize with each other and help each other, deep in Xie's heart, she hated this easygoing Yulu. She did not hide it. Yulu closed his eyes. It's comfortable to lie here. Let me take a nap. Xie hesitated and did not chase him away. She was actually a little surprised that Yulu did not follow Gao Xian to Linlu Academy. If Yulu went to Dolly, he could at least take care of the Liu dynasty remnants in the abyss of suffering. Moreover, there were many Liu dynasty officials and generals. Although they were loyal to Dolly, they were still trusted. Many generals even followed Dolly to the south. It was said that they had achieved great things and were attracting attention. They were beginning to integrate into the Dolly military. Even if all these were ignored, Yulu was now a Dolly household register. Such a young, golden-body realm martial artist. It would scare people to death if they heard about it. The Song clan's emperor had to admit that Xie did not lack magnanimity. Song Zhengqiang was the same. No matter how one looked at it, Yulu should have gone to Linlu Academy. But Yulu chose to stay at Cliff Academy. They were a group of outsiders who entered the academy together, outside the eyes of the Great Sui Kingdom's imperial court, and the top of the academy, Lin Shui, who had always been a cultivator, was the most outstanding and had the highest future. The red-padded jacket girl, Li Baoping, was the most interesting. No one hated her. Xie had the most backing. Li Huai's talent in learning was the most mediocre, but they could not afford to offend him. And Yulu was always the one who did not attract attention. He was easily forgotten. Even after becoming friends with Prince Gao Xian, people still did not think that the young Yulu was worth paying attention to. Instead, people looked down on him. He was just a young man who liked to play tricks and climb up the social ladder. Yulu suddenly opened his eyes. Your young master said that Chen Ping'an is already a 5th realm martial artist who is about to break through. His real combat power is even higher. Xie gloated. Why? Are you afraid of being kicked out? Yulu shook his head. I will definitely be kicked out. Xie frowned. Very soon. Yulu nodded. So soon that it's beyond your imagination. Xie asked again. The blessing of martial arts? Yulu shook his head. It has nothing to do with that. So I feel a little melancholy. Xie was speechless. He did not know what Chimpingon would look like the next time they met. Xie could not imagine it. Probably still carrying a bamboo box, wearing straw sandals, and just a little taller. Li Baoping also lived alone in the academy. This was the only thing that Mao Xiaodong and Cui Dongshan, the two sworn enemies, did not argue about. This was because the academy was a four-person bed. Logically speaking, the academy should be empty for a girl in a red cotton-padded jacket who lived alone. However, the truth was that other than her own bed, the other three places were filled with piles of papers, neatly stacked and stacked. Because of this, the teachers could not help but complain to the mountain chieftains of the academy. The girl had already finished copying books that could be punished more than 100 times. How could she be punished? The teachers on night patrol did not know whether to laugh or cry. Almost every night, they could see the girl copying books by the light. Her pen flew like the wind. She was too diligent. At first, some old teachers felt injustice for the girl. They mistakenly thought that the teachers in charge of teaching Li Baoping were too harsh on the girl. They complained in private, but the answer made them dumbfounded. The teachers said that it was the girl's hobby. There was no need for her to copy so many sages' chapters. Li Baoping occasionally skipped classes to daydream at the peak of Xiaodong Mountain or sneaked out of the academy. After that, according to the academy's rules, she was punished to copy books, but there was no need for so many. The problem was that the girl liked to copy books. How could they stop her? For other academy students, especially those of the same age who were impulsive, the teachers used boards and rulers to force them to copy books. This girl, on the other hand, copied a mountain of books. Fortunately, this girl was well known in the academy. Other than making the teachers angry by skipping classes from time to time, she was still very popular. Of course, other than those strange questions, she also often gave the teachers headaches. Why are there so many strange ideas in her little head? Why do the rivers in the world like to twist and turn? Teacher, do you know the answer? When it rains heavily, will the mosquitoes outside the school be killed by the raindrops? Teacher, do you know? Anyway, I searched for a long time after the weather cleared, but I couldn't find a single mosquito corpse. Teacher, you still don't know why the fish in the lake don't die after drinking so much water, right? Did the book mention it? I can go and read the book myself. As a result, the teachers who taught the little girl had a headache and chatted casually, wondering when they could compile a collection of Li Baoping's questions. Today, Li Huai did not follow Lu Guan and Ma Lian. He said that he needed to go to the toilet and went to the peak of Eastern Mountain alone. Coincidentally, he saw Li Baoping, who was wearing a red dress, sitting on a tree branch. Li Huai did not dare to greet her. He leaned on the stone table at the top of the mountain and looked at the guy who often came here to climb trees. After Li Baoping woke up from her daze, she skillfully held the tree trunk and slid down to the ground. Then she ran quickly. She also saw Li Huai, who had his arms raised high, but was unable to speak. Li Baoping only shot a glance at Li Huai before he turned around and ran down the mountain like a gust of wind. Li Huai felt sad and wronged. He found a branch and squatted down to draw in circles. Li Huai's eyes lit up. He remembered that this time he wrote father and mother. They really came to the academy to see him. Then, would it work if he wrote Chimpingan's name? Li Huai grinned and began to write Chimpingan's name. Without waiting for him to finish writing, she reached out a hand and erased all the words that were left unfinished. Li Huai was confused. He did not know when Li Baoping came back. Li Huai wrote Chun again in a fit of pique. Li Baoping reached out to erase it. If it was in the past, Li Huai might have flinched, but today he seemed to have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. He braced himself and started to write again. Li Baoping did not speak. Li Huai wrote with a branch, and she reached out to erase it. In the end, Even after Li Huai broke off the branch, he still couldn't write a complete chin on the ground, let alone the two words pingin at the back. Li Huai threw away half of the branch and began to cry. Li Baoping ignored Li Huai. She picked up the branch and continued squatting. Her chin, which was already a little sharp, rested on one of her arms. She began to write the words junior uncle. After she was done, she nodded her head in satisfaction. Li Huai wiped his face carelessly and sobbed, Li Baoping, if you continue to bully me, I will complain to Chen Pingan when he comes. If he gets angry, he might not be willing to be your youngest uncle. Li Baoping changed the font and continued to write youngest uncle. She stared at the ground attentively and turned a deaf ear to Li Huai's threat. Li Huai suddenly squeezed out a smile and asked carefully, Li Baoping, can you let me write 3 words? It's so effective. Maybe Chen Pingan will come to our academy tomorrow. I'm not lying to you. This time I miss my parents. If I write this, the 3 of them will come. You know that. Li Baoping did not raise her head and just passed him the branch. Li Huai was very excited. However, just as he started to write with the branch, Li Baoping suddenly frowned and said, write properly. Li Huai was so frightened that his hands trembled. He immediately twisted and turned unreasonably. He cried out, what are you doing? Li Baoping helped to erase the traces. Li Huai smiled through his tears and began to write the word Chun seriously. After he finished writing, Li Baoping looked around. Where is he? Li Huai said with a sad face. How can he be so fast? Li Baoping got up and ran to the big tree. She stood on the branch and looked into the distance. Li Huai's eyes turned quickly. He knew that it was not good, so he threw the branch and began to run. However, he could not outrun Li Baoping. Li Baoping quickly caught up with him. Li Huai was so scared that he squatted down and covered his head. However, Li Baoping did not beat him this time. She ran along the mountain road to the gate of the academy and wandered the streets of the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom. When Li Baoping was hurriedly touring the streets of the capital city, and Li Huai was returning to the academy after surviving the disaster, at the gate of the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, a group of 4 people was travel-worn. A young man in white with a sword and a bamboo box on his back handed the pass to an old Confucian at the gate with a smile. The old Confucian looked at it for a long time. The seals of the 2 continents and various countries were densely printed. The old Confucian was surprised and looked up with a smile. Child Chen has traveled to so many places. The young man who visited the academy smiled and nodded. 14. "401. Happy National Day." The old Confucian returned the passport to the young man named Chen Pingan. The headmaster of the academy had a very good impression of him. The old Confucian looked at Chen Pingan again. He was carrying a long sword and a box of books, which was very pleasing to the eye. Carrying a book and wielding a sword, traveling 10,000 li to study, is what we scholars can do, and it is also the best thing we can do. Chen Pingan asked, do you know a girl named Li Baoping? She likes to wear a red cotton-padded jacket and a red skirt. The old Confucian laughed and said, who in the academy doesn't know this girl? Not to mention the academy, even the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom has been visited by her. She is full of vigor every day, which makes us old guys who can barely walk envious. Today, she skipped class and sneaked out of the academy. If you had come an hour earlier, you might have met her. Chen Pingan asked, she left the academy alone? The old Confucian nodded and said, every time. Seeing Chen Pingan's worried look, the old Confucian smiled and said, don't worry. The girl has been out so many times and has never made a mistake. After all, She is a disciple of the academy. Moreover, the capital city of the Great Sway Kingdom has always been peaceful and simple. Besides, the minister of the Ministry of Rites is the hill master of the academy. He often comes to this small eastern mountain to drink tea with several deputy hill masters. Nothing will happen. Chun Pingon was slightly relieved. The old Confucian asked, "Why? Are you visiting the Cliff Academy to find little Baoping?" Looking at your passport, you are also from Longquan County of Dali. Are you not only a fellow villager but also a relative? Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Just a fellow villager, not a relative. A few years ago, I came to the capital of the Great Sway Kingdom with little Baoping and the others, but I didn't climb the mountain to enter the academy." The old headmaster felt a little strange. Years ago, when this group of children from Longquan County entered the new Cliff Academy to study, the elite cavalry was first sent to the border to pick them up, and then the emperor himself came to the academy. It was a very grand occasion, and the emperor was very pleased and bestowed gifts to all the traveling children. Logically speaking, even if this young man from Dali named Chun Pingon did not enter the academy, the old headmaster should have seen him once or twice. The headmaster asked, "Are you going to wait here for Li Baoping to return to the academy?" Chun Pingon nodded. Of course, he hoped that the first person he saw at Cliff Academy would be Little Treasure Bottle. Li Huai, Lin Shui, and Yu Lu thanked him. Chun Pingon also wanted to take a look, especially the youngest, Li Huai. However, they were not little girls who wore red cotton-padded jackets in autumn, winter, and spring, and red dresses in summer. Chun Pingon never denied his selfishness. He was the closest to Little Treasure Bottle, and it was the same when he traveled to the Great Sway Kingdom. Later, when he went to the Inverted Mountain alone, he also only sent a letter to Li Baoping, and then asked the girl who received the letter to help him, the youngest uncle, to deliver the rest of the letters to them. On the top of Osmanthus Island, the painting by the painter of the Fan family was also only given to Li Baoping and Li Huai, and the others did not have one. Lin Shui, Yu Lu, and Xie were definitely aware of this difference, but they might not care. Lin Shui was a jade of cultivation, and Yu Lu and Xie were important figures in the Lu dynasty. As for Li Huai, who was good at being unreasonable, he probably still felt that Chun Pingon and Alliance were the closest to him. The old master waved his hand and smiled. "I advise you to put your things in the guest house of the academy first." Every time Li Baoping sneaks out, even if she leaves early in the morning, she still comes back at dusk at the earliest. There is no exception. If you wait for her at the door, you will have to wait at least 6 hours. There is no need. Chun Pingon thought for a moment and turned to look at Pei Qian and the others. If he was alone, he would not mind waiting here. He turned to look at the end of the street. Zhu Yan had been looking at the building of the academy behind the mountain gate. It was built against the mountain. Although it was built by the Ministry of Works of the Great Sway Kingdom, it was built with great care and created a simple and elegant atmosphere. This Cliff Academy, which was moved from Dali to the capital of the Great Sway Kingdom, was one of the 72 Confucian academies in the past. This was the first Confucian academy that Zhu Yan saw after leaving the lotus flower-blessed land. The sage's lecture hall was famous all over the world. When the Cliff Academy was first built in Dali, the first master of the mountain proposed an enlightened preface to learning. He advocated that learning and thinking should be divided into 4 parts. While Zhu Yan was looking at the academy, Shiro did not dare to breathe. Although Shiro possessed the body of an immortal and was able to resist the formless aura of righteousness, her instincts as a ghostly, otherworldly item still made her feel terrified. Pei Qian did not say a word, as if she was even more nervous than Shiro. When they got off the boat in Old Dragon City, Pei Qian still wanted to meet Li Baoping. However, when they arrived at the gate of the capital of the Great Sway Kingdom, she began to feel weak. When they arrived at the gate of the Cliff Academy, she was even more nervous. Chun Pingon smiled and asked, "Sir, if we want to visit the master of Maoshan after we enter the academy and stay in the guest house, do we need to inform him in advance and wait for his reply?" The old man smiled and said, "Actually, there's no need to inform him. The main reason is that our master of Maoshan does not like to entertain guests. In recent years, he has declined almost all visits and social engagements. Even the minister may not be able to meet him when he comes to the academy. However, Master Chin came from afar and is from the Longquan County, so he should be able to say hello. Although our master of Maoshan is strict in his studies, he is actually easy to talk to. It's just that the famous people of the Great Sui Kingdom have always valued profound conversations, so we can't talk to him." Chun Pingon still did not enter the academy immediately. He asked, "If I remember correctly, the yamen that is in charge of the security of the Great Sui Kingdom is the yamen that is led by the infantry." The old man understood that he was still worried about Li Baoping. He smiled and said, "That's right. The youngest son of the yamen's master is now studying in the academy." Chun Pingon breathed a sigh of relief again. Chun Pingon asked some more trivial things about Li Baoping before he bid farewell to the old man and walked into the academy. Pei Qian walked with heavy steps, especially after he passed through the gate. The gentle slope of the mountain road made him feel like he was wading in the river or trekking in the snow. The academy had a guest house that was specially used to entertain students, relatives, and elders. Back then, Lier, his wife, and his daughter, Li Lu, stayed in the guest house. The academy only charged them some copper coins as a token. Each guest house only cost 10 coins a day. After knowing that there were not many guest houses left, Chun Pingon asked for 4 adjacent guest houses at once. After putting down their luggage, Pei Qian came to Chun Pingon's house to copy books. Chun Pingon took down the bamboo box, the blade-strengthening gourd, and the semi-immortal weapon sword fairy from his waist. Zhu Yen came to ask if they wanted to tour the academy together. Chun Pingon said not for the time being. Pei Qian was copying books and did not pay attention to Zhu Yen. Zhu Yen went to knock on Shiro's door. Shiro, who was feeling uncomfortable, was not in a good mood. Zhu Yen continued to say weird things outside that had a perverted flavor. Shiro rewarded Zhu Yen with the word scram. Zhu Yen had to wander around the academy alone. Li Baoping might have been born and raised in the capital, so she knew more about it. She had been to the Tianchang Gate in the south, which was nicknamed the Grain Gate by the people. The grain that came through the canal was checked by the officials of the Ministry of Revenue and stored in the granary. It was the place where grain from all over the country gathered. She had once squatted at the ferry for half a day, watching the busy officials, as well as the sweaty porters. He also knew that there was a fox immortal temple there that was filled with incense. It was not an orthodox temple recognized by the Ministry of Rites of the Imperial Court, but it was also not an obscene temple. It had a strange origin. It enshrined a section of a shiny new fox tail. There was also a crazy old woman who sold talisman water. There was also a bone-touching master from Guanxi of the Great Sui dynasty. The old man and the old woman often argued. She had been to Changfu Temple's temple fair. It was a sea of people. She coveted a kind of tubular snake made from cow horns. There were a lot of rich people coming here. Even those young masters of influential families who were arrogant and haughty-looking liked to wear black-dyed rodent fur coats, which were mixed with mink fur coats. Li Baoping had also been to the edge of the imperial city. She had squatted there for many afternoons and learned that there were many husbands and embroiderers. These people who were not from the palace could enter and leave the imperial city as well. They just needed to carry a token with them. There was a Hua Guan that compiled the history of the previous dynasties and compiled history books. Many outside were hired. Li Baoping went to the back gate of the imperial city in the north, which was called the Dijiu Gate. Li Baoping went there more often because it was more lively there. Once, he saw a noisy disturbance in a silver shop. It was a soldier catching a thief, and it was very aggressive. Later, she asked the shopkeeper of a nearby shop. Only then did she find out that the shop, which did not do clean business but was able to make a lot of money every day, was a den for selling stolen goods. The items sold were mostly items stolen from the Great Sui Imperial Palace for royal use. There were some hidden pouches and sachets. Even the tin sheets used to repair the ditches in the palace were stolen. The leftover scraps from the palace were also coveted by peddlers outside the palace. Many shops reported losses, and the profits were even greater. This was especially true for the gold and jade pieces and the framed pieces. It was very easy to smuggle them out of the palace and turn them into real gold and silver. Li Baoping did not understand at the time. How could someone dare to steal from the emperor's family under the emperor's nose? The old shopkeeper, who was familiar with her, laughed and said this was called killing business. Some people would do business, but no one would do business that lost money. Li Baoping had also been to the embroidered bridge not far from the Dijiu Gate. There was a large lake there, but it was blocked by the walls of the mansions of the kings and high officials. The yamen of the infantry commander was located in a place called Mink Hat Alley. Li Baoping walked back and forth a few times while eating pastries. There was a classmate she didn't like, who always liked to brag that his father was the highest-ranking official in the yamen. Even if he rode on the stone lion there and peed, no one dared to stop him. Li Baoping had also been to the official alley in the south of the city. It was a place where many old eunuchs and palace maids retired after leaving the imperial palace. There were many temples and Taoist temples there, but they were not big. The eunuchs and palace maids did their best to provide for people and were not devout. Therefore, Li Baoping could often see hunchbacked old people supported by servants or walking alone with crutches to burn incense. After walking around a lot, Li Baoping learned that the palace maids with the most seniority were known as the grannies of the inner court. They were the senior female officials who served the emperor and empress. The old palace maids who combed the emperor's hair every morning had the most honorable status. Some were even bestowed with the title of Madam. In the east of the capital, there was the largest market square in the Great Sui Kingdom. There were many shops and carriages coming and going. The flow of people was the flow of money. There was also the bookstore that Li Baoping loved to stroll around. Some of the bolder shopkeepers would secretly sell some books that were not allowed to leave the country according to the laws of the imperial court. The envoys of various vassal states would often send servants to buy books in private. If they were unlucky, they would be taken to the yamen to be punished once they were patrolled. In these 3 years, no matter if it was a cotton-padded jacket or clothes, the little girl always had a touch of red color. She helped many old people who were walking to burn incense, helped crying children standing under trees, and took down kites under trees. She helped an ox cart that was filled with charcoal get stuck in the snow and mud. She pushed the cart with old men in ragged clothes. She watched old people playing chess at the corners of the streets. She tiptoed in antique shops and asked the shopkeepers about the prices of the cases. She sat on the steps under the overpass and listened to the stories of the storytellers. She passed by peddlers carrying poles and shouting countless times in the streets and alleys. She even helped the children who were fighting on the ground to separate them. The little girl heard the melodious pigeon whistles in the sky of the capital. The little girl saw beautiful swaying kites. The little girl ate wontons that she thought were the best in the world. The little girl hid from the rain under the eaves, hid from the sun under the trees, and huffed in the wind and snow to warm herself. Today, Li Baoping went to the bookstore again. On the way there, She ate lunch at a cheap and delicious small restaurant. On the way back, she changed to an alley noodle restaurant with ancestral craftsmanship. The old shopkeeper and the lady boss were very familiar with her. They often asked her to give them a discount or not to take any money at all. However, Li Baoping did not agree. She said that she might give them a discount next time. However, the two restaurants did not have such an opportunity. Over time, they just thought that the little girl was being polite and did not want their small business to earn less money. However, they actually wanted to laugh. With such a cute and sensible customer, even if it was not easy to earn money, they would not care about that little bit of money. In the twilight, Li Baoping's running figure appeared on the street outside the Cliff Academy. The little girl felt that the books said that time flew by, but it did not seem right. Alas, why was it that when it came to her, she walked so slowly and anxiously? A little girl in a red dress who seemed to only have eyes in the distance quickly greeted the old man guarding the door and rushed past. The old man who was dozing off remembered something and shouted at the back of the figure, "Little Baoping, come back." Li Baoping did not stop. She waved her hands and walked on the spot. She turned her head and looked at the old man who was waving at her. Then she ran backwards. Unexpectedly, she ran quite fast. Li Baoping ran backwards to the door and stood still. She asked, "Mr. Liang, is there anything I can help you with?" The old man, surnamed Liang, asked nicely, "Did you meet any acquaintances on the way?" Li Baoping widened her eyes and shook her head. "No." The old man smiled and asked, "Then did you not turn in from by Mao Street today?" Li Baoping nodded and said, "Yes, what's the matter?" The old man smiled and asked, "Baoping, before answering your question, you have to answer mine first. Do you think I'm very knowledgeable?" Li Baoping thought for a while and said, "The Mao Shan sect master is younger." The old man was suddenly choked by this honest little girl and was speechless. However, from another perspective, the little girl compared him to a sage of the Confucian Academy. No matter what, it was a compliment, right? Therefore, the old man was in a good mood and told Li Baoping that a young man came to the academy to look for her. First, he stood at the door for a long time. Then he went to the guest house to put down his luggage. Then he came here twice. The last time he came was an hour ago. The old man smiled and said, "I advised him not to worry. Our little treasure bottle is as familiar with the capital as walking around her own home. She definitely won't get lost, but that person still walked back and forth on this street. Later, I was worried for him and told him that you usually turn around from White Thatch Street. He was probably waiting for you at White Thatch Street. Seeing that you weren't there, he walked forward a little bit, hoping to see you earlier. That's why the two of you missed each other. Don't worry. You just wait here. He will be back soon." Li Baoping suddenly turned around and was about to run away. The old man said anxiously, "Little Baoping, are you going to by Mao Street to look for him? Be careful that he is far away from by Mao Street to look for you. What if he doesn't go back the way he came? Won't you miss each other again? What? Are you going to play hide and seek?" Li Baoping was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She walked in circles on the spot. This was a scene that the teachers of the academy had never seen before. Li Baoping was about to cry. Suddenly, she shouted, "Youngest uncle!" The old man was shocked. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the end of the street. A figure in white came into view from by Mao Street like a white rainbow. Then he rushed over at an even faster speed and arrived in the blink of an eye. When the young man stood still, his two snow-white sleeves were still fluttering in the wind. He looked like an elegant immortal. He stood in front of the little girl in red and smiled brightly. He said softly, "Youngest uncle is here. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.